The World Surf League Challenger Series arrives in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil for the final event of the 2023 season. Saquarema comes alive with passion and rhythm as tens of thousands pack the Maracana of surf to witness the next generation fight for qualification on the championship tour. With spots already secure, the time is now for challengers to channel the energy on the beach and punch their ticket to surfing's biggest stage. At the 2023 Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, the future is now.
Welcome to Dawn Patrol here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We are at Itaúna Beach here in the wonderful surf town of Saquarema, known as the Maracana do Surf, the surf stadium, if you would. And this is the final Challenger Series event, and we're going to set the cast for the CT Tour. We're going to get into all that stuff on the Dawn Patrol, but first, I'm Kai Pagura, along with Maria Pops and Mitchell Salazar. I'm going to start with you, Maria. How excited are you to get it going? I mean, this event is going to be all about qualification for the 2024 Championship Tour.
Yes, Kaipo, we are so excited to have this championship back here in Saquarema. Saquarema is such a nice place, a world-class surfing place, and we are very happy and excited to see who's going to be on the championship tour next year.
That's right. Mitchell, we got 8 more slots for the men available. We got 4 more slots for the women available, and it's a tight group for when we talk about this qualification right now. It's all coming down to this final event.
It truly is, and for the first time ever, qualification will finish in Brazil on the Challenger Series level, so the implications for this event here are massive, but also the waves on offer at this kind of event, Kaipo, especially with 2 goofy footers winning over in Aracera. This is huge for a lot of these surfers that have potential to qualify for the first time ever for the Championship Tour.
To quote Run DMC, I'm going to tell you right now, you know what it is out there? It's tricky. Tricky, 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 tricky. And with that, let's take a look at exactly where we are and set the scene here at the Surf Stadium as we buzz down from outer space into Brazil, Mitchell, and the small town of Saquarema, but that is a wave-rich region.
Definitely is in the state of Rio, and as you can see right here, just a couple hours north of that beautiful city, but plenty of waves on offer. You see Bahia, which is where we normally have the CT event when the waves are firing, but at Itaúna, this is a world-class beach break, and you can definitely see that all of that sand that just comes through from Bahia over at that river mouth tends to move over here. We have a big predominant wind swell in the water, so it does mean that there is a good amount of swell that will reside for, I would think, most of the waiting period of the event. But as you can see here, this beach is huge, and depending on the swell condition and the swell direction, things will change quite drastically. But as of right now, it definitely seems like it's going to be more of a beach break. And that sand being brought out by the river mouth over there, Kaipo, it tends to affect the way this wave breaks. And that's the spot where we're at right now. You want to see something more from the east. We have a lot of south in the water right now.
You can see the rock formation there, and that rock formation holds the sand. So it's got a very dependable sandbar here at Itaúna. It's wide open to different swells, so that's why it's so dependable. Tricky out there today, but let's see what we're going to get going today. Are we going to get going? We'll find out. We have Rachel Apollonio, along with Tours and Competitions, Travis Logie.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Travis. So, welcome back to Brazil. We are all excited to be back in Saquarema. Tell us, what is the call for today? Are we on?
Thanks, Rachel. Super excited to be back in Brazil and back in Saquarema specifically. And good news, we are on. 8 o'clock start. We're going to start off with men's round 1 and then go straight into women's round 1. The waves are great. There's like a lot of chunk and bump left in it from the storm that came through yesterday, but there's swell. The storm brought some swell, and that's what we want.
What about the rest of the week? Can you give us an overall view about the forecast?
Yeah, sure. Forecast looks really good. The final 2 days of the event window look amazing. And then the next 2 or 3 days, the wind should be more preferable for the winds. The swell will drop a little bit, but it'll still be great conditions. So we got a good couple days ahead of us.
Perfect. It's going to be an exciting day. Watch live. Back to you guys.
And we are excited. Let's take a look at the conditions as we look out to sea here. It's jumbled up. It's a mix, but the good news is the short period swell is providing us with very consistent waves, Mitchell. 4 to 6 foot on the face.
Yeah, but the wind, Kaipo, has picked up quite a bit. I mean, last night, as Travis was saying, a good amount of wind. But as of right now, it's a little bit calm. It should pick up throughout the day, but predominantly a south swell, which is a wind swell here. And a couple of people have already qualified for the CT Kipes.
That's right. Get ready. Cole, the Hammer Hauschman, Jacob, Chippo, Wilcox. We're going to see the 2 Goofy Foots on the 2024 Championship Tour. And Sally Fitzgibbons back again. This is going to be, I believe, her 14th season on the Championship Tour, Marita.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see Sally qualified again, and they're gonna put on a show for sure.
We're going to be back with more here at the Dawn Patrol. We'll take a look at the women's rankings and some scenarios. Back after this. Taking a look at the Challenger Series, and so far, the 5 events that have transpired. We started in Australia, Snapper Rocks for event number 1. Then to the classic Australian break of North Narrabeen, on to South Africa, to Ballito. Huntington Beach was stop number 4 at the U.S. Open of Surfing. We just got off Portugal for stop number 5 at Ericeira, and that is setting us up for the final event here in Brazil, in Saquarema. Caipagirl, Maria Pops, as well as Mitchell Salazar, and we're taking a look at really qualifications. Let's take a look at our rankings coming into this final stop of the Challenger Series. Remember, Mitchell, that CT cut line is at number 5, and Isabella Nichols is right on the line, but right behind her, Luana Silva, Bronte McCauley, and Ellie Harrison hot on her heels.
And Vahine Fierro, too, at number 9. She still has a chance here, Kaipo. Let's see if she can get it done with a few heats.
Well, who do we think is really geared up for this one? Well, it would have to be Alyssa Spencer. As Alyssa, last year here in Saquarema, was dominant coming through, won every heat on the way to her victory. And guess what? She's already a winner, coming off a win in Ericeira to a place that she already knows how to win. So Alyssa Spencer, it's got to be one of your favorites here. Maida, who else do you think is going to qualify on the women's side?
Actually, Luana Silva is our Brazilian hopes, because Luana, she was running up now in Ericeira. She has been building some momentum. She was 5th in the U.S. Open. So we're rooting for her here in Brazil. But she has to win this event to guarantee her spot for 2024. But at least she has a chance.
Yeah, there is our qualification scenarios, Mitchell. And quarterfinals will do it for India Robinson and Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, and finals appearances for Spencer Nichols and McCauley. And with the win, Luana Silva guarantees her spot on the 2024 Championship Tour season. But just looking at Sally Fitzgibbon, she's made finals day in every single appearance so far this season, which has been really impressive. Doesn't even need to be here. She's already qualified. But just looking at these names, a couple of people that have already been on tour, like India, like Isabella, Bronte, and Luana, but would really be nice to see Alyssa qualify for the first time, Kaipo.
Alyssa Spencer coming so close 3 times in her young career on making the CT, and just a couple of spots away in those years, just coming off a heartbreak last year at Haleiwa. Maybe this year is going to be the year for Alyssa Spencer. Well, we're going to take a break right now. We got more for you on the Dawn Patrol here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We got men's to talk about right after the break.
Tu tava esperando há muito tempo aquela. A onda era tua.
It's the Dawn Patrol here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And the competition has been called on. We are going to start with the men's round of 80. We just come out a video of some of the winners so far this year in the 5 CS series. We started out with Sammy Pupo taking a win at Snapper. Cole Hausman went back-to-back. Narrabeen and then Bolito. Eli Hanneman made a splash for his win over at Huntington Beach, and just David Silva coming off a win in Ericeira, Portugal. We can take a look at our rankings right here. Mitchell Salazar, and looks like Eli with that win in Huntington Beach is still above that cut line.
Yeah, number 8 right now. Kate Matson, number 9. So a couple of hopefuls for North America and Hawaii right there. But, you know, speaking of somebody from North America that's been close to qualifying a couple times, Nolan Raposa, number 19. He has a good chance of winning right here. But my pick to really make a splash here and move up in the rankings is Imai Kalani-Duvall. He's been a former CT surfer himself. He knows what he's capable of, and especially at a wave like this that has a lot of power in comparison to where he's from on Maui, I feel like he has a great chance, Kaipo.
Yeah, Imai wanting to return to the championship tour where he's already had a taste of what it is on the big stage, fell off because of that midseason cut. Take a look here, Maida, at some of our qualification scenarios. Eli Hanneman, Federico Moraes, Jake Marshall, David Silva off of that win can qualify with a quarterfinal.
Yeah, David Silva just put on a show in Ericeira with a very classy backhand surfing, and he just needs to be in 5th position here. He just needs a quarterfinal, so yeah, we're looking for him.
Jackson Baker, Mitchell, we'd love to see him back on tour. He needs to make the final. But speaking of needs to make the final, Mateus Hurdy right here on the cusp of CT qualification, but then again, as the scenarios play out, Mateus is going to make a splash or needs to make the final.
Yeah, he needs to make the final, but he's getting better each competition. He was 5th in the U.S. Open and now 3rd in Ericeira. He put on a show with a very strong air game there. He knows the path here, and he's pretty strong right now.
Well, we got more for the Dawn Patrol here, day number 1 at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Stick around, we're just getting the day going. Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Let's make it official with the Brazilian national anthem. Josiah Jr. from the Brazil Voice is going to perform it for us right now to get the day going. Opening day here in Saquarema.
Ouviram do Ipiranga as margens plácidas de povo heróico, brado retumbante, e o sol da liberdade em raios fúlgidos brilhou no céu da pátria nesse instante. Se o penhor dessa igualdade conseguimos conquistar com o braço forte em teu seio, ó liberdade, desafia o nosso peito à própria morte. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve. Brasil, um sonho intenso, um raio vívido de amor e de esperança, a terra desce. Se em teu formoso céu risonho e límpido a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece, gigante pela própria natureza, és bela, és forte, impávido colosso. Se teu futuro espelha essa grandeza, terra adorada, entre outras mil és tu, Brasil, ó pátria amada. Dos filhos desse solo és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil.
All right, well, we got the day going there. Josiah Jr. of The Voice Brazil fame, and that was the national anthem. That's the official start. If you're just tuning in right now, we got the call. We're going to start with the men's round of 80. First day of the waiting period. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, Maria Pops, and Mitchell Salazar. Maida, we have a couple of Brazilian CTers here. João Chianca, who's a local boy, local hero, as well as Miguel Pupo. We'll see them in the draw.
Yeah, we will see Miguel. He's just getting well with his injury. I saw him surfing in Maresias. He's feeling pretty well right now. And it's good to see him surfing back here in Saquarema. And also João Chianca, local hero, knows how to adapt himself in every condition here in Saquarema. So they're going to put a lot in the show, Mitch.
Yeah, and Joao's performance throughout the season and on the CT Kaipo gets his first CT victory over in Portugal, number 4 in the world as he went into lower trestles. I mean, he went out and destroyed Jack Robinson in the opening match of that finals and was able to do it on the rights and the lefts too. But just the performance that he was able to put on, first match of the event, being one of the few underdogs in the event too, and beating Jack Robinson, who was just gaining momentum after the win in Tahiti. This was a big performance. Did lose out to eventual runner-up to the World Championship, Ethan Ewing. But, I mean, starting off this way, especially when you're considered an underdog, pretty big stuff from Joao.
The story of Chumbinho, Joao Chianca, is an impressive one and an inspirational one. Fell off tour, had to come back through this Challenger Series to get back on tour in 2023, came back with a vengeance in 2023, finishing 4th in the world.
Yeah.
That was a huge, huge thing for the local boy, Joao Chianca.
And it all started here, really. I mean, he didn't have the start of the season on the Challenger last year. They really got him in position to be in the top 5, to eventually qualify. Got a semifinal finish here and then went over to Haleiwa and got another good performance and eventually qualified for the CT. Next thing you know, he's a top 5 surfer. So it all starts here. Kaipo Challenger Series it's what it's all about.
And also the Challenger Series can be looked at as a testing ground. We saw Gabe Medina last year win this event, but Gabe's motivation really was to get here and work on his game here at Itaúna, and he came out victorious. So it's a tune-up for the CTers. I feel it's going to be a tune-up for Miguel Pupo as he's coming back, Mitchell, from an injury. He's got an injury wildcard for this 2024 season, but it's going to be interesting to see Miggy and his form here.
Yeah, and probably one of the more underappreciated surfers on the championship tour. In 2022, he was number 6 in the world. I mean, the guy has all the talent in the world. But I think at a beach break like this, especially coming from Maresias, he has a real good chance of making finals day. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him win the event overall, Kaipo.
Yeah. Maida, have you had any intel? Have you been seeing Miguel Pupo surf around and in free surf sessions at all?
Yeah, actually I did in Maresias. It was a QS competition, and he went pretty well, but he said that he was feeling good and he was trying to test his boards again and surfing. So it's going to be really nice to see him here. He knows pretty well this wave, so it's going to be cool.
You know, it's going to be really nice is to see if his younger brother Samuel is able to get the job done here and join big brother Miguel on the 2024 Championship Tour. That's a whole nother thing that we can dig into. I'm sure Miguel's going to be here competing, but he's also going to be here really supporting Samuel in his effort.
Yeah, they're always like supporting each other. It's interesting to see. It's always nice to see two brothers surfing against each other and helping each other. So, and Samuel really has chances to qualify, and he's looking forward for that.
Yeah, this is going to be it for Sammy Pupo, Mitchell. It's all in this last stop of the Challenger Series for him.
And I don't mean to be harsh, but if you're winning a Challenger Series event and you're not qualifying for the Championship Tour, then something's going wrong. I mean, the guy made the finals day here at the CT event. Remember, him and Jadson Andre took an overnight flight, went straight to Bolito, both lost out in their first heat that they surfed. So if you're doing that here and you're not able to make it back onto the Championship Tour after winning one of the 6 events, something's wrong, Kaipo. Want to see him do well here.
Yeah, and really to quantify that, when we talk about the Challenger Series is we have 6 events on the Challenger Series. Your top 4 finishes are what's counted towards your ranking, and that's where we take the top 10. So for all of these surfers, especially the surfers already, with the throwaways, this is where it's going to have to happen. Waiting right now, sounds like the buzzer's on and the clock is on. We got the first heat of the day out in the water in these jumbled conditions here in Itaúna, but very, very consistent. All right, well, out in the heat right now in the red jersey, we have Shion Crawford, the young 18-year-old from Haleiwa on the island of Oahu, made a splash on the Challenger Series in 2021 where he made the quarterfinals there at his home break at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park. Shion battling doesn't really have a chance of getting into a qualification for the Championship Tour, but remember, for the men, 11 through 20 will automatically be qualified for the 2024 Challenger Series. So that's the motivation for Shion Crawford. Josh Burke out there, Mitchell, out of Barbados, and really hasn't made it past the round of 64 yet this year. So we'll see if the surfer from Barbados is able to put things together here in Brazil.
Yeah, Burke's been a victim of bad luck so far this season. Kaipo, he's had a couple of great heats, but then when it comes down to making the heat overall, he just hasn't been able to have the one wave that'll be the deciding factor. Here goes Shishi now, first wave of the event.
Shion Crawford, quick to start here. Working down the line. Nice snap off the top there. And jumps off the board. That'll set the scale for today. Maida, your thoughts on that first ride?
Yeah, I think it was a really good one. Just setting the tools, like feeling his board. We saw a couple of nice rides there, and I think we're gonna watch he play soon. So
we also have, Mitchell, Marlon Harrison out in the white jersey. This is, I believe, his first Challenger Series appearance.
I believe so, yeah, and number 94 coming into the event. Only 19 years of age. The kid's still a junior, and when we had the event at Seaside Reef, he actually had to pull out because he had a broken ankle in Hawaii just the day before. As we look at Shion's wave, decent opening ride here, has a setup turn and a strong finish right there. You mentioned him coming from Haleiwa over there on the North Shore. He's very used to a lot of power in the water, and especially in consequential waves like this one. Great finishing maneuver right there for Shion. And in 30-minute heats, he should be very used to surfing this format so far this season, and a lot on the line for him, Kaipo. I mean, he still has a shot at making top 20, so you get anywhere in between 11 and 20. You don't have to do the regional QS anymore. That's huge when it comes to your finances for the next season.
At Maeda, we have a last-minute replacement. We had Zach Hedeman in the draw. He didn't make it here to Saquarema. Vitor Ferreira taking his place for his opportunity.
Yeah, Vitor Ferreira just came on the last minute for this event, and he's a good surfer. He can really surf well in this kind of conditions. And let's see. For him, I think it's not his first. I think it's his first appearance here in the Challenger Series. So a nice experience for him, and let's see.
So it's always nice to be an alternate on the beach, and you never know when you're going to get your chance at stardom, Kaipo. But a huge opportunity right here, Berkey. I mean, we know what he's capable of, especially in heavy waves. Here goes Shion, second ride for him.
Okay, we can tell the strategy already from Shion Crawford. Quick out there. Rapid fire. Shion's got a lot of energy too, so he's going to have 2 scores on the board to start off this heat. Open priority between Josh Berkey, Marlon Harrison, and Vitor Ferreira.
Yeah, and you know, Shion coming from the North Shore, he serves Eokai Beach Park quite a bit over there, Pupukea, Gas Chambers, those entire places. This stretch of beach reminds me a lot of that, so he's used to a lot of these conditions. I really like this wave a lot. 2 straight up and vertical turns right there on the backhand, and finishes up with a couple of great touches on the inside too. Quick start. I mean, he already has 2 waves in the first 4.5 minutes. As you can see right here, that shopper board is also looking incredibly well underneath his feet. Traveling with Jake Marshall and the rest of the crew as well, and obviously coming from the Hawaiian Islands, it's a long trek to get here to Saquarema, Kaipo, so he's trying to make it worth his time.
Yeah, Shion, with the first round loss over there in Ericeira, had to regather himself from stop number 5, made a beeline to Brazil to give a chance here. 3.67 opening score for Shion Crawford. Waiting for score number 2 for Crawford. Again, open priority between the other 3 surfers. Scratching here. And Marlon Harrison unable to get into that wave. And you can see it is challenging out there, Maeda. Your observation on what a good strategy would be today in these jumbled conditions.
Yeah, it's looking pretty hard from here. This wave can be really fat on the back, so sometimes it's hard to get in the wave. I think like to choose the wave, it's going to be something they will need to pay attention a lot. And we just confirmed here Vitor Ferreira is his first appearance in the Challenger Series, and his best result in a QS is a 3rd position.
All right. Well, a couple of scores in for Shion Crawford, 3.67, 3.17. Early risers here making their way to the beach for day number 1 at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
I think it's Vitor Ferreira, open riding. Nice first carve there. Another nice snap. He could hang it. What did you think, Mitch?
I like that. I mean,
yeah.
It's unexpected, you know, when you see somebody that you've never heard of, you see them compete for the first time ever, and they go out there and they don't have a lot of expectations on their shoulders of both themselves and what to expect in the event. Overall, you go out with a smaller amount of pressure. And I've experienced that myself, given I never made it to the Challenger Series or to the CT. But when I did have that opportunity, I always felt like I was competing better because I had nothing to lose. And as you can see right here, he's just loose on these 2 turns, Kaipo, especially on the second one. First setup, but then straight up in vertical. And given the scores that we've seen from Shion so far, the 3.67 and 3.17, I expect this to be the best score of the heat so far. Real nice critical section right there at the end, and he was just able to capitalize on a golden opportunity within the first 8 minutes of this heat.
Here's Marlon, just an up and out.
Yeah, quick one for Harrison, and you know, as we touched on before, he's had some consistency within Junior Series this year so far in Australia, but looking for his first real opportunity on the Challenger Series in 2023.
Josh here, tap dancing through the flats. And you can see how difficult it is getting sticky on the rails there, unable to finish.
Yeah, at lowers, I mentioned that storm swell, you need to approach it like a beach break, really be all around the place and be able to find a significant spot in the lineup to be able to capitalize on some big scoring opportunities. Right now, if you're in third or fourth priority, I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody on the inside just try to get some scores and build on a couple of fives like we're seeing so far from Vitor, best score of the heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, 5.67 for Vitor Ferreira, and that will put him in the lead. All he needs is a 1.17 for a backup to take that lead off of Shion Crawford. Shion Crawford, red jersey's got priority right now. So after a quick start for the surfer from North Shore, Maida, I feel like now Shion Crawford can be a little bit more selective holding that priority.
Yeah, for sure. As I said, like the wave choice is going to be play hard here with these guys. But now for Vitor Ferreira, he has already like 5.67. So he can also wait a little bit more, and now he's more relaxed to choose a good opportunity. And there is plenty of opportunity right there.
Just under 21 minutes, Mitchell. What are you seeing out there? Rights, lefts? What do you think is good to call as far as waves for our surfers?
Well, as we've seen so far with Shion, first wave was a right, second wave was a left, and that's the one that he caught paddling back out. I think you got to take whatever you can get, honestly. I mean, it's so jumbled up out there, so much wind swell out there in the water. It seems like these alley rights are standing up quite well, though.
Yeah, actually this one, it didn't meet.
Yeah, it looked like it.
It looked like it, but this one is way better. Look, it's Shion Crawford.
Shion's setting that shopper board on rail, slicing through a bottom turn. Aggressive turn there for the finish for Crawford, so he's going to build upon his score line right now. Great wave selection and great use of priority, I thought, Mitchell.
Yeah, 100% agreed right there, Kaipo, and just his determination to get in the lead early on and maintain it, too. 20 minutes on the clock. He's already had 3 waves in the first 10 minutes, and I think this is a real impressive performance when you look at the quality of waves that we have out there and the difficult conditions that we have in the lineup right now. So Shion, no doubt, is going to improve on the 3.17. Vitor gets a small backup score, but what I'm seeing right now from both Harrison and Burke, it just seems like they've been in bad positions overall when it comes to their priority use and just finding the waves that will really give them some scoring potential down the line. It seems like those are some free surfers out there towards the other part of the beach, but overall, wave looks good. You should be on it. Don't be thinking too much. Don't overthink. That tends to be your worst enemy out there, especially at a lineup that changes so much. If the wind's going to pick up, you need to be very aware of that too. If a wave looks good, I just say that's a wave that you should be on.
Yeah, for those that are the first time here in Saquarema, this kind of conditions are really tricky. They have to find the best position. Look, a right-hander, again, Vitor Ferreira. Very nice first wrap there. A second hit. Yeah, the wave didn't offer that much. But good 2 maneuvers, wasn't it, Mitch?
I don't know if they're going to deem the second one complete or not, but if he rides out of it, yeah, I think so. I mean, the thing about this wave too, Kaipo, is that it's sneaky powerful. I mean, you can see right there, it just has a lot of pushback. And right here, great bottom turn. Yeah, I'll say that the second one was complete. He rode out of it, but, should be a good backup score to the 5.67, a bit of a smaller wave. This one, though, is going to be a significant score. I mean, straight in the pocket right there on rail from Shion. Deep bottom turn, more of a setup turn for the second one, but makes it around the corner and just blasts this one section right there. He just seems comfortable out there in the water, Kaipo, and that seems to be the recipe for success so far in this heat.
Coming out of that replay, we can pay off the number there for Shion Crawford, a 6.67 for Crawford. Still waiting for last score for Vitor Ferreira. And this right here is the Aussie, Marlon Harrison, trying to get a start here. Difficult wave, though, however. No really impactful maneuver, so we'll see what that number comes through at, Marina.
Yeah, he got a little hang there in the white water. He couldn't flow pretty well. Yeah, but just start surfing for him. He still has 17 minutes left, so it's good to put his feet on the board. And again, the one that is really feeling well, Shion.
Shion Crawford again. We've seen this from Shion. He came out firing at the U.S. Open, winning his first heat with, I believe that was the day's highest heat total on that opening day. It's stop number 4 at the U.S. Open of surfing. The challenge for Shion, Mitchell, is to maintain that veracity, maintain that attack through multiple heats. But right now, this youngster is looking like he's in control of the conditions.
He can't make a mistake right now, Kaipo. That second turn, I mean, that carve is so in the pocket. It's just as critical as you could possibly get. Doesn't ride out of the last one, but I mean, he did a lot of work before that. I think that 367 is long gone. And his positioning in the lineup, his understanding of how difficult this wave is and how much it changes has been really substantial so far in this heat. And as you can see right there, he has a lot of power to combine with those sharp turns in the pocket. Just look at that. He uses his size to his advantage, and there's a lot of people that are as tall as him that don't necessarily do that. He embraces being the big guy out there, and he's taking advantage of these really tricky but powerful conditions. 16 minutes on the clock. I think he's going to extend his lead right here, Kaipo.
So we'll be waiting for that score for Shion Crawford. We're nearly halfway through this heat, 15 minutes, 50 seconds on the countdown. 30-minute heats throughout this round of 80. Top 2 surfers on these 4-man heats. Moving on to the next round, that would be the round of 64, where they will meet as the higher seeds on the Challenger Series, Maida.
Yeah, and you know what? Look, Vitor Ferreira, he's in second position. A last-minute call for him for this heat, and he put a 5.67 and later on a 4.33 in second position. His first time in the Challenger Series, and Shion, he just got 5.4 for his last wing.
Taking a break, we'll be back with more action from Itaúna Beach here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By TikTok, download the app. And by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil.
Back at Itaúna Beach for stop number 6 of the Challenger Series. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. As we zoom upon our surfers, red jersey, that's Shion Crawford. Shion Crawford currently in the lead. Vitor Ferreira, a last-minute replacement out of Brazil, currently in second place. Marlon Harrison, the Aussie, he needs a 7.5. Josh Berkey, he needs a 8.7. Kaipo Guerrero along with Maida Pops and Mitchell Salazar. We're down to 12 minutes, and looks like the crew from the USA up on the beach gathered together, Mitch.
Yeah, right there with Gian Bardini all the way to the left. Lost team manager, and as you can see right there, the guy who has already clinched the #1 seed as a Challenger Series Surfer champion, Cole Hauschman. My pick for Rookie of the Year in 2024, Kaipo, big boy. I think he has a real good chance at the first 5 stops, not only to make the cut, but I also think he could potentially be a top 10 surfer in his first 10 events on the Championship Tour. As we look at the rankings, pretty good so far this year, a couple different names.
Jacob Wilcox is going to find his way on the Championship Tour out of, a long time on the qualifying series and a number of wild cards on the Championship Tour. But now Jacob Wilcox, he's going to find himself a full-time member when we kick off at Pipeline. That's going to be January 29th for the start of the 2024 Championship Tour. Well, Maida, Vitor Ferreira coming through, and just how cool is it that he's just waiting on the beach and then gets his chance. But this is what happened during the break. Marlon Harrison.
Yeah, it was a pretty good wave. Only one opportunity there for a movement, but it was a nice one. And I think this one is the 2.5 wave.
Yeah, they've been very critical with scores. I mean, they sent out a text to both us and the surfers. Combination of major maneuvers is really what's going to get it done today. And if you look at the 6s and the 5s so far in this heat, they're obviously keeping the scale as low as possible, knowing that there's a lot of good waves out there on offer, a lot of consistency, as it seems like Vitor was up and riding again. And here's Shion, the heat leader.
Oh. Well, time to get loose for Shion Crawford, as he has a big lead right now. And again, just looking like he's coming up here on fire for the beginning first heat of the day.
This is Vitor Ferreira.
That's Josh.
It's Josh.
And Josh gets a little air there, just bunny hop section, so we'll see how that plays into the cards of the surfer out of Barbados.
Yeah, and Burke hadn't had anything better than 1.3 at the moment up until this wave, Kaipo, so should be a significant score for him with just under 10 minutes to go. He used priority well. It seemed like he got one that ran all the way from the outside to the inside. And as you can see here, straight from takeoff, kind of mistimes the first maneuver on the outside, wraps it back right there, and this is where we caught up. This inside section right here seemed like it doubled up and maybe caught a bit of that inside sandbar. Pops the little ollie, so should be a pretty decent score. Don't think it'll probably match the 6 or the 5, 6, 7 that we've seen from both Crawford or Ferreira, but as you can see right here, Shion is just in connection with these waves. I mean, he's been in sync so far with the ocean, and it just seems like his comfort level, given that he's coming from the Hawaiian Islands and matching power with these waves out there, he feels at home.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Mitch, that this break is deceptively powerful as a beach break.
Yeah, and when we were here for the CT event, the 2 days previous to the, in a preview before the event started, it was big. And I mean, I would even say that it was a little bit bigger than it is today. Just a bit more lined up, though. If you want to compare it to Southern California, it looked like 56th Street on steroids. The waves were firing, and right now, maybe a good day of Blackies if you're lucky.
Marlon Harrison lining up for the alley-oop, throws that one away, so he'll still be searching for a 7.5, and that will get him into second place and advancing position. Again, top 2 surfers move out of this round of 80 into the round of 64. Take a look at the replay here, Maida.
Yeah, he threw to the air, but he couldn't finish the movement. I think the wind is not cooperating for this.
The wind's coming from a different direction that you normally want to see for the rights in terms of the air. As you can see, it blew him straight back out. So unless you're really throwing that air towards the beach, towards the sand Kaipo, the board's going to fly away from you. So Harrison might want to choose his maneuvers a bit differently. That's really the only thing the wave offered, though, so I understand why he wanted to select that maneuver right there. But when it comes to needing the 7.5 right now, it's obviously the best wave of the heat that is necessary. I still think that there's enough time with just under 8 minutes to get that just spaced off of one score. I think you can do it with a big combo. You have to be on the right wave, though.
Yeah, the scores for Josh Burke just went through 3.07, but he still need a very high score. This is Vitor Ferreira.
Yeah, and it seems like this is the score that we're waiting on for him. We talked about it, Kaipo. It seems lethal. I mean, Maeda, you know him a bit better than us, but it just seems like he's surfing with no pressure whatsoever, and he wants to go out there and beat everybody.
Yeah, these guys are always dangerous, where they're with no pressure, and they can just take their chances, serve, and now we're seeing like Vitor Ferreira doing pretty well on this. We're still waiting for this last score, but he can improve the 4.33.
Still waiting for that score. Turn our attention here to Josh Burke. Just a quick up and out for Burks, looking for a 6.93. So going to have to get busy here, and a little bit of luck right now, Mitchell. It seems like, you know, there's nothing really clear as far as wave selection for any of the surfers.
Not at all, and you know, scores coming in for Vitor, and that'll change things too, because the requirement's going to go up, Kaipo.
Yeah, 6.4 for Vitor. So now Josh Burke, he needs a 9-point ride. Marlon Harrison needs 9.57. There's all the numbers from our 5 judges for Vitor Ferreira. Lita.
Yeah, pretty good score right there. As we said, he's surfing loose, he's relaxed, and now he got the second best wave of this heat, and now the life of Marlon Harrison and Josh Burke is hard. They really need a pretty good score, excellent score actually, 9 point for Josh Burke or 9.57 for Marlon.
Mitchell, let's take a look at our heat recap. Actually, we're going to watch Jordan Lawler run down to the beach there. Taking a look at what's transpired so far in our opening heat of the day, Mitchell.
Yeah, and Sean Crawford off to a real quick start. Couple of threes to get things going. He just wanted to get on the board and not wait things around, and it was a smart strategy. It's paid off so far because he's still in the lead. And as you can see right here, a 6.67 and a 5.4 as his backup have kept him in first place since the beginning of the heat. But just Xi'an's, you know, acceptance of it being difficult out there and having to really qualify things rather than quantify them. It's better to be on certain quality waves than catch too many waves. Although he's been on 5 so far, but then this kid has been extremely impressive. Vitor dropping a 6.4 in his last ride, second best wave of the heat, and the young Brazilian surfer with nothing to lose and everything to gain, making things worth his while here in Saquarema, Kaipo.
There's all the numbers, Maeda. All the scores highlighted are the top 2 for each of the surfers.
Yeah, so Vitor Ferreira got this 6.4, the last wave that we saw here, and I think it's him there. No, it's Marco Giorgio, yeah, just getting prepared for the next heat. But Vitor Ferreira, for sure, he's pretty happy because he was waiting on this hand and has this last-minute call to get his first opportunity here in the Challenger Series. A very nice experience. He has like 3 minutes and 30 left, and he's going through with this heat.
Well, it looks like it's nearly a done deal, actually, for Sean Crawford and Vitor, in that those, you can see in the needs column for both Harrison and Burke, those 9-point rides, it'd be a lot to get a 9-point ride today.
It would, and you'd have to be on a perfect wave and surf it as well as you could, and both Crawford and Ferreira are actually tied right now, 12.07. The one thing that is keeping Crawford in the lead, though, is because he has the tiebreaker, the highest score of the heat, the 6.67, but you know, for both Harrison and Burke, it's been a tough year for both of them. Harrison getting his first chance at competing on the Challenger Series so far. And when you look at his development throughout the junior rankings, he still has one more full year just in the juniors. He's only 19. And for Burke, just a bit of inconsistency and really bad luck, too, on the CS this season so far, Kaipo. Winter swells are coming towards Barbados, though. That's usually the best time of the year for Super Bowl and the other good spots in the Caribbean. But I think Josh is going to be back on the regional QS. He's done very strong before. He made the final last year at his home break of Super Bowl. I expect him to be back on the CS for North America in 2024. As we look at Harrison, he's needing a 9.57, 2 minutes 20. Don't really see it happening right now unless he really gets away the consequence.
And it's not being pretty easy to find those waves here today. The conditions are very hard, actually. There are a couple nice ones. The right ones being better than the left ones, isn't it, Mitch?
There's a couple lefts. I think they're in a position that's way better for the rights. But as you can see, that left's peeling down the line. And those are a lot of waves that actually gave scores to some people last year. That's how Alyssa Spencer won the event last year. So I think there's some less out there. You just need to be in better position for them. It seems like everybody's concentrated on the right so far in this heat.
It's true. They are all together here on your left side of the monitor. Nobody's looking for the left ones. And the highest scores of the heat, they were done in the right ones.
Down to 115, and it looks like it's going to be the end of the road for Marlon Harrison as well as Josh Burke. And that is the reality, Mitchell, of the Challenger Series. There's no, non-elimination round. We start eliminating surfers from the very first heat.
But here goes Harrison. He has a chance at the first left that he's caught in this heat yet. But as you were saying, Kaipo, you come here, you have high expectations of yourself. You still have a chance to make top 20, not have to do your regional QS the next season. But in reality, it needs to be pay or play here. You either win your first heat and you get into a rhythm, and next thing you know, you're in finals day. And if not, you're just going to be one of those surfers that's in the middle of the pack the entire time. And I think that's really been what's been so good for both Cole Hausman and Jacob Wilcox this year. They've been able to take it to a different level so far in 2023, and they've been very consistent with it too. And that's why they're the first people that have qualified for the Championship Tour for 2024.
Yeah, really curious on Cole Hausman just even surfing in this event, as he's already won the Challenger Series, so I'm sure he's here just to get some more heat time, but also to support some of his friends, because Jet Schilling, Cade Matson, Eli Hanneman, those guys all have a chance of joining Cole on the Championship Tour. We'll get back to that conversation a little bit later in the broadcast. Meanwhile, it's Shion Crawford and last-minute substitution, Vitor Ferreira moving on into the round of 64. Well, the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 2 of the day out in the water. Jordan Lawler, Mihimana Bray, Gabriel Andre, and Marco Giorgi. Top 2 surfers advance into the next heat. Advancing already into the next round, around the 64, is Shion Crawford as he makes his way up the catwalk. Again, top 2 surfers move on in this matchup. Capgura, along with Maida Pops, talking you through all of the action. And it looks like Jordy Lawler already got a wave of 3.5 under his belt.
Yeah, it started pretty quick. Jordan Lawler. And on the last heat, we saw Vitor Ferreira just doing a great job there, catching good waves. And now who was trying to go through the air on this one? Yeah, on this heat, we have also Gabriel André. He's a guy from Guarujá, Brazil. It's São Paulo, on São Paulo's coast. And is Marco Giorgio up and riding. A very nice first movement there. Second wrap cut back there. Just trying to find some room for another maneuver. Yeah. Just trying to hang the last one. Changed the direction, but couldn't find any more room.
Marco Giorgi resides in Brazil, but representing Uruguay over 10 years on the qualifying series. He's the veteran of this crew. Catching up live action here, bouncing off the whitewater there, Gabriel Andre. So we'll be waiting for Andre's opening ride.
Yeah, as we said, the conditions are kind of hard. The wave selection is pretty important right now. We saw a couple very nice right-handers being served in the previous heat. And now we saw Gabriel André looking for this left one. It didn't have much room for good movements.
Yeah, this is Gabe's first Challenger Series event of the year. And but he's also been on the qualifying series for quite a number of years, since 2013 was his first appearance. Let's hear from the last heat winner, Shion Crawford. Congratulations.
Shion Crawford, congratulations for your very first heat of the day. Tell us, you look pretty comfortable there, definitely. Tell us, how do you feel about leading the very first heat of the day in your first time in Brazil?
Yeah, I don't know. I just went out there, oh, there's a couple fun rights, and looked like onshore Haleiwa, so just did what I did out there and just did a couple carves and turns.
Yeah, so that was your strategy, to find the best waves in these conditions. How difficult was that for you?
My strategy was just to go right and hit big sections and huge carves and finish my waves, and it all went as planned, so yeah.
Yeah, you did it. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for watching probably. And, yeah, thank you to all my sponsors, too.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah. Mom and Dad up late, 1:36 a.m. over on the Hawaiian Islands. Great family, the Crawfords. As we see a couple of goofy foots taking it apart here. Mihimana Bray coming through. As well as, here we go with Jordy Lawler. So rapid fire out here with all the goofy footers, all choosing to go left. So we're going to have a lot of scores yet to chop in.
Yeah, just because we said that nobody was looking for the lefts during this heat, now they're all looking for the lefts. Besides, Marco Giorgio just caught this right one. Great setup movement right there, and then released the tail. Found a good opportunity on the right. But before that, we saw all of them, Gabriel André, Mihimana Bray, and Jordan Lawler finding left ones. Pretty good. Probably we're going to watch the replay. Look, this is Mihimana Bray. Very nice second turn. And right there, Jordan Lawler. Nice, good first movement. and then he leads the tail in a finishing movement.
And let's catch up here with Gabriel Andre, looking quick. Andre building up some speed down the line and makes his way through the maze on that wave. Jordy Lawler snaps it. So Jordan Lawler, so we got a lot of scores. One more here. This is Marco Giorgi, the only regular footer in this heat.
Yeah, he slides the tail right there. He could hang and then trying to find some room right there for another one and hit the lip. He almost lost his balance right there, and he switched the position and go to the right, but didn't find the last one.
Yeah. One more time here with Mihimana Bray, the Tahitian out of Papaete on Tahiti Island. Is an exciting surfer. Had actually a great chance. Came through as a injury replacement wild card this year at the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, where Mihimana Bray surfed his way all the way into the quarterfinals. He was brilliant out there at the end of the road at Taupo.
Yeah, it's so nice when these guys, they have these wild cards and they can prove themselves in their own breaks. So Mihimana Bray did very well in Tahiti. Now trying to improve his scores on the rankings here in Saquarema. He's already have 3.33 on the board and still waiting for some scores. Gabriel Andre in the first position right now, but with two not so high scores with 2.7 and 1.77. And now Jordan Lawler, and he's upper riding again.
Yeah, the 28-year-old out of North Narrabee in Australia flicks the board away there. Jordy Lawler, he's currently in the lead though, and putting it together. So we've saw it in this heat, a little bit more of an evenly stacked heat. Last heat we really saw Shion Crawford and Vitor run away with it, but right now it's tight when we look at the numbers, Maida.
Yeah, it's pretty tight. Jordan has the best wave until now, a 5.17, but he still has some scores to come in, and we have a lot of scores actually to come in. A lot of waves surfed all at the same time, and this is Jordan again.
Lawler on the replay.
Oh, on the replay,
and
yeah.
you can see he kind of just skipped out right there. But he will maintain the lead with a 5.17 and 3.5 in his score line. 20 minutes, 35 seconds counting down here, and still judges owe us wave scores for all four of the surfers. So really, the situation not very clear right now until we get all those scores in, Maida.
Yeah, they are. This is Gabriel Andre looking for this left one. Didn't find anything there. So with priorities, Marco Giorgio, he already has 2.83, looking for a backup score. He still has some scores to come in. So they're being pretty active on this heat, catching many waves. I think this is the thing to do today, isn't it, Kaipo? Like a lot of opportunities right there, so you gotta find the best ones. But when the conditions are like this, like many waves coming through, sometimes it's better just to try to catch your waves, improve your score, build some scores on the board. And this is Frederico Moraes.
Kikas, along with his coach Richard Dog Marsh. Federico Moraes spent a couple of seasons on the championship tour. He can get back on that championship tour and guarantee himself a spot if he's able to make the quarterfinals here and Saquarema. So we'll see what Federico has in store for us, but he's looking pretty good for that re-qualification and getting back onto the championship tour.
Yeah, and Kikas, he really likes here Saquarema. He loves the Brazilian vibe. He's always very happy to be here. Every time you talk to him, he's like loving Brazil. He loves the Brazilians, and yeah, and we saw Marco Giorgio.
Marco Giorgi going for it, but paying for it as well. And now he's going to have to check the equipment, see if that's all still in one piece. Looking like he might take this white water in, and he may have done some damage on his board on that last wipeout.
Yeah, this wave is pretty strong sometimes, and these boards that this guys uses, they're really thin and very fragile. Look, nice bottom turn, and then he hits the lip pretty strong. He couldn't finish, and probably he's in trouble with his equipment.
Yeah, we'll catch up and see what the situation with Marco Giorgi is at the moment. He's in third place, so he's out of that advancing position. Giorgi needing a 4.16 to get up into second place in advancing position.
Yeah, and it's always hard when you have trouble with your equipment because you got to come in shore and you waste time and then got to pedal back again. Yeah, probably a crack on the board or something. It looks like it was okay, but for sure something happened. And now he's going to pedal back again. Big effort for him.
Yeah, 17 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock and available for Marco Giorgi to make that comeback. Heat control right now with Jordan Lawler. Jordy has the lead as well as first priority, up and out. Quick one for Mihimana Bray. Mihimana has been very vocal about his preparation, both on the Challenger Series, but he does have Olympic hopes and hopes of qualifying for the 2024 Summer Olympics. That's going to be right down the road from him in Taupo, Tahiti. Just this year, Maida, before the CT, Mihimana moved over to the area. He's not originally from Taupo, but moved over there in preparation for the trials, and eventually all that preparation paid off as he got that wild card, that injury wild card, with Ethan Ewing getting injured on the warm-up session going into Tahiti, and gave opportunity for Mihimana Bray, and he did a brilliant job of surfing all the way to the quarterfinals. So it shows that Mihimana has what it takes to be on the championship tour.
Yeah, for sure he does. Those kinds of breaks, when the guy surfs pretty well, those kinds of breaks as Tiahupo at Pipeline, I think it's like halfway through because there are waves of consequences. And it's really nice when you see a guy that makes this movement, like he moved there, and when it pays off, it's very nice to see.
Yeah, committing to improving and committing to a wave. Mihimana Bray. Here we go with our heat leader, Lawler. A couple of banks there. Smooth on that Channel Island surfboard. Jordy Lawler kicking out, looking to improve upon a 3.5, which is his low score in his score line. We're at nearly the halfway minute mark here at 15 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown. Second heat of the day here. First day of the waiting period at this Corona Saquarema Pro. Take another look here, Maida, of Jordy.
Yeah, I like this first one movement, and then he kind of tried to deal with this white water right there, the foam. Didn't have like much room for bigger maneuvers, but yeah, but he improved his score. Look, it was a 4.67. He just left the 3.5 back and improved his leader.
Well, Jordan Lawler out in the lead. Mihimana Bray in second and advancing right now. Can they hang on to those positions? We're going to find out when we come back to the conclusion of the second heat of the day. We'll be back right after this. Back in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, Kuiper Girl, along with Maíra Pops. Second heat of the day out in the water, and when we left you, we had Jordan Lawler out in the lead, followed by Mihimana Bray. Nothing has changed. Jordy's still with the lead. Mihimana Bray in a strong second position with priority at the moment. Marco Giorgi had to do a board change. He's back out in the lineup. Giorgi needing a 4.16 to move into second place. And Gabriel Andre right here on the replay.
Yeah, nice bottom turn right there. A very nice turn, but just one maneuver. But he could get like 3.53 with this one. He jumped for the third position, and this is our heat leader.
Yeah, Jordy Lawler, the Australian from North Narrabeen. That was a 3.2. Not going to factor into the math for Jordy Lawler, but he will remain in the lead. Mihimana Bray uses priority, slashes off the top for the Tahitian. One big move and a fist pump for Mihimana, and he's feeling that he's improved upon his low score of a 3.33 to pull further away from Marco Giorgi and Gabriel Andre. We'll be waiting for the score for Mihimana Bray. We're at the 11.5-minute mark in this heat. And, you know, given the conditions, Maíra, 11.5 minutes, there's a lot of things that can change because we've seen surfers catch so many waves. We're just over halfway through, but look at Jordan Lawler's already caught 6 waves. Gabriel Andre with 5 waves. Mihimana Bray, we're waiting for his his 5th wave score. So it's rapid fire out there.
Yeah, he's trying to make some defense here because Gabriel Andre is just needing right now 3.74, but probably Mihimana is going to improve his 3.33 with this one, and he did. So now he has 5.6, improved a lot his board score right there, and Gabriel Andre now needs a 6-point ride, and this is our heat leader again, being busy.
Jordy Lawler lines up on the inside here. Little layback slash. Bonus section here. Looking really fast and light on his Spine-Tech construction channel island board. Epoxy construction with carbon fiber stringers, elliptical carbon fiber stringers on that board, giving him some extra pop. And you can really see the float and how that board rides high on the water, Maíra.
Yeah, he's probably feeling well. Just he's the heat leader, and look, very vertical turn right there, and then nice wrapping cutback, and another slide just on the foam right there. It was a good one. He probably will improve his. Oh no, there's already like 3.43 on this wave, so it doesn't count. It doesn't put on the board.
Yeah, just staying busy out there, and rightfully so. He's caught 7 waves so far. He's been the busiest of all of the surfers, Jordy Lawler. Mihimana Bray, however, we saw that replay with it for that one big maneuver, Maria, and 5.6, that gives him the highest single wave score. So these two surfers starting to pull away from the other two in this 4-man heat.
Yeah, it's true. And this wave, it was just a single maneuver wave, and he got 5.6. and he liked in the end he got a little claim right there. He knew that he has done a really great job there, and now Gabriel André needing a 6 point. He's totally capable of it, and also Marco Giorgio is not a high score, 6.43 that he needs to get in second position and make to the next round.
8 minutes, 30 seconds, and let's check in with Manu. Manu, who do you have?
Hi guys, I have Frederico Moraes here. He's not competing today, but came to check out the área de atletas do Banco do Brasil. How do you like it? Are you checking the waves, feeling the vibes?
Yeah, well, Brazil never disappoints. The whole structure is amazing. It's always good to be back. Looks like there's some fun waves today. Tomorrow should be fun as well. Supporting a friend, Teva, he's on the next heat. So, yeah, stoked. It's really nice to be back.
Great. And you're third right now on the Challenger Series. How are your expectations about this competition here in Saquarema?
Yeah, the expectations are high. I've always had a lot of fun here, so third on the rankings. Looking forward to make some more hits and clinch my qualification here. So yeah, looking forward for a good week of surfing and some happy moments, hopefully.
Perfect. Good luck and have fun. Back with you guys.
All right, so Kika's Federico Moraes showing some support. We will see him in the round of 64, Heat 13, where he'll be up against Mikey McDonough, Leo Cassell, and the winner of this opening round's Heat number 7. So Federico, he's got the day off today, but he's still on the site. Here we go, replay, Jordy Lawler.
Yeah, very nice right-hander right there. Strong finishing maneuver. Yeah, two maneuvers wave, but pretty good. And now this is Marco Giorgio trying to make his comeback to this heat. A wrapping movement, and he hits hardly, but he couldn't manage to finish.
All right, so waiting for scores for green, Marco Giorgi, as well as our heat leader, Jordy Lawler. Number in for Lawler, a 4.93. He increases his two-wave total for a 10.1 two-wave total. Marco Giorgi is going to come up short on his effort, and he's still going to be searching for a 6.43. Priority here with Gabriel Andre. As we look at Mihimana Bray, Mihimana is trying to surf his way out of a 3.93 at the moment, down to the 6-minute mark. So really, as we look at this Maeda, Gabriel Andre with a opportunity. He's got priority. He needs a flat 6-point ride. Looks like he's out the back end, just really concentrating on his next go. Get to the replay here, however. This is Mihimana Bray.
Yeah, very nice first movement, a wrap right there, but nothing really strong, with not too much splash in the movements. So I think he's going to be the low score. He wouldn't put this on board. But as you said, like Gabriel Andre with a good opportunity. Last year, he went through some heats here in Saquarema. He was 7th on the last competition. And so he has the opportunity, 5 minutes left. He's with priority. He's totally capable of catching a wave to do 6 points and going to second place to make this heat.
Yeah, that is true. Under the 5-minute mark, and we can see on your screen, red, Jordy Lawler waving to the beach, trying to get an update from our on-site announcers to give him the situation as well as the time. Probably the most important for him is the time. Got eyes here on Gabriel Andre, and like you said, he needs a 6-point ride. Playing a smart heat right now, being patient and waiting for a wave that will provide him the quality of wave so that he can score that above mid-range score.
Yeah, it has to be the best wave of the heat. So he's really being patient, and he knows that he probably wouldn't have time to serve 2 waves. So he has to choose pretty well, and this is Mihimana trying to play some defense right there.
Mihimana Bray, and you can see the Tahitian with the fist pump, and he's been attacking the waves. There's only been single maneuvers for some of his scores, but he was happy with what he felt on that last wave. So we'll see it again here on the replay of what he was doing that fist pump about.
Yeah, it was a strong wave, but he could hit the lip very strong and hold it. He liked it. And on his last wave, the 5.6, it was a single maneuver wave, and this is Marco Giorgio.
Marco Giorgi, and a combination of a couple of maneuvers right there, so finds a wave with a little bit of opportunity. Here we go. Gabe uses his priority. Remember, he needs a 6-point ride at this moment. Nice slash, but that wave just dissipates. Doesn't give him any extra opportunity on the inside. We're at the 3-minute mark, so we need a score for Mihimana Bray, Gabriel Andre, and Marco Giorgi, all three surfers, to set the situation. Let's go through some of the replays. This is Gabe's last wave.
Yeah, the wave didn't look that good in the beginning. He trying to find some room for a strong maneuver. This one was good. Splashed a lot of water, but I mean, I'm not pretty sure he's gonna get 6 points on that. And this one was Marco Giorgio. Released the tail right there and finished with a strong movement. But he's still needing 7 points.
And here's our heat leader.
Just a setup maneuver right there, and slides the tail, but didn't finish.
Coming back to live action, we can report you the score. The last score for Mihimana Bray, a 4.6, and that put Mihimana out in the lead. So now in first place, Mihimana Bray. Jordy Lawler is in the hot seat. We're still waiting for a score for Jordy Lawler, a 5.04, and he will retake the lead. We're under 2 minutes on the countdown here, and some very important scores. One for Jordy Lawler and another for Marco Giorgio. Remember, he got that combination of maneuvers. Wasn't enough for a 7-point ride. We're going to find out. We're still waiting for the judge's decision on that one.
Yeah, Jordan has been like pretty busy on this heat. His strategy was to catch many waves, to find good opportunities to put on a score, and it's paying off because he kept improving his scores while he was surfing many waves. And now Marco Giorgio just got 4.83.
So not
put
enough.
him, yeah, not enough, but put him in third position. So he is still looking for a 5.27.
Last score also for Jordy Lawler, 2.73. Not changing the situation. Lawler will remain in second place. Mihimana in first with heat control. He's got the lead. He's got priority. The clock's ticking down. Georgie needs a 5.27. And Gabe Andre needs a 6.57. The Brazilian goofy foot is going to be hunting down any kind of opportunity. There he is in the white jersey. We're down to just 30 seconds. A couple of waves are coming through. Andre with second priority. He does have some distance between him and Mihimana Bray. Here we go. Mihimana goes left. We're going to stick with him. Mihimana kicks out. And Marco Giorgi finds a right here. Stitches up a couple of maneuvers there. Giorgi, remember, he's a 5.27. Jordy Lawler wants to make it a little bit harder for Marco Giorgi, so we're going to be on hold right now and be waiting for all of these scores to tabulate to give you the final result.
Yeah, the strategy of Mihimana Bray, he looked for some waves and he just did one single maneuver, but very strong ones, and he got these scores, the 5.6 and the 4.6, and he's the leader of the heat with this kind of waves. Things can change. Now we just got the 3.23 for Marco Giorgio, so nothing has changed.
Yeah, here we go for the replay of Marco Giorgi's wave, and this was not enough to change the situation, so Giorgi will remain in third place with this. And so it's a foregone conclusion of what's happened in this heat. We're waiting for the score for Jordy Lawler, but it doesn't matter because Jordy will advance along with Mihimana Bray. We'll just see in what order those two will advance.
Yeah, he just got 6.33 and put him
back in the lead.
Back in the lead.
There we go. There's all of our numbers. Moving on into the round of 64. It's going to be the Aussie, Jordy Lawler, as well as the Tahitian, Mihimana Bray. Both of those surfers there coming through on to the next heat. We're going to bring in Mitchell Salazar, Marcos Bokuyuva to talk you through all of the action when we return to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Muitas emoções estão nessa etapa do Challenger Series, etapa decisiva aqui na praia de Itaúna. Nós vemos nessa bateria os atletas dividindo os setores mais próximos ao canal. Um posicionamento diferente da última bateria, nós assistimos. Exatamente, ali, diretriz do canal. São turmadas de 3 atletas naquele posicionamento. Não ajuda no que está pronto. Nós vamos ter a primeira nessa bateria. Nós vamos tocando. Cristina na atenção, fazer sua primeira onda. Foi o nosso dono, a chuva verde. Agora com essa chuva a gente...
The people of Saquarema are incredible. And they're on the beach, they're watching, they're supporting. It's thousands and thousands of people screaming. More than listening to the crowd, it's the feeling that this is my time now. I'm home. I've been so successful in Saquarema. Being around people that you love, it translates to my surfing. All that passion is just, it's really special. It's beautiful. My country's here supporting me. They got my back. Puts me in a state of mind that I'm free. Saquarema faz eu me sentir em casa.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. As you can see right there, the Saquarema is obviously home to one of the most significant breaks in the world of professional surfing, told by back-to-back world champion Felipe Toledo. My name is Mitchell Salazar. This is Brazilian legend Marcos Bokuyuva. Marcos, bem-vindo. Bom dia.
Thank
Welcome
you
back
very
to Saquarema.
much. Amazing, man. 4 years without coming to Brazil, my own country, being almost a Howley. Overwhelming. You know, goosebumps all over my body.
Yeah, you live in Ericeira now in Portugal. What's it like being back here in Brazil?
Amazing. I'm not so used anymore to the hot. That's why I'm board shorts and T-shirt. But, oh my God, so many, like, you know, big emotions, family, WSL. It's a coming back from myself.
Well, coming back from a big performance so far in this event is Jordy Lawler. He's downstairs with Rachel.
Jordan Lawler, congratulations. Looks like you found yourself out there. Talk us through how the conditions are right now.
Yeah, it's really challenging, actually. I sort of underestimated it a little bit. It looks a lot cleaner and easier from the beach, but when I got out there, it was a lot trickier than what I thought. And I fell off on a few waves and stuff, so I was starting to get frustrated, but just had to calm down and, yeah.
And what was it like to be waiting for the score in the end? Were you sure they were going to come back to first?
I was pretty sure, but Yeah, like I said, it's really challenging out there, so you actually don't really know how, like, you look out there, if you know what I mean. But, yeah, I mean, I knew I did a couple of nice turns, but didn't know if they threw spray or, I don't know, they might have looked average. But, yeah, I'm stoked.
And when did you get to Brazil? Did you have the opportunity to train these previous days?
Yeah, just came straight after Portugal. Probably had, 3 days or something like that. But, yeah, I've been here for the last couple of years. And this way is actually a lot like my hometown at Narrabeen. So I feel like I am used to it a little bit. So, yeah.
Perfect. Congratulations. See you the next round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to Jordy Lawler, a former Australian Open of Surfing champion. He's been a big name on the Challenger Series for a few years now, making it through into the next round. Heat in the water, though. Kian Martin from Sweden in the red, John-Marc Tacon from the Philippines in the blue, Teva Bushqua from Morocco in the white, and local wildcard from Argentina, resides in Florianopolis in the southern part of Brazil most of the year, though. Nacho Gunnesen, big heat for Nacho. You've seen him before. He's come through the rankings. Still a young kid, the young goofy footer, trying to make things happen here in Saquarema, Marcos.
For sure. He have the blueprint from Alejo Muniz moving to Brazil. Santiago is still competing for Argentinian flags. So he have a blueprint from Alejo, and there's a lot of Argentinians surfing around Florianopolis area.
Yeah, and Marco Giorgi from Uruguay, but he also has been residing for the last 15 years, I want to say, in Brazil.
Yeah, he's almost a staple from Garopaba. It's kind of further south to the coast of Florianopolis, Santa Catarina, and he's from the Aprimori team from Leandro Dora.
Yeah.
Great coach. And I have some data from Gabriel Andrea also. Gabriel was one of the proteges from Yufo Penrose, the guy that put Felipe Toledo inside of the Sharp White, Shaper program. So he have both guys have amazing structure here.
Yeah, I remember seeing Gabriel Andrea when I was doing the qualifying series, and he was touted as the next big thing. Wasn't able to really quantify that into big results.
For sure.
So, but in this heat right now, it's been Bushqua, the Moroccan surfer, who's been off to a quick start, a 4.0 on this one, Marcos.
Super solid, presenting nice tools over there, 2 turns. Let's see, nice snap, 3 different turns in different variations with different spots of the wave.
And then John-Marc Tacong from the Philippines. He's won a QS before over in the Philippines, and he is quick on his feet, Marcos.
We can tell. Super agile, crispy, fast.
And then Martin here, surfer who competes for Sweden. Raised in Bali, from a Brazilian family, though, so he's been all over the world.
Actually, yeah, born and raised in Sweden. We're competing for Sweden nowadays and living in Bali. Not bad.
And then Nacho with his opener. This seems like a 1.37. Actually, we're waiting for this score. It seems like his third score so far. Just a couple of ones on the board for Gunnesen. But as you can see right here, this is the one wave that seems to be his most significant one so far.
For sure. Super solid goofy footer. Trying to connect the dots there. Oh, unfortunately.
Yeah, I actually saw him here during the CT event. He was just on vacation with his family. Wanted to watch the show as we look at live action here. Bushqua, quick one for him. He's looking to replace a 2.1. You've been around for a long time. You're one of the pioneers of surfing in Rio. Surfing since the early 70s, since the early 80s, excuse me, as we look at the surfer from Morocco on screen, Bushqua. The development of different nations worldwide for surfing, especially on the Challenger Series. Only the second Moroccan surfer to compete on the Challenger Series is Bushqua. We had a runner-up from Morocco last year in Ramzi Boukiem. He eventually qualified for the championship tour.
So many flags nowadays. Back in the day, it was almost 6 different flags. Nowadays, we have. Last year in Portugal, I call a competition with a Russian competing, guys from Brussels.
Yep.
So it's a mix of flags nowadays, and this is amazing how surf reach another level. And I think the program from Olympic Games kind of pushed those movements, and it's amazing to be here, calling the shots with this heterogeneous heat.
Yeah, we see Martin right there. Quick wave for him. Opened up with the 2.7. 21 minutes on the clock, so we are in the round of 80. And then afterwards, we take not only the 2 winners of this one, we reseed them into the next round. We will be going into women's round 1 action as well, as we see Bushqua right here in the white jersey up and riding. Strong finishing turn right there from the Moroccan surfer in the white. So he is likely to replace his 2.1. And Morocco, known for their excellent right-handers.
Yeah.
Most of their best surfers are goofy footers, though.
For sure. This is so paradoxical. It's amazing. I myself, I'm residing in Ericeira, so I don't surf backhand for many, many years. And it's amazing. I always, you're going to see, I'm a twin, so I always trying to figure out the other people twins. And I can see some Cam Richards style on the Moroccan. And the posture, like back in the day in the 80s, there was an Aussie surfer, Stuart Bedford Brown, who used to be a modern surfer, you know, overlapping careers. And this type of stance, posture-wise.
That's a good call-out with Cam Richards, a former Challenger Series surfer himself. Both ride for Vizsla, too, as we did have the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings earlier this year on the Championship Tour. Mayhem was the eventual winner of those rankings. We have a couple of Mayhem surfers in the draw. None in this heat at the moment, but as we can see, Martin in second, as we are still waiting on the last of Bushkwa right now. And here's Keon, goes to the air and nearly pulls it. The wind right now is very difficult to really predict. It's been coming from several different directions. And as we see the Swede surfer who was raised in Bali, I mean, he's been all over the world, comes from a Brazilian family, but he's one of the few people that have actually been surfing in trunks throughout the entire few days that we've been here in the warm-ups.
And it's amazing because you have both different atmospheres, like from Sweden to Bali. It's a huge gap, man.
19 minutes on the clock. Priority with the surfer in blue, John Martacon. That's Thiago Carrick, who will be coming up in the next heat against Kehu Butler, Adur Amatriain, and Valentin Neves. As you can see right here, Carrick, he has a chance to qualify for the Championship Tour. He is within striking distance, so this is a must-win heat or must-make-through advancement for him at the moment. Kid's very young, very talented, works with Jason Aparicio and the Jason Aparicio.
I used to hang out with Jason back in the day, man, in the 90s in Brazil.
He's around your age, isn't he?
Yeah, it's from my generation. Oh, amazing. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Caribbean surfer himself. And
yeah, Trinidad and Tobago, am I right?
I'd have to say one of the better coaches in the area for sure, and one of the most successful ones too. We have a good amount here. Leandro Dora, as you were mentioning, working with both Mateo Sergi and Luana Silva, who are on the cusp of qualifying for the Championship Tour. Matt Myers is here with his crew. Alyssa Spencer looking to defend her championship here in Saquarema. Meanwhile, though, Bushkwa does improve on his low score, a 3.33. Martin still in second place. Meanwhile, Gundensen, though, just a 1.5 on his best. He's up and riding here.
So solid. My God. This is going to be the money turn. Yeah, right there in the pocket.
Setup snap into the finish. We've seen some sixes so far today. They've been in very consequential sections, and we did get a text earlier this morning from Travis Logie, our tours and competition manager. He was mentioning that the most critical and significant scores will be coming from the combination of major maneuvers. There's waves out there. It's difficult, but there's waves.
Opportunities. We have opportunities for left and right, so you're going to see a really, hardcore surf show.
So what's been the biggest improvement that you've seen since you were competing, both on the qualifying series and in the amateur ranks, comparison in today right now?
For Brazilian scenes or overall?
Overall.
Oh my God. Gear, maybe gear,
the
equipment for sure. I think a lot of influence from maybe skateboarding on the tricks above the air. The combination of, rail turns and tricks, I think without barrels is the key. And the coach, maybe.
Well, that's...
the coach part of is evolving so much. Back in the 80s was a hype for coaching, back here in Brazil.
As we see Martin now, setup carves right there. This wave doubling up on the inside, has a big section ahead. Setup snap, and fits in one more. So good job right there by Keon. He's easily going to replace the 1.5. Nearly halfway through the heat. This seems to be a pretty decent score right here that's going to come through for Martin.
For sure, and you can tell he's finding the rhythm.
And John Mark now up and over the section. That was impressive from Tokong. And there have been a couple of Filipino champions on the QS level before. Unfortunately for John Mark, was not able to close out that maneuver right there, but both him and Piso Alcala have won over at Cloud9 in Siargao, but now looking to do not only get his best performance on the Challenger Series, but eventually move up in the rankings and get a seeding better for next year.
For sure, because of Philippine surfer, a little shout out to Pat Tinor, our man from Costa Mesa, Ruca. So I have a connection with the man. So it's amazing to see those different flags in the tour right now, and and how they put their own like perspective, their visions, and schools of surfing. There's so different schools of surfing back in the day. Back in my era was like just power surfing from down under, the raw and power from Hawaii, Californians and East Coasters also, and Brazil in the mix. South Africans, of course. Sean Thompson, second world champion. So nowadays it's almost countless.
Yeah, and many different regions from
For sure.
all across the globe doing well. One of them being Morocco, Teva Bushkwa in the lead with 15 minutes to go. Be right back after this commercial break in Saquarema.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Natura Kayak. Feeling the power of freshness. By Vivo. Official sponsor of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by City of Saquarema. Official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Last Challenger Series of the year, and guess what? Samuel Pupo is on the cusp of re-qualifying for the Championship Tour, and he would rejoin his brother Miguel if he were to do so. Heat 3 of the round of 80 for the men out there in the water. Teva Bushkwa with a great carve right there on the open face, finding these lefts that seem to be very playful, and with a big canvas ahead of him, he does incredibly well. So looking to replace just a 3.33, 12 and a half to go. Mitch and Marcos in the booth here. And Marcos, great wave selection so far from the Moroccan surfer.
Amazing. So adapt to conditions. A guy that surfs mainly all year long with like right-hand point break, surfing like a mixed beach break scene. Kind of messy, but with a lot of opportunities. So he's in the rhythm and state of flow.
Yeah, on the QS side, you know, they've had multiple events in Morocco. A lot of them have actually been at their premier beach breaks. I think Alpha Teixeira might have won there one year.
He won that.
Nat Young beat Alonso Correa in one final. And I just remember to myself, wow, these beach breaks over in Morocco, they're underappreciated because you normally see a lot of these right-hand point breaks be the premier spots.
Yeah, as I moved myself to California and now residing in Ericeira, I always searching for point breaks because I was born and bred in like Barra da Tijuca beach breaks.
Yeah.
So I want something out of that.
I know it's funny that we were mentioning, you know, talking yesterday about being from Costa Mesa and living there. I reside there now. And,
yeah,
you know,
I used to reside there.
Newport and Huntington most of the time, beach breaks, coming from a lot of point breaks myself. I really enjoy surfing beach breaks. So does John-Marc Tacong on screen right here. He's currently in fourth and needs at least a 2.84 to move up into second. Have the rotation there. Just goes down incomplete, though. Just over 11 minutes to go. Priority with the surfer in second position. Keon Martin improved on his previous ride at 2.67. Meanwhile, Nacho gets his best at 3.73. And waiting on the last of Bushkwa comes through a 3.47. So extends his lead. This is the last of John Mark.
Let's see, he's just setting up for that nose peak reverse blow tail. a little more walks on the nose, maybe he would land it. Let's check it out. He was just setting, and then he gonna, whoa, blow. He could have figured the landing.
Well, he basically had it all the way done up until the end, and this is Nacho's last. Seems like it's going to go into his top two, 1.77, and a low-scoring affair so far, despite the good surfing from Bushqua, just a 4 and a 3.47. Meanwhile, Nacho Gunnarsson, though, has caught 6 waves to the pair of Bushqua as well, who's also caught 6, but when you look at the overall, nobody's broken anything better than a 4. And here's Martin now up and riding again. Tries to force the blowtail and ends up in a cockroach position right there.
This is a momentum scene, man.
Yeah. Benji Weatherly back in the day.
Yeah.
No,
Shout out to Benji, man. I dig his style, man.
And speaking of the influence that generation had, not only within the United States, I think overall in the world, if you've ever seen Momentum Generation, the documentary, it's excellent. And I would definitely recommend seeing a lot of those things because those people paved the way for people like Martin, who this is going to be deemed an incomplete still. Pretty cool social media clip right here, Marcos.
For sure. There is a viral there, man. Shout out to Taylor Steele for all the legacy, man.
Yeah. Momentum, Campaign, both
my
of them.
God, I used to remember right now Jason Aparicio, blasting on the speakers, Pennywise, and singing along. Amazing. And not just the surfing, the soundtrack was like putting punk rock on the mat for surfing. Of course, skateboarding was raised with punk rock from Doggytown on. And it's cool to see punk rock movement inside of surfing also. So
what, you like TSOL, Black Flag?
Yeah, actually my first record that I bought in some Christmas around mid-'80s was Black Flag, Annihilate This Way.
Really?
So it was my first band, and then Dead Kennedys, and then I evolved into more mellow hardcore, melody hardcore from Bad Religion, Leandro Dollar favorite band. Yep. They're going to be playing in Brazil, in Curitiba, Leandro Dollar, city, I think, next month.
As we see Adur Amatriain from the Basque Country of Euskadi. Great surfer, young surfer coming up through the ranks. He's been, in the Challengers for a couple of years now. Hasn't really had a standout performance so far, though, looking for his best result this year. His father, by the way, the first European surfer to surf in a Netty event. So very prestigious, award you could call it, just surfing in that event
for
overall.
Sure.
But older brother Iker, also a great surfer, so Adur, looking for what is going to be his best result so far this year. 8 minutes to go. Bushqua in the lead. Gunnarsson is in second. Martin needing a 2.81. And Jean-Marc Tocong needing something close to a 3-point ride. Let's go down to Manu Callado with some very important special guests.
Yeah, what's up, Mitch? I'm here with these guys, and Samuel is really close to make it to the championship tour. How's your heart beating here in Saquarema?
I'm just really happy to be here again. I did the CT here this year as a wild card and had some fun, and I feel like my surfing fits really well in this wave, and whenever I come here I feel like I'm at home. So happy to be here with my mom and my brother, and hopefully I can do a good result.
Great, so let's talk to your brother. What brings you here? Having fun?
Yeah, I'm doing the Big Brother support, and obviously I'm surfing the event, trying to get some hits in before next year. I was sitting at home for 5 months, so I'm trying to get some rhythm on the event and actually surf Saquarema. It's always fun to be here.
Yeah, so you support each other, but what if you have to compete with each other?
If I get to man-on-man and I'm against him, then it's already a bonus for me. So it's going to be fun if it happens, and if it doesn't, it's still going to be a fun event.
Great, good luck, guys. Thank you. Back to you, Mitch.
Obrigado, Manu, and good luck, boa sorte to both Pupo brothers. They definitely need it. Sammy does, at least at this moment. As we look at live action, Jean-Marc up and riding. Get close that re-entry right there from the surfer from the Philippines in the blue. He's needing something close to a 3-point ride. But we did see Nacho Gunnarsson up and riding, though, and it seems to be a wave of consequence at the moment, Marcos. With 6 minutes to go, the Argentinian looking to really capitalize on what seems to be his best wave so far, a significant one. Bushqua could even get knocked down to third place, too.
For sure, in the goofy and regular affair, the goofies are ahead right now. But the Philippine surfer is surfing So clean, so crispy. Right now, kind of sticking to the basics. Up and down there in the entry.
And then Nacho's wave here.
Solid as a rock, man. Nice combo.
Yeah, we mentioned that he has that flavor of having, you know, the experience of not only residing in Florianopolis, but also being able to travel back and forth to his home country of Argentina as well. Obviously being, you know, somebody that's traveled throughout his entire junior career, throughout both countries. Most of the South American Pro Junior events are usually competing here in Brazil or in Peru sometimes.
For sure.
But that's a good amount of travel, you know, when you add it up overall. If you're doing that at least 4 to 5 times a year, if you're a 13, 14-year-old,
yeah,
it could be significant later on in your career.
Hey, and you can be super well-rounded with a super, you know, young age, and it's amazing how he can adapt. I think Florianopolis have breaks like this, like Joaquina can be like messy like this, punchy like this. So I think that's why he's so adaptable over here.
So Nacho drops a 4.1. Here's Martin now.
Let's see.
Set up turn. Big section ahead. Snaps it well into the lip line. He got dropped down to third place, so now needs at least a 4.77 to move up into second with just over 4.5 on the clock. Meanwhile, Tokong needs a 4.94, something close to a 5-point ride. And Bushqua, who's leading the entire heat, now down to second place. Seems like Martin can replace the low 3 that he has in his scoreline, Marcos.
Yeah, a little setup snap and then a he entry lip slide. Amazing. I love those one-trick combo. Like the getting in is like a re-entry and the getting out is almost like a lip slide.
Real quick, too.
Yeah,
I mean,
super quick.
Time.
Yeah, yeah.
So Gundensen up and riding there real quick, 4 minutes on the clock, just a throwaway score for him. His previous one comes in at 4.1, so that moves him up into first. Martin, his last at 2.83, not enough for second place, still needing a 4.64 or better. Meanwhile, the surfer in the white jersey who was leading the entire heat, now in second, has priority, looking to get a 3.84 to retake first place. And Tokong in fourth needs something close to a 5-point ride. There you see Bushqua right now. I'm looking at the qualification, you know, for throughout the regions, Marcos. South America, a lot of names that we've seen before. Miguel Tudela, Jan Gouveia, Lucas Silveira, Ryan Kainalo, who's a prodigy. But Asia, they've had a couple of great surfers, Ketut Agus, One Anwar, but both Jean-Marc Tokong and Kian Martin qualified through the Asia region. Pretty much of a bummer that they had to match up in the first heat that they're going to surf in the event, but that's what happened with seeding.
Yeah.
You seed up well in the first few events on the Challenger Series, but once you get to a certain ranking, you can match up against anybody in the first.
Can be like a Forrest Gump box of chocolate. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, you could maybe surf against 3 people from the same region in the first heat. You could maybe face them in the final. Unfortunately, in this heat, he has to face somebody from the same region.
It's a bummer, but it is what it is. And we saw just Manu chatting with Pupos, pure Ohana from Brazil, and big smiles, big surfing maybe, nice equation. And, oh man, I think Samuel already like protect himself. If I go against my brother, maybe he's going to open the doors for me.
You would hope so.
Yeah, he hopes.
Here's Jean-Marc Tokong. Needs something close to a 5, so that's a good start. Throws the rotation. Nothing major, but definitely will help. Little setup turn right there, and unfortunately for him, that wave just fizzles out. 2 minutes on the clock. Needs a 4.94 or better. And when you look at, you know, the overall progression that we've seen in this heat, nothing has really been as progressive as this. The one thing I will say, the section wasn't as difficult, Marcos.
For sure, and the landing was not so tough. Was maybe in the pocket of the wave, not so above the lid. But it shows so much control. Board control is amazing. It's glue, stick over there. Almost like a finless surfing.
Yeah. Yeah, more of a chop hop, we'd have to say.
Yeah,
right
yeah,
here
more
from
a
this
trick.
angle.
Yeah, yeah.
As Nacho was up and riding again. The current heat leader now has the one strong turn on the back end. It seems like his backside of the bottom turn is one of the best in the event, Marcos.
For sure. Deep bottom turns, solid surf. Remind me a little bit of a former professional that nowadays is one of the coaches from the Federation of Brazil, Guga Ruda from Florianopolis.
I was thinking you were going to mention Martin Passetti.
For sure, Martin Passetti reminds me a lot of the style, man. I'm a twin, guys. I'm always searching for people's twin.
Yeah. Argentinian legend himself. Maxi Cidi, also one of them from down there in Argentina. And if you talk about Uruguay, we just saw Marco Giorgi. Luis Maiturri also from the same region. 55 seconds on the clock now. Bushqua in second, looking to defend that advancing position. Meanwhile, Kian Martin needing a 4.64. And now Jean-Marc Tacon, his last score comes through as a 2.97. Now just needs a 4.5 or better for second place. Time is the biggest adversary they have right now, though. 35 seconds on the clock. You think they can make that happen inside
sure.
wave?
Man, if you have seconds, you can split hairs and win in a heat. It's like a low score affair, so they have space. They have a door open. It's a matter of timing.
Well, look at how close it is between first and second. 7.83 to 7.47.
They're splitting hairs there.
And then Martin and Tacon are almost tied, 5.53 to 5.5. In the end, though, it won't matter. We're counting down, and it seems like these waves won't count, so it's going to be Gundersen with the biggest win of his career so far, taking out Bushqua, Martin, and Tacon. He will be moving through into the second round of competition here on the men's side of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Good effort, though, by Kian Martin, though. He's going to have to be content with what he's done so far this year on the Challenger Series. The surfer representing Sweden, who qualified through the Asian region on the regional QS. There's the official results. Gundersen in first, Bushqua in second, Martin in third, and Jean-Marc Tacon from the Philippines will be in fourth place. A lot more action to come. Kehu Butler will be taking on Tiago Carrick, Adura Matriain, and local wildcard Valentin Neves when we come back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Back at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Heat 4 of the round of 80 for the men out there in the water right now. Kehu Butler in the red. Tiago Carrick is in the blue. Adura Matriain from the vast country of Euskadi is in the white. And Valentin Neves, the local wild card, is in the green. There's Kehu Butler. Quick one for him. Getting off to a fast start with 28 minutes on the clock. And, you know, we talk about New Zealand being a great surfing nation. Billy Stearman has been an excellent representative of them in the past. But Kehu Butler, still very young, in his mid-20s, has a lot to prove here. And these are very suitable conditions to his style, Marcos.
For sure, for sure. He's a heavy surfer, heavy back footer. I love his style. You know, Kiwi surfers have a different personality. Shout out to Richard Christie. Yeah. Working in real estate right nowadays and still reaping.
Yeah. Ricardo, Bill, Luke
nickname
Cederman.
From the grandmother.
You really?
Yeah. She used to call him Ricardo.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. Former CT surfer himself.
Solid, man. What a nice style.
And speaking of nice styles, the kid on screen, Adura Matriain, one of the youngest surfers in the event, looking for his best results so far this season on the Challenger Series. That was a paddle from Valentin Neves. No harm, no foul, though. and the son of local legend, former CT surfer, probably have to say one of the most influential Brazilian surfers on the championship tour, Leo Neves. They have a high-performance training center for him here in his memory, and here goes Valentin now. Looking to make his dad proud.
Yo,
that should help.
Nice combo. I got goosebumps all over, man.
Well, you know, the influence that he has had being a local boy here in Saquarema, the kind of pressure that he had when he made it to the CT, he was touted as one of the highest-rated Brazilian juniors, I mean, before game. Yeah. And when you saw Leo Neves, you were afraid. The guy scored multiple 10-point rides on the CT during his career. He won multiple QS events. When he made it to the CT, though, there were multiple years where he didn't have the kind of performances that a lot of people thought that he would have early on in his career.
A lot of expectations for Leo. He was a runner-up in Sunset, solid surfer, amazing soul. Watching and calling the heat here, Valentin Neves, oh my God, the youngest son from, it's like calling an Axel Irons in North Shore in a heat.
That could be happening soon, too.
Yeah, for sure.
As we see Thiago right there, up and riding, quick one for him. As the surfer from Biarritz, France, also a very international surfer himself, has grown up in Costa Rica, has Brazilian heritage as well, but does surf for France, and one of the premier surfers out of Europe right now, has a chance of qualification if you were to do well at this event too. 25:30 on the clock, waiting on opening scores for all three surfers. Adura Matriain with priority, and this is the opener for Thiago.
A little hassle there. Now, backside attack there, up and down, connecting the dots. Inside, mid-side. A little trophy in there. Actually, in the pronunciation, French pronunciation will be Thiago Carrique.
Yeah. Oh, you know, he pronounces it sometimes the Spanish way, sometimes the Brazilian way, the Portuguese way.
It's a melting pot, man.
I know. And every time I see him, I just call him Thiago.
Oh, yeah.
So that way I don't get confused myself. That was an impressive opening wave here from Kehu Butler, though. Comes in as a 5-point ride, the combo on the backhand.
Man, I thought it was Samuel Pupo, man. Nice style.
The strong kid has a lot of power in those legs. The surfer from New Zealand. He opens up with a 5-point ride. Just over 5 minutes have gone by in the heat. Well, big heat win for the last one. Nacho Gunnarsson, he's downstairs with Rachel.
That's right, Nacho. Congratulations. This was your first Challenger Series heat win. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. I'm so happy. The waves were so hard. Like I was talking with my friends. It was one of the hardest heats of the year. Like I didn't surf too much, but I was surprised I got first. But yeah, I'm so happy, and I'm super happy I have the opportunity to surf again and show a little bit of my surfing on the next heat.
Yeah, you were struggling to jump to first, but how was your headspace meanwhile?
I wasn't thinking too much. I was like trying to get a wave, a good one. I fall a couple times, I make a couple mistakes, but yeah, I will fix it for next one, and yeah, that's it.
Do you want to say something to your family and friends back home in Argentina?
Gracias a todos los que me están mirando en Argentina. Muy contento de haber pasado. Fue uno de los hits más difíciles y por ahí uno de los peores del año, pero bueno, contento de haber pasado y tener la chance de poder demostrar mi surfing en el próximo hit.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to the next round. Back to you.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to Nacho. Muchas felicidades. Moving through the surfer from Argentina. Meanwhile, 23 minutes on the clock. Kehu Butler in the lead with a 5.0. Neves' score comes in as a 3.33. Meanwhile, Thiago a 2.5, and Adur waiting on his opening ride. Here's Thiago now in the blue jersey again. A quick one in and out. As the second score comes in for Neves, a 3.67. That moves him up into first place. So we talk about generational surfers.
Okay.
You know, the Pupos, Wagner, the father, professional surfer himself. Doras, Leandro, he's been a professional surfer. Leo, and now his son Valentin competing in the same location at the highest level of professional surfing, Marcos.
Amazing. He's a charger. He's solid as a rock. Look at this, like re-entry, floater, free fall.
Now Kehu up and riding on the backhand. Scored a 5 on his opening left. And, you know, speaking of Challenger Series champions, we've only had 2 so far. It's only the 3rd year that we've actually had the Challenger Series, formerly known as the 6-Star Primes. Leo Fioravanti was the champion in 2022. Kanoe Igarashi, to no surprise, was the champion in 2021. But when you look at Brazil and their dominance so far on the championship tour. They won 7 out of the last 9 world championships. You see any names in the draw that you're thinking to yourself, okay, top 10 surfer, maybe top 5, and potentially world champion from this region right now, as we see Valentin quickly in and out?
Newcomers, we can talk about João, but it's a reality. It's not a promise anymore.
Chianca.
But yeah, for sure. João Chianca, amazing, solid. Everybody knows his skills, his level, top 5, 4th position in the end of the tour. This is the Kiwi surfer, super solid on the heat. But answer your questions, Matheus Erdi, man, he have a raw surfing, good above the air, super solid on rail, kind of a combination from like Danny Reynolds style.
It's a good call out, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of easy, no brainer to call like Matheus Erdi, but it's so many. There's one guy that I want to point, maybe the international audience don't know so much, Cauã Costa.
Oh, yeah.
I love the guy, man. Like, anything Cauã does is super solid. He throw amazing fans, like over the top, like nests, you know.
Well,
super power.
Nasty and power.
Yeah.
Kehu Butler, I mean, he's only looking to replace a 157, and gotta say he's gonna do that and a lot
For
more
sure.
right here.
Raw combo, man.
And he is a strong kid too, coming from New Zealand. A lot of Maori pride right there too.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys fighting or right from New Zealand in UFC, so I think they have the big DNA, man.
And here he goes on his first ride so far in this heat. Quick one in and out. His previous score comes through as a 6-point ride, so a significant one so far in this heat for Kehu Butler, up to an 11-point heat total. Yeah, and you mentioned, their fighting spirit is something that I think is really well known for Maoris and New Zealanders just overall. Kai Kara-France, former title challenger for the USV flyweight title.
Mark Hunt, oh my God.
Yeah, Super Samoan.
Super Samoa, man.
He's a big boy, a lot of power in those fists right there.
One of the best UFC fights was Cigano against Mark, the Super Samoa Hunt.
As we see the athletes area right there, the área des atletas do Banco do Brasil. A couple of the Aussies, Tessa Tyson right there towards the left. She was runner-up at this event last year. So the French contingent right there towards the left, and you can see the Aussies towards the right hand. Kalani Ball, who had a great performance last year at this event, eventually lost out to João Gianca. With just under 20 minutes to go, Amatriain still has not caught a wave so far in this heat. He's equally as good on the backhand as he is on the forehand, Marcos. Very surprised that he hasn't caught a wave so far.
Yeah, both brothers, Amatriain. I've been calling those guys who heat in Europe for a lot of time right now in Portuguese television, and they're rising. They're amazing, and they feed each other from each other, like Pupos do.
Yeah, and one being goofy footer, one being regular too. And,
like me and Bruno. I'm a regular and Bruno is a goofy.
Yeah.
I know you're goofy. I'm surrounded by goofies right here.
Which is kind of nice, finally.
Yeah,
I mean,
amazing, man. Goofy pride, come on.
The two men that have qualified so far, I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't happy that both of them are goofy footers so far, because it's been a long time coming. I mean, we got another left back on tour next year. Fiji is back. Cloudbreak. Tahiti obviously on the schedule too. But I'm just excited to be here back in Saquarema. Came here for the first time last year. Was really excited. Did not know what to expect in terms of the quality of the wave. I had done broadcast for it remotely. But then when I was actually on location, I was like, wow, this is actually a great wave.
There you go.
Woo! And Adur with a strong turn right there on the backhand. Just a one for him, but a consequential one with 18 minutes on the clock, Marcos.
Upside down like Andrew Doheny in Noops.
Yeah. That's absolutely right. And speaking of Droid, he has been surfing quite a bit lately, still ripping as always. But you can see the influence right there from Amatriain. That reminded me a lot of Aritz Aramburu back in the day, too.
Shout out to the legend of, Basque Country surfing. I've been surfing with Aritz a lot. He's always in Ericeira. And the two Challenger Series winners, they kind of, half part of the year they reside in Ericeira. The Italian Stallion and Canoa, always over there.
Deep bottom turn straight up in vertical right here, Marcos.
I love, man, how he clicks like a liquid coping block.
Yeah, and he's so compact when he bottom turns too. It makes it look even more beautiful.
Stalling for the air.
So this is the replay of Neves. Unfortunately for him, came unglued right here, but not for lack of trying, though, Marcos. Was very close to landing that. 17 minutes on the clock. And Kehu Butler still in the lead with an 11-point heat total. Let's go down the stairs. It seems like Manu has a special guest.
Yeah, that's it. I'm here with Rafa Teixeira Capixaba from Vitória, Espírito Santo, just like me. You have a big challenge now here in Saquarema. How is your mind? How is your preparation?
Yeah, thanks, Manu. I'm stoked to be here. I love Saquarema. Like, the bank looks insane. Like, really, really good waves in the last days. Today, like, a couple of onshore wind, but the forecast looks good for the week, and I can't wait to put the jersey on.
So, we're here at Área de Atletas do Banco do Brasil. Speaking a little bit of Portuguese, send a message to your fans here in Brazil.
E aí, galera, estamos aqui em Saquarema, dia 1 de campeonato. Hoje round 1 de homem e de mulher. O mar está um pouco difícil, vento maral muito forte, mas a previsão mostra boas ondas para toda a semana, então vai ter show de surf e só colar na praia que vai ser show garantido.
Good luck. And today we have the Pink October. I'm going to compete there. I want to know if you're going to cheer for me.
Yeah, for sure. Good luck for you. It's your time now.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Rafa, back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu, and boa sorte to both yourself and Rafa in the event. And yeah, Pink October, that he will be later on today. And Manu is going to compete out there. It seems like Rafa will be her caddy for the event. So
nice caddy.
Good luck to her. And score comes through for Amatriaina, a 3.67. That is his best so far. Has a throwaway of a 0.3 as his backup. Just halfway through the heat now. Kehu Butler still in the lead. Neves in second. Amatriaina needs a 3.34, and Thiago needs a 4.5 in the blue jersey. He does have priority, though, so that's the thing that is keeping him alive at the moment. But when you look at the quality of the waves, I mean, everybody's mentioned it's very difficult, really hard to find the one good wave out there. What do you think in terms of the number of waves that you would be catching today, Marcos?
Oh, for sure. Maybe you're going to save some energy, select well the waves, because you have different ways, different paths. You can go surf whatever comes to you. It can be like more Yagodora, more selective, more cool, calm, and collective. So let's see. Stalling again. Valentin Leves, younger son of the legend Leo Neves.
I was about to say that he was pulling that one and went down as Adur also with a strong turn right there cannot ride out. 14:20 on the clock as waiting on a couple of scores right there. Doesn't seem like they will change things at all. And Thiago still with priority. This seemed to be like a good section right here for Adur though, Marcos.
Let's see a setup, up and down. Once again, amazing re-entry, couldn't pull. Let's see what happened over there. I think he kind of bogged in the not at the toe side, in the hillside. Let's figure out. Kind of bogged the hillside right there.
Outside.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate too, because that seemed like it was going to turn into a decent score for Neves as well. So
and he's over there still, Mitch.
Yeah, he's on the right, basically by himself. Everybody else looking towards the left, which, I thought was pretty peculiar early on today. I was thinking to myself, why is nobody surfing on the left? A bit over. Seems like there's cleaner water over there, first of all. Yeah. Seems like the right is very difficult to surf and just a bit windier too, Marcos.
Rewinding a little bit with Manuela interview with Rafael Teixeira, it's amazing to put those data out there. We never had surfing for that region inside of CT. So with that 2 schools of surfing, we're going to go for a break.
Yeah, Kehu Butler still leading this one. Valentin Neves in second. Let's see if Adur and Thiago can make a comeback. Welcome back to beautiful Saquarema, Brazil, here for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat 4 of the round of 80 out there for the men. Kehu Butler still leading over Valentin Neves in second. Adura Matriain is in third, heading just a 3.33. And Thiago Kahik, our second highest seed in the heat, is currently in fourth, needing a 4.5 or better. He does have priority in this one with just over 11 minutes to go. Mitch and Marcos in the booth for you. And Marcos, talked about your return to Brazil after being out for a couple of years now. You reside in Portugal now. The biggest difference for you between not only residing in Portugal, but maybe missing the sort of weather that you would normally see here. We've had all 4 different seasons so far in the few days that we've been here in Saquarema.
Yeah, so far so good, but, you know, temperature-wise, things are shifting all the time. It's like almost like in Hawaii. We can have like a microclimate over here. And he said it's the same thing, man. We have rainbows because we have rain, we have sun. We have more sunshine over there. During this last summer season, almost spread all the way to fall. So it's amazing, overwhelming all the time, reconnecting with my people, seeing like the foreigners. You're more connect now to the Aero Force. Goosebumps all over, man.
And there's the South African contingent. Connor Slijpen will be coming up. You see Aiden Mason-Camp right there, Luke Thompson, Natasha Van Groenen, Daniel Emsley. There's Thiago Kahik. And a great finishing turn by the surfer in the blue jersey. He was needing a score. And now the heat leader, Kehu Butler. Set up snap into the lip, slides the fins. And some strong stuff so far from Kehu. I really like what I'm seeing from him so far. 9:45 on the clock. Seems like things will change with this last exchange, Marcos.
For sure. I think his variation, like putting like a carving turn, superpower, and the other one more sliding, more progressive. Amazing combo. I love the DNA from the Kiwi surfers, and they're so fresh. They have their own personalities, own surfing. Surfing, you know, you can put out your own personality on surfing, and then the people that show the same skills from country, from regions, we call it schools of surfing.
And here's a replay of Kehu now. School of surfing, it seems like Raglan all day right here, Marcos, on the backhand.
Yeah, we got School of Rock, but over here we got School of Surfing.
So good combo right there from Kehu. South Africans love it. He's looking to replace a 5-point ride. Meanwhile, Thiago, though, he's needing at least a 4 or 5 or better.
Slice and dice there, man. I loved both turns.
And quick reaction time, too, from Thiago Kahik. 8:40 on the clock. Priority now with Adur. Let's see where the score comes through for both surfers in the red and the blue jersey. Could be very significant towards the end of this heat. And getting a decision on the last of red, Butler comes in as a 4.87, doesn't improve on the 5-point ride. Now a decision needs to be made whether or not Thiago gets the 4.5 that he needs for second place. Neves so far, nothing better than his first 2 opening rides. A couple of threes, Marcos. When you look at a strategic performance so far, he's had 7 waves, but nothing better than his original 2 scores, a pair of threes. Too much activity from your perspective?
For sure. A lot of energy, maybe a lot of anxiety. He's just almost like cruising, but he want to show to his peers, to his family, to his city. So there is a legacy Neves involved here, man.
Well, speaking of the legacy that's involved, he's up and riding. Finds another one of these rides. Strong carve right there. Catches a rail just slightly. And finishes well. Can he ride out of it? Yes, he can.
Stick to the basics.
So Neves, meat and potatoes, as we call it in the U.S. That is some impressive stuff right there. Heat on the line with 7.5 on the clock. The answer back by Adur, the bass surfer now. Setup snap, a little late to the party right there on the second one, and he will pay the consequences of that. Just over 7 minutes to go, and it seems like Neves needs a score now as the last of Kahik comes through, a 5.43. So that moves Thiago up into second place. 7 minutes to go now, Marcos.
Yeah, let's see how the judge is going to score for, Valentin Neves right now. If you guys, call meat and potatoes in U.S., we call here in Brazil rice and beans.
Yep.
And you know a lot about that.
I do.
Yeah.
I'm Mexican. We eat
Amazing.
rice and beans every day.
The best ones.
Yeah, so a good performance right there from Neves. And as you were mentioning, he wants to live up to his family name. His father, Leonardo, one of the original CT surfers from this region. There's a high-performance surf center right here in Saquarema, just up the beach a little bit. And, Leo was not only a hero to a lot of people, including his peer, Jaoni Monteiro, who was one of the premier surfers on the CT at the time. Jaoni was a champion at Sunset Beach. One of the best surfers, I'd have to say, that I've ever seen at Sunset Beach, by the way.
For sure.
Joao Chianca has been living up to that
Hey,
legacy.
Mitch, back in the day in the Ripco team, Mick Fanning used to call Jaoni the boss. That means a lot.
Well, if Mick, a three-time world champion, says that, it means a lot.
Shout out to Jaoni and Jacaré, his father, Ronaldo Monteiro.
So, yourself, you're from the city.
I'm from
Rio
the city,
proper.
Leblon neighborhood.
Most of the people from here from Saquarema, are they originally from Saquarema? Do you
Monteiro
know?
family are from here. Leo Neves moved from inner city region of Rio downtown to here.
Okay.
Like Braz de Pina.
Better quality of life here, I
For
would think,
sure,
right?
man. Next to the ocean for a surfer. He got maybe took a train to surfing back in the day. Inner city in Rio is kind of hardcore.
Well, it's been an action-packed heat so far with just over 5 minutes to go. Kehu Butler has been in control of the heat since the get-go. Looking at the heat recap, starting off with a 5-point ride, backed it up with his best score, a 6. And it was really the quick start for him that has kept him in the lead the entire time, Marcos.
Amazing surfing, amazing strategy. He's over there, man, leading the heat, and the rays are being up right now with surfing. I think it's the first time we reached more than 10 points, at least for my heats that I call.
Yeah, the first heat of the morning, there was a good heat total. Then Jordy Lawler was able to break double digits.
Yeah.
But
He's
then,
already there, qualifying, no pressure.
People in the previous heat weren't able to break double digits, and in this one so far, Kehu and Thiago.
They are right there.
Yeah, but Valentin Neves gets a 4.9 on his last time, moves him back up into second place. Just over 4 minutes to go, so that means Thiago in the blue now needing a 3.14 and Adur needing a 4.91. It would have to be Adur's best. He does have priority. 4 minutes on the clock. And Kehu Butler, just very impressive stuff so far. Quiet, methodical, been very selective with his waves. Really like what I'm seeing. But the battle for second place, still wide open, Marcos.
For sure. You got a lock for the first position, but the second position is right there with Valentin Neves. And Leo is sending the blessings from the sky. Maybe I can tell people are amped over here.
Thiago doesn't need much. A 3.14 or better.
And Amatria is surfing super well, man. I love his style, man.
I think his timing has just been a bit off on certain sections. But
in the closeout sessions, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, but his first wave is an indication of what he's capable of.
Yeah.
The 3.67, just the one turn. Equally as good on the forehand as he is on the backhand. Comes from a region where it's mostly beach breaks, too.
For
the
sure,
Basque Country, they're surfing beach breaks 90% of the time. So he's used to this weather.
Put Mundaka aside, a lot of beach breaks over there.
That's
Zopelana, Zarauz region.
How often does Mundaka break, really?
Yeah.
A couple times a year, maybe?
Yeah.
You could surf it when it's small, and it's still
For sure.
a great wave.
We're not the epic Mundaka that Guilherme G used to run. Did like a runner-up event over there, I think, for Oki or for Louis Egan. And we're going to have a legend heat with two Goofies. We were talking about Goofy Pride. Man, Guilherme Herdy and Vitor Ribas, those guys. Vitor Ribas, you're a surf nerd. He had the best record before Gabe won the title back in North Shore in 2014. So we have a 1999 for the Oki, world title. We have Vitor Ribas on third position, was our best record so far till 2014.
And then obviously you had the resurgence of Brazilian surfing. De Souza was a staple.
Oh man, the Capitão Nascimento, our
Yep.
captain, man.
Capitão Nascimento, that's a nickname from...
I gave the nickname in WSL studio in Burbank, Capitão Nascimento.
That's Tropa de Elite, right?
Yeah, I gave that nickname.
Brazilian film.
Yeah, his father told me, hey man, thank you for the nickname. We have military on the family. He's our captain. Now he's Capita, is slang for Capitão.
Well, this is an important wave here for Thiago. Needs a 3.14. Went right, had two turns right there. Pretty strong ones. Were the sections good enough, though? 1 minute 45 on the clock. And, Thiago, not for lack of trying, he's caught 7 waves so far. with this one. Looked left, eventually went right, Marcos.
Let's pay attention. A little pivot there, off the top, reconnecting in the entry. Almost a copy from one wave that he like slide the fin on the inside.
Well, it's exactly the same score as his first one, a 2.5, so it's not enough. So Thiago's still needing a 3.14 or better. And if you're Valentin right now, you have priority. Probably be smart play to move over towards where blue is, as Kehu, once again, just the powerhouse is able to ride out of that last turn. So Butler looking to replace a 5-point ride if he can.
Shout out to Maz Queen and Jay Queen.
Yeah.
Man. Jay Queen, what a style, Mitch. I love the style of that guy.
Yeah, Maz, Jay, amazing surfers. Mentioned Christy, former CT surfer.
The grinder, Billy Starman.
Billy Stairman, he's been around for a long, long time. Luke Cederman, also a great surfer. Big goofy footer from Raglan. 35 seconds on the clock. Neves has priority. He's looking to defend the second place. A 6.1 would put him up into first place. As Adur, up and riding, throws the tail. Much more like it here from him. Slides the fins, looks at his clock, at his watch, with 20 seconds to go. Needs something close to a 5-point ride. Would have to be his best wave.
Let's see, man.
And Thiago now up and riding. So a lot happening in the last few seconds of Heat 4 of men's round of 80.
We're going to be waiting for scores, Mitch.
Well, you'd be thinking that to take Butler out of first place, it would be pretty hard. So
for
he's
sure.
probably going to be
he's safe.
Comfortable in either first or second. Don't really see him getting out of third, into third or fourth. Here's the replay of Thiago, just the one turn, but quite big.
Amazing, man. Put the fins out there. Let's put a pause on the result here.
And then Amatriain with the response on the backhand here, going left.
I love his style, man.
Real compact.
We can see Arisa Ramburu legacy there.
100%. Here's another angle, Marcos.
Deep bottom turn, sliding the fin there. Once again. Nice combo, man.
So waiting on scores, and then this is the last at Butler. He's looking to improve on his low score of a 5.
Mitch, we can put a clip from this heat, man.
Oh.
Wow.
You want to see a surf movie? You basically got it right
over
here.
There. You got to open it.
Man, and Kehu was just in control of that one. All heat long, it seems like he's going to improve on his... One of his scores comes through as a 6.9, so his best extends his lead. Now waiting on the last of Thiago and Adur. Score comes in for Thiago, not enough, a 2.67. Now just waiting on the last of Amatriain. So the heat's over. We're just waiting on this last wave. Needs to be close to a 5-point ride for the surfer in the white jersey from the Basque Country. He's looking to eliminate local wild card Valentin Neves. There's Butler walking back to the athletes area, talking with his coach, Kurt J.
So comfortable, look. Calm, relax.
Well, these are his conditions.
The owner
that's
of the
for sure.
heat, man.
Yeah. The person in the background's the nervous one. You can see Adur right there, his body language. He's just waiting for the score. Here's the replay once again. Just on initial reaction, are you saying yes or no, Marcos?
I'm saying maybe. Maybe so, maybe no.
The right answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Needs something close to a 5-point ride, a 4.91 to be specific, from Adur Amatriain. Scores coming through right now.
Woo.
And it doesn't seem like it will be enough. It's a 4.17.
Leo Neves is clapping his hands above the sky, man.
So just under for the Basque Country surfer in the white jersey. He's going to bow out of competition in the round of 80. But local boy Valentin Neves moving through and taking a huge heat win is the highest seeded surfer in the heat, Kehu Butler from New Zealand. Kalani Ball, Gatien Delay, Connor Slipen, and Aitor Mueller will be coming up. Heat 5 of round of 80 for the men. Hitting the water right now. After the break, it's the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Well, the Challenger Series is supposed to be challenging. 5 events down, 1 more to go. Qualification on the line. Heat 5 at the round of 80 for the men in the water. Kalani Ball from Australia in the red. Gatien Dele from France in the blue. Connor Slipen from South Africa is in white. And local wildcard, Heitor Mueller from Brazil is in green. Mitch Salazar here with Maida Pops. Maida, welcome back. Big heat out in the water. Kalani Ball had a great performance last year. Eventually lost out to local boy Joao Chianca, but before that had an impressive performance. Tell us about Heitor Mueller, though, opened up with a 4.
Just open up with this wave right there. Hit pretty strong the lip, and there is Kalani Ball starting pretty fast. Nice turn, setup turn there. Didn't find any room left on this opportunity, and here is Connor.
Yeah, so this is the replay. 2 comes in as a 3-point ride, Maida. And Slipen, his brother Luke, also a great surfer coming from South Africa. But this kid Mueller, though, quick start for him. Opened up with a 3, then backed it up with a 5.17, his best.
Yeah, very good looking wave right there. Nice couple movements, and then through to the air. Stomps it, and this was the 5.17.
And live action here, Gatien Dele. His backhand is by far his best weapon. He's been a runner-up at the Challenger Series level. That was in Bolito last year. With 25 minutes on the clock, Mueller off to a quick start, and he is in a commanding lead at the moment. Let's go downstairs to Manu Kayalo with Kehu Butler.
Yeah, Kehu did very good. It was so impressive. Congratulations. You were very selective with your race. How are you feeling right there?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm stoked. Yeah, waves are pretty fun, a little bit tricky, but water's warm at least. And yeah, last event of the year, so just go out and have fun.
And how is your head now for the rest of the competition for the next days?
Yeah, no, feeling good. Like, headspace is all good. It's just cruising, support the boys. I know there's a couple of big heats going down for all the boys from our region, so I'll be giving them all my support and hopefully surfing well myself, so yeah.
Great. Do you want to send a message for everybody who's cheering for you?
Thanks heaps everyone for watching, and up the All Blacks, eh?
Okay, congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu, and congratulations, big congratulations to Kehu Butler. Couldn't really think of somebody more deserving and a very honest and very heartwarming person is Kehu Butler. Represents his culture very well, being a proud New Zealander and Maori himself. He really wants to go out with his best result this year, Maeda, looking for his first win on the Challenger Series if he could get it here in Saquarema.
Yeah, it would be great to see him make a lot of hits here. This kind of conditions really suits his surfing. So it was nice to see him win this last heat.
And speaking of Brazilian surfing and the development of it, you're at the forefront when it comes to journalism here in Brazil, specifically with surfing, Maeda. Tell us a little bit more about Heitor Muller. He's off to a quick start.
Yeah, he is. He's 19 years old. This is his second appearance in Challenger Series. Last year, he was runner-up last month in Maresias in a QS event. So he's surfing pretty well. He's getting confident in all these kind of situations here, this biggest stage. So he's a very nice surfer. He's from South Brazil.
So that part of Brazil is definitely one of the most talented ones. I'd have to say Florianópolis before. Used to be the pinnacle of surfing in Brazil. Marcos, you come from Rio originally. But the numbers indicate that the best surfers overall have been from Sao Paulo.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 3 of the 4 world champions have been
We
from
got
there.
charges in Rio. We have a lot of distractions in Rio. That we have soap operas, soccer, jiu-jitsu. So a lot of distraction. In Sao Paulo have softer waves maybe for landing airs, for being more overwhelmed. Or, overall surfers like rail surfing tricks, tubes. I think Sao Paulo, the guys raised the bar so far. It's kind of hard to achieve and connect with that level.
And obviously, one of the 4 world champions so far on the men's side, one of them being from Bahia Formosa in the northern part of Brazil, that's Italo Ferreira. Different waves, suited a style a certain way. But when you see the likes of Mueller, Neves, it's very apparent that the waves that they're surfing on a frequent basis, Maeda, develops their style to a certain point.
Yeah, it's true. But, I mean, these guys, they really know how to deal with different kind of conditions here in Brazil. But because if you go like south, it's one thing. If you go north, it's completely different thing. And these guys they're competing. Heitor is competing in Circuito Banco do Brasil that we had all these stops around Brazil.
Yeah.
And he's doing pretty well. Now he's 4th on the QS ranking in Brazil. So actually South America rankings. So he can really adapt himself in every kind of condition.
So at the moment, he would be qualifying for the Challenger Series next year.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah.
Wow.
We got to understand for people from international audience, we have a continental country. So each region could be a own country itself.
Yeah.
So northeast, southeast.
Brazil's huge, man.
Huge.
Brazil's
São Paulo
massive.
couldn't be like a country. I live in Portugal right now. It's like half the size of São Paulo, 1/3 of the size of São Paulo.
Yeah.
So it's a continental country.
Yeah, just if you want to look at the map globally, Brazil's probably just as big as Mexico and the U.S. combined.
Yeah.
And population-wise, one of the most populated countries in the world. So it was only a matter of time until they were able to get a world champion. 7 out of the last 9 men on the shortboard side have been world champions from Brazil. And the only 2, John Florence, that have not been.
Yeah.
So it goes to show you they're up there with the very best of all time. Here's Connor Slijpen, South African surfer in the white jersey. Opened up with a 3. This should be a good backup score for him, though. And the kid from South Africa looking well on these lefts so far.
He reminds me a little bit young Bruce Irons, teenage
Bruce Irons, yeah. Has a very similar style there you see from Cape Town. One of the coldest points of the world right there in Cape Town. And if you're a good surfer from that area, you can compete in that kind of water. You can surf in that kind of water. You can surf anywhere else in the world.
Do you know there is a connection, a curl connection, a current connection from South Africa to the region of Arraial do Cabo and Saquarema? We have big white sharks back in Arraial do Cabo next from here. We have like colder water when there's east swell and stuff. So we have a little connection from the Cape Town stuff over here.
So that's why the temperature varies so much here with the water, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It can get cold in the water. Maeda know that.
Yeah, I think it's the coldest water in Brazil. It's here.
It's paradoxical because it can be colder than the south of Brazil.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even colder than the south. And it's because of this current. But today I was talking to Jaqueline Silva and the girls that are going to compete soon in Onda do Bem, and they surfed this morning, and they said that it's not cold at all. And we just saw Connor. Probably, I think he's surfing in his trunks.
Yeah, he is. So is Mueller. And this is the heat leader up and riding again, looking to do better. A 4.0. Setup turn right there, straight up and vertical with a lot of power. And that's going to be it for Mueller. 18:40 on the clock. Slipen, his second score comes through as a 2.5. Delahaye opens up with a 4.67. And the surfer with priority in the red jersey, Kalani Ball, nothing better than just a 1.67. Still lots of time on the clock. He mentioned him being from the southern part of Brazil. A surfer from the southern part of Brazil got his first CT victory at this exact location earlier this year. That was Iago Dora, looking to replicate that for Heitor Mueller right now, Maida.
Yeah, very nice turn right there, and finding some space for a nice movement. Very vertical. I like this one, but the scores, he couldn't change the score, and this one is Connor.
I love his link shot effect on the 12 o'clock off the top, man.
Yeah, and then Slipen didn't get much of a score either. Marcos just a 2.5. When the text came out earlier this morning, they really wanted to see you on the quality waves. There's plenty of them out there right now. Obviously, it is challenging, and it changes a lot. It is a beach break, so do expect to see some 8s later on today. Big turn right there from Slipen, and just too late to the second section right there. He has to kick out. 17:20 on the clock. Here's Kalani now. Big turn right there in the pocket for Ball. Just the one for him, but a significant one. 17 minutes to go. Used priority right there, Marcos. Seemed like a good decision for the surfer from Stanwell Park.
For sure. He's a big guy, a big fella. He got to be in the good waves, and he's solid as a rock, so nice up and down, and amazing off the top re-entry for the down under surfer.
And there was Gatien. He's won an event before in Peru. That was at Señoritas in Punta Hermosa, and you come from that region of Reunion Island originally, and he not only is great on the backhand, one of the tallest surfers in the draw from Guadeloupe, the surfer from the Caribbean, and looking for not only his best result, he's had final appearances on the Challenger Series level, Maida.
Yeah, but I'm really interested in seeing how the judges are going to reward Kalani Ball with that single maneuver, because the heats before we saw Mihimana getting pretty good scores with just one turn, and so sometimes it's better to have one strong turn, just one, and then a combination of maneuvers.
I remember back in the day in Brazil, actually I'm in Brazil. Residing in Europe right now is kind of tough. But I remember the finals, I think it was 89, Potts against Macaulay.
Against Dave, yeah.
Took a beach break, and Potts was doing like amazing, like off the tops, rock and roll floaters, one trick, and like 10 moves from Macaulay. Was so heterogeneous,
yeah.
The heats over there back in the 80s.
Yeah, well, luckily for us, it's changed a lot, the judging criteria.
For better.
I mean, before they used to count turns. Now it's all about the quality of those maneuvers rather than the quantity of. And so far, I think it's been exemplified in the first 5 heats of the event so far this morning. Scores coming through for Ball, 15 minutes on the clock, so halfway through the heat so far. Mueller still in the lead. Last of Slipen comes through, it's a 2.8, so it does improve his situation. Second of Delahaye, just a throwaway score, 0.3. And the last of Ball going to be a decent one for him. And, Maida, we mentioned him doing super well last year. Lost a very close heat to Joao Chianca, if you remember. Joao eventually made it to the semifinals. That was one of his counting results to requalify for the CT. But Kalani Ball easily has the talent to be able to win a Challenger Series event.
Yeah, for sure he does. Actually, he didn't win pretty well during the whole Challenger Series. He's looking for a good result here, and for sure he has all the skills to do this.
Love to see him surf at Haleiwa, too. We used to have that last event of the Challenger Series over at Haleiwa. He was one of the standout surfers. You mentioned his size, Bruno. It's not every day. Marcos, I'm sorry.
Don't you worry, man.
First time.
Twins, first time.
It's going to happen.
It's going to be a collection in the end.
But Marcos, normally you see a lot of tall surfers struggle, especially in beach breaks. Competition, QS, Challenger Series, or whatever you want to call it. But overall, there's been quite a few standouts. We have two of them in the same heat. Kalani Ball and Gatien De La Haye are two of the biggest surfers in the draw.
For sure, it's so solid. I can see some DNA from Beat Durbo.
Yeah, Beat Durbridge.
Beat Durbridge, oh my God. Kalani Ball have a similar style, upside down, re-entry. Solid surfers. I can recall like how cool, how fast George Smith can surf in a small
Dane Reynolds,
wave. Dane Reynolds, he's a big guy also. Like Noah Dean can surf a small wave, and he's like 6'3", bigger than us.
Yeah, here's Heitor Mueller now. Oh my goodness!
Whoa, almost the trick of the day, man.
Nearly pulled it off too. Yeah, that was looking to improve the 4 with just the one turn, 13 minutes on the clock, and you talk about a significant turn right there, Maida. That's one of those maneuvers you were talking about.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. It was a shame that he couldn't stomp it, but it was really nice. He kicked the tail, and unfortunately, he couldn't finish.
But fortunately for him, though, still in the lead, a 9.17 heat total. Kalani Ball up to second place with a 4.77. That means that both Slijpen and De La Haye now trailing, needing some small scores to move back up into second place with 12:40 on the clock. There you see Connor Slijpen, South African surfer who was in second for most of the heat. And now De La Haye, a little forced right there, comes unstuck at the end for the French surfer. Unfortunately for him, still going to need at least a 1.78 to move back up into advancing position. Tricky conditions, but lots of waves on offer. I think the best thing about it so far today, Maida and Marcos, the wind has stayed very, very soft. And I think that's one big victory for a lot of the surfers out there this morning.
For sure. There's solid opportunities for everybody, like split peaks. You can surf whatever, left, right.
A lot of consistency out there in the water so far. Heat 5, Mueller and Ball moving through. 12 minutes on the clock. Be right back.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
Just under 10 minutes to go in Heat 5 of the round of 80 for the men. That's Gatien De La Haye, the French surfer in the blue jersey, needing a 1.78 or better. Strong finishing turn right there for the surfer in the blue. Heitor Mueller leading, Kalani Ball in second, and Connor Slijpen, the lone South African out there in the water in the white, needing a 3, 4, 5 or better. Mitch, Marcos, and Maida, the 3 M's here in the booth for you. And Marcos, good wave right here for Gatien.
Amazing, man. I'm going to go deep down in the history books with Wes Lane from the East Coast of U.S. Super tall surfer, laying like almost a response from Mark Richards back in the 80s for U.S.
So West Lane from Virginia Beach.
Virginia.
It is not a good wave. It's not a consistent wave. But if you're able to surf good there, I can assure you can surf good anywhere else in the world.
This is an equation for Brazilian beach break surfers,
Yeah.
man. If you can surf like
Yeah.
okay, like head high or below head high, like waist high surfing like Messi, you can surf whatever place you want.
Yeah, they still have the regional QS there, by the way. It's a big event, one of the biggest we have in the North American
Shout out
region.
to Michael Dunphy.
Yeah, Mike Dunphy, Challenger Series surfer. He's been great. He's won multiple times right there at home. 8:30 on the clock. Mueller still leading. Delahaye gets a 4.27. It's enough for second place. Meanwhile, Kalani Ball now in third, needing a 4.17. And here he goes. Quick one there. Slipen in priority, needing a 5.94, close to a 6. And Maeda, historically, here in both Saquarema and in Rio, it's either been a Brazilian surfer or an Australian surfer that has been a champion 3 years in a row in the early 2010s. The 3 Australians won an event here in Saquarema on the QS level. As we see Mueller now up and riding, looking for the rotation, and nearly pulls it right there.
Wow. Unfortunately, he didn't.
Well, had the speed to do it.
Estamos ouvindo o microfone da Rachel.
7:40 on the clock. So in 2011, 2012, and 2013, it's Kai Auden, Matt Wilkinson, and Mitch Colburn who won back-to-back-to-back events for the Australians. And the coolest thing about it, all 3 of them were goofy footers, Maeda.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. Seems like the Australians they like to surf here. And look, this wave or Heitor Miller, I really like this first heat on the lip. Unfortunately, he couldn't finish the last air. Look, he almost did, but then he lost his balance right there.
Rotation and a layback in the end. I'm going to go deep in the history books again, man. Yeah, Aussie surfers, the connection with the land of Brazil, the waves here. Dave McCauley first was Mr. Brazil, and then Taj Burrow was second Mr. Brazil. So there's a connection with down under surfers, with Brazilian waves for sure.
Mick Fanning, I mean, you can go to Taj Burrow. Damien Hobgood was also a champion here.
Yeah, I was with
Rio.
Nick, like broadcasting his first title back in Santa Catarina when the CT was over there. Amazing, man.
Well, he won his first world title.
Yeah,
That
I was
event,
there
too.
in the studio with him.
Yeah, so a big moment in the career here in Brazil for Mick Fanning. Meanwhile, Slipen up and riding. Use priority for this one. Doesn't seem like it will change too much. Just over 6 minutes to go now. Delahaye with priority in second. Needs a 4.51 to take first place. And Kalani Ball still in third, needing a 4.17. So Slipen use priority right there, needing something close to a 6-point ride. Mueller looking to improve on his 4.0. And same thing as Valentin Neves in the last heat. Both Brazilian surfers in the green jersey, their first 2 waves have been their most important ones.
Yeah, and actually in the first heat of the day, we saw Vitor Ferreira took the last-minute call for his heat, and he made it. So now we're seeing a wild card, Heitor Miller, leading the heat. So it's very nice to see these young boys here doing so well.
And using their wild cards very well. 5:25 on the clock. Let's go down to the beach. It seems like Rachel is in the Banco do Brasil area.
That's right, Mitchell. Look how nice this is. I love this sponsor area. They always get so many good activities. And today, Banco do Brasil, look what they're doing. They are offering free classes like yoga classes, surfing lessons, and this fit dance. They call fit dance. So you can come here for free and have fun and work out. I would come here as a fan if I was just watching the contest for sure. And I would like to tell you that tomorrow, 6:30 a.m., there's going to be a workout with me right here at the beach. So I want to invite you all to come because it's free. We're going to work out, and then right after the workout, the competition probably is going to start. So we're going to be super excited to watch it.
Hey, Rachel, quick one. Maeda's paddling out for the heat later today. So is Manu. Who's taking the heat out of you 3?
Mitch, I don't know if Rachel, if she heard, but I'm not pretty sure I'm going.
Maybe you're going to be the coach from both of them.
Maybe I'm going to be rooting for them outside.
And it's going to be amazing because it's an inside heat of a heat.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Let's see what happens. That's going to be later on today. As we look at Slijpen, that's a huge section.
This is toilet bowl Haleiwa, man.
And just not enough speed right there. That section just opens up all of a sudden. And a big double up right there for Slijpen. Incomplete. And unfortunate for him because I felt like that had the potential to be the score that is necessary right now. 5.94. So just not enough speed on that end section. 3:40 on the clock. Priority still with Kalani Ball, but here's the heat leader, Mueller, now looking to replace a 4. That's a great start for him. Slides the fins, throws the tail around, and then puts it on rail afterwards, straight into the air, and using this wild card to his benefit right now. Looking to extend the lead with just over 3 minutes to go, Marcos.
The damage was done. 3 amazing turns. Kudos for Heitor, and kudos for his shaper, man. His gears function so well, so fast. Pristine and crispy.
This one was so stylish. And the second one, he got a little hang over there, but then he threw it to the air. It was nice and smooth. And I'm not pretty sure they're going to count the last one. But
no.
Yeah, the damage was done.
Yeah.
Look at the rotation, guys. Soft landing.
But a lot of backwash there.
For sure,
it was
man.
not easy. As we see Delahaye, as a replay too, the one big turn on the backhand, and that is his strength by far. The wave doubled up on the inside too. Seems like he was able to fit in a few more before the wave just fizzled out. 2:30 on the clock now, so say that Delahaye does replace the 4.27, that would mean that both Ball and Slijpen would need bigger scores. There's Kalani up and out, 2 minutes to go. But Mueller, I mean, both Maida and Marcos, I think you'd both agree with me. He pulls that last turn. We could potentially be seeing the first excellent score of the event.
I'm down.
Yeah, for sure. Because it was a pretty good wave. I think he's going to throw this 4-point ride. And this wave's going to be better. But, I mean, and Kalani just made a little mistake right there. He was with priority. And he took that wave that didn't offer much for him. He was with the chance to catch a wave to have a 4.17. Yeah, a little mistake for him.
Well, fortunately for him, though, he does recover it real quick with 90 seconds to go.
Before some success from the goofy team of the CS, it's all regular affair over there.
Yeah, we got our love early on. We have 2 surfers that are already qualifying.
You're good.
Goofies were winning right now. And there's the score at 6.23, as high as a 7-point ride. Good average, one of the highest waves of the event so far. And a good heat total, 11.4 Maida.
Yeah, as you said, if he had done the last finishing maneuver right there, we could see the score in an excellent range. But it was a good one, 6.23, the best wave of the heat.
So Delahaye was up and riding right there, still waiting on his previous score. 45 seconds on the clock. If you're both Ball and Slijpen, you're probably thinking that you're going to need something bigger than you required before, because the last score of Delahaye comes through. It's a 5.07. That means that Ball now needs a 4.98 and Slijpen needing a 6.74. 30 seconds to go. There's Gatien. Has a look at his watch. He's going to let that wave go. 20 seconds. Where's red and white? Let's see if they can catch a wave before this heat ends. Still some time on the clock. Seems like Slijpen's having to move at this one on the inside. Has a paddle, won't be able to get into it though. And this heat is done and dusted. The local wild card proving that he can make heats on the Challenger Series level. Gets the biggest win of his career so far. Drops the highest number of the heat and one of the best heat totals we've seen in the first 5 heats of the event. Gatien Delahaye moves through in second place. We're going to say goodbye to both Kalani Ball and Connor Slijpen, but it's Heitor Mueller moving through with the biggest win of his young career so far.
Welcome to the big leagues, Heitor.
That is absolutely right. Big heat coming up. Ryan Kainalo, Tenchi Iwami, Kawa Costa, and the U.S.'s own Tyler Gunter will be in heat number 6 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
Able to navigate that tube.
Into the barrel. Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, drains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Bon dia. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
Coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals.
This is what it's all about, winner take all. This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
It's the pinnacle, the championship tour, and this is the pathway to that championship tour. Schedule's out right now. Check it out at worldsurfleague.com. Hint for you. Cloudbreak's back. We got heat number 6 of the round of 80 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And the Challenger Series, we take 10 men, we take 5 women, and they get on that championship tour. Schedule's out. Same deal this year. We're going to have that mid-season cut. And then after that, it's all about the race to that final 5. Kawa Costa up and riding here on the replay, Maria.
Yeah, big guy, very strong. This wave didn't offer that much, but the first movement was pretty strong. And here is Tenchi
Iwami.
Yeah, Tenchi Iwami.
Yeah, Tenchi Iwami out of Chiba, Japan. Just 18 years old. So one of the youngsters in this heat. We got a few youngsters actually in this heat. We got a 17-year-old Ryan Kainalo as well. He's out there in the red jersey. A couple of replays. This one from the drone angle for Tenchi.
Yeah, he found this really nice right-hander right there. Nice combination of movement. He liked it, and I did as well.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for those numbers for Tenchi Iwami and Kawa Costa. Costa, 20 years old. Fernando de Noronha?
Fernando de Noronha.
Yeah,
it's an island.
The island, eh?
Yeah, the beautiful island,
so,
North Brazil.
Kawa Costa, 9th place finish right here last year, and that's when he first kind of got on my radar, when I saw, you know, a bright future in this young man.
Yeah, he's a pretty good surfer. Actually, he was 2-time Pro Junior South American champion, and he's tall, he's strong. His surfing is really stylish. He has many weapons in his belt, you know.
Yeah. We're getting to know a lot of, new Brazilian surfers through this event. Another guy that made the radar in my book, Heitor Mueller, 11.4 two-wave total, and on to the next round, the 64. Heitor is with Manu.
Yeah, Heitor Mueller was so consistent out there. I'm going to talk to him in Portuguese and then translate to you guys. I'm going to ask first about his first two waves that made all the difference. As suas duas primeiras ondas fizeram toda a diferença, né, Heitor?
Com certeza. Acabei encontrando ali as duas primeiras e botei essa pranchinha agora na água, cara. Eu nem tinha testado ela nada, eu estava muito confiante, eu olhei para ela, vai ser essa prancha mesmo. E acabou que já de cara eu encaixei, essas pranchas estão muito boas. Eu consegui encaixar e, pô, tô felizão com essas minhas ondas e bora pra cima que tem mais.
He's really happy and excited, and it's the first time he's using this board. He didn't even test it before he went to the heat, so it was really good. And now, what are your expectations for the competition? Qual é a sua expectativa para a competição?
A expectativa está muito boa, eu venho treinando bastante e, bom, a expectativa está boa e é isso, estou feliz, surfando feliz e vamos para cima com tudo.
É isso, the expectations are high, he's very, very happy, and let's go. I'm going to ask him to send a message for everybody in Portuguese, for your fans, uma mensagem para os seus fãs em português.
Eu agradeço todo mundo que está torcendo por mim, eu tenho um carinho enorme por esse pessoal e é isso, vamos junto, mandem a vibe para aquela energia boa e bora.
Obrigada, thank you very much. First time with the board. That was crazy, wasn't it, guys? Back to you.
That sure was. That's confidence in your equipment and in your shaper. Just take a brand new board out. As we turn our attention to Tyler Gunter from Newport Beach, California, finishing off his wave. 23-year-old, known as charging, likes heavy water, and Kawa Costa. Kawa on his second wave. You open up with a 3.67, looking for a wrap down the line, throws it up, puts it down. That's what you do right there. And that is exciting surfing in some turbulent condition. Kawa Costa, why not a little spin after that? I'm expecting a big number, Maida.
So do I. As I said, he has a lot of weapons in his belt. He threw to the air. He could stomp it. And very nice looking wave for Kawan Costa. He knows here Saquarema pretty well, Itaúna. He always surfs pretty well here. He surfing suits this wave. He's a big guy, tall, but also can throw to the air, as you saw there. Look, very nice first movement. A lot of water sprayed and then threw to the air, stomps it. And a nice finishing one. The last, do you think they're going to consider this the last maneuver?
No, but what I do like right here is the amplitude, how much height he has, gets the full rotation, lands and continues down the line without hesitation. This feels to me like it's going to be an excellent or near excellent score. Another replay here, the backsider here with Tyler Gunter, Maida.
Yeah, this wave got a little white right there, a lot of foam. But he hit pretty hard the leap. Not as good as the ride that Kalani took, but he's going to put on score there.
Well, we said it felt like an excellent score for Kawa Costa, and it does come in at an excellent score. Anything about an 8-point range we call excellent surfing. That was excellent surfing, a flat 8 for Kawa Costa. I believe the highest single wave score of the day, too.
I think it was the confirmed, the best score of the day. Kawan Costa just flew, went through the air and stomps it. It was really nice to see. I love how this guy surfs. It's pretty amazing.
And I feel it was the combination. He got a turn in first and did that full rotation, landed, did not hesitate at all. Let's take another look at it right here. Gets a turn here. So this is going to be a combination. Sets this up, and how much amplitude he gets. Identifies the ramp, spins it all the way around, and then straight on his toes on rail, and then gets a nice cut back in here. And that's why I went excellent.
Yeah, that's pretty much what the judges want to see here. combination of big maneuvers, a lot of water spray there, and through the air. Very nice 8-point ride for him, put him straight in the leader of this heat.
Yeah,
now
great
he just need to better his backup score right there.
I feel this event, it uncovers the next layer of Brazilian surfers. Yeah, and a lot of these guys are getting in, you know, as low seeds, but then it shows us the depth of Brazilian talent. Talk about Brazilian talent. I guess.
Yeah, look. Lucas Silveira right there with his wife.
Former world junior champ, a standout Lucas Silveira, someone that's always exciting in the water. Here we go. Our Japanese surfer, Tenchi Iwami. The drift on that first turn, trying to piece it together here. Ribs in the face. Is able to skip over those ribs and get up vert a couple of times. And Iwami's going to kick out, and he's going to continue to hold on to second and advancing position in this heat.
Yeah, the wave got a little chunky right there, but he could finish all the movements. He has already a 4.5 on the board. He's in second position, so trying to get a backup score right there. Let's see he play again. Look, release the tail a little bit, and then wrapping cut back right there. Looking for some room, hit the lip, and another one. Just a combination of good ones, Kaipo.
Yeah, puts it together. He's going to back up that opening 4.5. The 7.18 will take him into the lead. I think he's going to come a little short on there, but we have no indication from the judges. Talking about this break, we saw Heitor Mueller do really well. Kawakosta's leading this heat. Ryan Kainalo is also in this heat. But I have a feeling that Itaúna is the only spot, you know, in surfing that has a QS 5000. It has a Challenger Series and has a CT event. So this is an important wave for surfers to know to do well at.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're improving a lot, like surfing here, because all these guys like Heitor Miller, Kawan Costa, Ryan Kainalo, they came here for the Saquarema Surfing Festival, the QS, and also some of them surfed last year here in the Challenger Series. Kawan Costa did pretty well. He went through the until the quarterfinals. No, I
right
think
before the quarterfinals.
Yeah,
right
before the
quarterfinals.
quarterfinals. Yeah. So here is a really important wave to surf well, and all of them, they are really into it.
A little shot there of reigning world junior champ Jarvis Earl. He's going to be in the next heat along with Daiki Tanaka, another Japanese surfer, Christian Keimerson, who's an exciting goofy foot out of Brazil, as well as Gabriel Klausner. So that's coming up in the next heat. That's heat number 7. Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan.
So just a quick one for the teenager, Ryan Kainalo. Kawa. Oh, he's having his way, isn't he? What's he got for us this time? Just some smooth rail surfing. Power, pops it, spins it around again, no problem. Wow. He's got even more on the inside. That connection. Pops it again. That one he has to throw away. You can see a backwash, which is one of the traits here in Itaúna. But Costa on fire.
On fire. It's what he does here. He looks like very loose, very relaxed right there. Actually, with the 8-point ride, he needs to be
kind of done.
Yeah, kind of done. He needs to be surfing loose and relaxed.
How good does that feel? He's going to get another great score, Maeda, and it's only halfway through this 30-minute heat for Costa. So I feel that's going to give him a lot of confidence going into the next round. And I say going into the next round, it's not guaranteed, but with surfing like this, it's virtually guaranteed.
Yeah, it's true. Look, right setup maneuver right there, and then a stronger one, and you throw to the air, kick the tail, spin it, and right in the end of the wave, he could pop it up a little bit right there, but he couldn't finish.
like to study this in slow motion and really check out the technique and body mechanics.
The arms and how he kicked the tail right there was awesome. Pretty high, all those airs that he's throwing.
During that replay, this happened with Tyler Gunter.
Wow. He couldn't finish. Surfing on his backside. It was a very critical part of the wave there when he tried to put on this movement. But probably this wave won't count for the finish of this heat.
The judges owe us a few scores right now to set the situation. You can see on our score bug right now, we're waiting for scores for Costa, Gunter, and Kainalo. Once we get those scores, we can give you the situation. 14 minutes coming down. Talking about the next generation, you know, of the Brazilian Storm, you got to count both Kawa Costa and Ryan Kainalo in that conversation about the next generation.
Yeah, it's true. Kawa Costa is now in 3rd position on the QS rankings of South America. So he is kind of qualified already for next year for the Challenger Series. And these guys are the next generation. I say, like Heitor Miller, the heat before, we saw him surfing. He was really blue, surfing pretty well. And then when you go to the glass in the interview, he was kind of nervous. I know him. I went to Maresias a few weeks ago, and he was runner-up. So I know that he was kind of nervous.
Kawa Costa just got a 6. Add that to the 8. 14.2 wave total for this man. Kawa Costa, take it to the air. Will be more action on the way from Saquarema after this. It is the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, the final event in the Challenger Series, and Kawa Costa, local Brazilian, has been putting on a show. 14.2 wave total. You can see an excellent ride with that 8-point ride. Backed it up with a 6. There he is in the white jersey, and he's looking like the guy to beat in today's conditions. I'm Kai Pagura along with Maida Pops. So impressed. It's been the Kawa Costa show, and that's woken me up out of what has been a challenging opening day here at Itaúna.
Yeah, it is, but there are plenty of opportunities right there. And Kawa Costa, look, we are seeing Matheus Herdi, Samuel Pupo, Miguel Pupo, just watching the competition. It's pretty important to watch and see what these guys are doing and finding some opportunities on the right wave. So it's really important to watch before your heat. And while we were on break, Ryan Kainalo took this wave, Kaipo. Look. Very nice, solid movement. and it was 6.07.
Yeah, so Ryan Kainalo, just a 17-year-old out of Ubatuba, has been a competition phenomena. Speaking with Ryan in the past, he says he actually enjoys, some guys get nervous, he lives for competition. He wants to be in as many heats as possible, and he feels that he does his best surfing in a jersey. And once again, really started kind of in a deficit, but he's right back in the game in second and advancing position right now, Maida.
It's true. Ryan Kainalo, his son's of Alex Miranda, that he used to be an athlete and used to compete a lot. So he's really used to that feeling, competing. He really likes it. And now I think it's him up riding again. Slides the tail right there. Hits the lip. Another one. Splashed a lot of water. Wrapping turn right there. And this wave didn't offer much.
Yeah, but a nice backup for that 6.07. And we talk sometimes, it's almost a cliche when we say manufacturing a score. But what I just saw from Ryan Kainalo is exactly that. Trying to manufacture, work that wave over using a smart competition head to get a good number and further himself from Tenchi Iwami and Tyler Gunter and assure himself, maybe a Brazilian sweep in this heat 6 of this opening round. Here's another look at it, Maida.
Yeah, nice carve right there, and a lot of water sprayed, and then hits the lip, more of a setup turn. Another one. Very good wave, backup score, yeah. Right, nice combination of movements. And this is Tyler Gunter.
So Tyler chooses to go left and just gets that single turn. So it seems like Gunter, a little bit out of sorts at Itaúna. It's a tricky wave. But meanwhile, this guy, we talked about how many heats he's been able to surf out here at Itaúna in competition. Ryan Kainalo not hesitating. And again, this is wave number 5 for Kainalo. And he's going to really, really take a stranglehold, hang on to that second and advancing position when these numbers drop for him.
For sure. I think there are 2 waves still to drop in for him.
Yeah, we're waiting for 2 scores. Let's take a look at this wave number 5.
Yeah, very nice turn right there. Just stalls a little bit, right? And then through to the air. Landed and looked for a finishing strong movement. Nice effort for him.
Previous wave, a 3.67. We're still waiting for the score for the wave that we just covered on that replay to set the heat. Priority now sits with the Japanese surfer. You can see him in the blue jersey there. That is Tenchi Iwami.
Yeah, he needs a 5.25 wave to be in second position and advancing this heat. And look, he is up and riding. Hits the lip right there. Got a little hang. Another one.
Little double up on the inside here. Was able to get to the lip for a finish. Quick feet for the Japanese surfer. We'll wait for that score. The plot thickens in this heat. Now judges owe us 3 scores. Kainalo, Iwami, and Gunter. We saw Gunter with just that one turn. Probably an inconsequential score for Tyler Gunter, but an important score. Just dropped for Ryan Kainalo, a 5.37. Kainalo starts to secure that second place position. Waiting for score for Tenchi Iwami. Iwami, the Japanese surfer, needs a 6.94 to go into second and advancing position. We're watching Tenchi on the paddle back out, still awaiting the number.
Yeah, Ryan Kainalo, it took a while for him to get in this heat, but as soon as he got this 6.07, he could find other opportunities and build some score for him. So now he is in second position, just coming through this heat.
Yeah, there's a snapshot of the judges' scores, all 5 of them, that equal that 5.37. I think Ryan Kainalo's got to be feeling pretty confident at the moment. Still waiting for the number for the Japanese surfer in blue, Tenchi, though. We're still standing by for that number to see if that affects the standings. We're at the 5-minute mark here. Flew by this 30-minute heat.
It's true. But Cauã Costa did a pretty nice job in this heat. Only 3 waves ridden for him, but 1 8-point ride and 1 6-point ride. A very strong guy, big guy. Look, and this is Gunter.
Tyler Gunter on the comeback here. Goes vert. Nice carve on the backhand. Stalls that long bottom turn. Places a second beautiful turn. He's got opportunity down the line. Little release on that third turn. Coming to the closeout section. Meets that oncoming section. And rides away. So now enter Tyler Gunter's name into this equation because he's going to climb right back in the heat. To get into second place, he needs a 9.27. Not likely he's going to get that 9.27, but it will be his best score so far.
Yeah. I think he's gonna need to throw this 2.17 after this one, but he still has 4 minutes left on the board, and then let's see what he can look. Let's see again the replay. Very nice bottom turn right there, and straight to the lip. Nice turns. This was really vertical right there. Another one, strong movement. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the judges will reward him.
Here's our heat leader, Costa. Could be showtime now. He's his strong lead, strong surfing, big snap. Doesn't pull that one.
Yeah, he always have something to throw. He likes big movements and then throw to the air. Unfortunately, he couldn't finish this one, but the work is already done in this heat.
Yeah, Costa with a 14.2 wave total. I believe that's the highest of the day so far. So kind of setting the bar in this round the 80. Heat number 6. Let's take a look at our heat recap. And Cauã Costa came to play with big surfing just like this, Maida.
Yeah, solid movement, pretty stylish. This wasn't the best one for him, but I think this was the good one. Splashed a lot of water, fine, getting speed, throw to the air, very high air right there. The full rotation, and could finish with this cut back right there.
Ryan Kainalo, he's able to scratch back after a slow start, Maida, but put it together right here, the youngster, with a couple of waves. But it was Cauã Costa right here, backing up his 8-point ride. This is a 6-point ride for on fire Cauã.
On fire, Cauã Costa, splashing a lot of water around, throwing to the air, landing everything, almost everything actually. He's doing pretty well. And Ryan Kainalo also took a little while for him to wake up for this heat, but did a pretty good job until now. But we have Tyler Gunter. He got 5.07 in his last wave. So now he's needing a 6.37 to take the second position of this heat in advance.
Yeah, number came through for Newport's Tyler Gunter during that heat recap, and he needed previous to 9.27. He's pulled it in just a bit. 6.37 will do the job for him. Unfortunately, though, clock is ticking down. We're only at 1 minute 15 seconds, and Tyler is second priority. A wise surfer, Ryan Kainalo, with a high heat IQ with first priority. I'm surprised that Kainalo is not covering Tyler Gunter at this moment. Tyler Gunter sneaking away. You can see him at the left edge of your screen.
Yeah, it's true. He could be closer to Tyler Gunter because actually the Japanese surfer can throw a 6.94 as well. But yeah, I mean,
I guess you got to choose who you're going to cover, right?
Yeah, right. And Tyler Gunter is with second priority, so he should be with him, like sneaking him around.
That would be my thought.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's just conversation because we're down to 20 seconds, and it looks like it's going to be a Brazilian sweep in Heat 6 of the round of 80. Both Cauã Costa and Ryan Kainalo moving on into the round of 64. We got 9 seconds to make it official.
Yeah, so nice to see Cauã Costa surfing like this here in Itaúna.
There you go. Sound the horn, makes it official. And there's the numbers. Look at that giant 14-point heat total for Cauã. Ryan Kainalu is going to join him in the round of 64. And we will be back with more action. Heat number 7 will be in the water. Jarvis Earl, Daiki Tanaka, Christian Keimerson, Gabriel Klausner when we return.
Here, hear the yell, back to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens, I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Yes, I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Surfrider Foundation giving us environmental causes, ocean access, and doing a whole lot of good. Ocean needs more friends. They've been doing that since 1984. Kuiper Girl, Maeda Pops, and here the round of 80, heat number 7, and we saw a Brazilian sweep, Maeda, in the last heat. Can that happen again? We got Christian Keimerson, Gabriel Klausner representing Brazil, as well as Jarvis Earl out of Cronulla in Australia, and a Japanese surfer by the name of Daiki Tanaka. He's out there in the blue jersey.
Yeah, I think we can have the same thing right there. Gabriel Klausner, he's been surfing pretty well. I think he is the leader of the Circuito Banco do Brasil. That's why he got this spot here in Saquarema. And this was him while we were on the break. He got the 2.33 right, and this was Jarvis.
Jarvis Earl, our reigning World Junior Champ. He did that in January at Seaside Reef, another surfer out of Cronulla, a spot in Australia that has bred so many legendary surfers. And Jarvis Earl is joining that conversation, making the crowd over there really proud with an outstanding victory to start this year for a World Junior title. And through that World Junior title, that's how he guaranteed his spot on this Challenger Series. Christian Keimerson, another goofy foot, electric in his approach on his first wave. We'll wait for the score for Christian Keimerson.
Yeah, Christian Keimerson, a very good surfer here from Brazil. He has many weapons in his belt as well. He's pretty good on airs, and I'm really looking forward to see him surfing in this Challenger Series.
Yeah, I saw. Well, we're talking about Daiki Tanaka right here, 25 years old. He's been in all of the Challenger Series this year. Having a tough time, though. His best result so far for Tanaka was a 33rd result here. So he's going to have to get back on the board and battle through the qualifying series for Asia and try to have another year on the Challenger Tour. But I did want to talk about Christian a bit with you, because my first time that I saw Christian, I think he was a wild card 2019 here at the Rio Pro, and I was just kind of blown away by how well this surfer surfed, but also the passion that he had. Yeah, you know, with not a surfer to hold back at all.
Not at all. He's a very passionate surfer and pretty strong as well. I mentioned that he's good on airs, but actually he's pretty good on cars as well, very strong. He's not as tall as Ryan Cainalo or other guys, like Cauê Costa. He's shorter than them, so but he surfs pretty well, and he knows this wave here in Itaúna pretty well as well.
Yeah, and kind of hung with a lot of the Brazilian storm. I feel that there was an expectation for Christian to make it onto the championship tour very early in his career. So still some room to grow for him.
Yeah, these things kind of play hard with some surfers, like all these expectations. This is Jarvis.
Yeah, Jarvis Earl. So that one turn earned the Australian a 4.5. So that's the highest single wave score so far. Jarvis Earl with an early lead. Still plenty of time on the clock, 24 minutes and a few seconds on the tick down.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about the previous heat. Like, many of them can manage to find a wave, throw only a single maneuver right there and get a really good score.
Yeah. As we always say, it's quality over quantity when we look at the criteria. Speed, power, flow coming into the equation, as well as doing those maneuvers in a critical section of the wave. That was a critical backhand re-entry for Jarvis Earl, and so that's why that single turn earned him a 4.5. He's had a busy year, and Jarvis has had, you know, he's got some growing room, just only being 19 years old. But the reality of, you know, going from a dominant performance in the juniors to and a pretty dominant year on the Australian QS to the Challenger Series, where let's you know, admit to it, it's the Challenger Series, but it's challenging to make it through heats on this tour because there's so many good surfers.
Yeah, it's so challenging. There are a lot of heats, so many surfers, and sometimes as we have like so many surfers, so many heats, sometimes we have to put to call on the competition in hard conditions,
like today.
Like today, as we see today. And sometimes it's not your day, you know. You find really hard conditions. Sometimes you don't know the break pretty much, so it's really challenging for all these guys.
Yeah, we're not going to lie to your eyes. It's not good out there right now, but there is swell. And these guys and the women coming up. So later today, we're going to actually have the round of 48 for our women, which is the first round for the women. That's coming up after Heat 8 of this round of 80 for the men's. But you got to kind of find the ones with a pocket just like that. Oh, big turn there. Is that Gabriel?
Yeah, it's Gabriel. He found a good opportunity right there. And this is Jarvis, again live. Coming to the inside and found another room for another turn right there.
Woo-hoo, Jarvis Earl with a backhand Rio that would make Aki proud as a surfer from Cronulla. That was some great leverage off the top there. Earl opening up with a 4.5. We'll see what the backup number comes through.
Yeah, and Gabriel Klausner found a good one right there. Single maneuver wave, but really strong. He surfs pretty well. He's from Maresias and he surfs a lot there. Oh, look. Strong first movement for Jarvis. And then could finish with another combination of movements, not pretty strong, but it's okay. And this is Gabriel wave.
I like the way he timed that turn with the backwash, which is always a factor here at Itaúna.
It's true.
4.33.
4.33. It seemed like he had to hold a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, to hit the lip, but it was really good. As I was saying, he surfs a lot in Marizias, and Marizias is a very strong wave, and he did pretty well in the QS in Saquarema, in Circuito Banco do Brasil in Marizias last month.
Yeah. Well, last heat winner is with Manu Kawa Costa. And Manu, I think you got to cool Kawa off because he came in really, really hot for that heat win.
Oh my God, impressive surf, strong surf. That's what we saw. Congratulations, Kawan. He's not from Saquarema, but he feels like he's from Saquarema. You feel very good here, don't you?
Yes, I'm very happy to be here in Saquarema, and I'm very happy to advance my heat. And Saquarema is very special for me. It is a magical place, and that's it.
Everybody was taking pictures with him and everything. He's famous here, though. But, well, what about the CS? Do you feel like you're ready for the CS?
Can be, yes. I feel ready for anything. I'm training every day for the contest, the CS, and that's it. Yes.
Okay, I think he's ready, guys. Now I'm going to talk to him in Portuguese very quick. Send a message in Portuguese for your family, especially your dad, who's always with you.
Então, queria mandar beijo aqui para todo mundo, toda minha família, todo mundo que está assistindo, minha namorada. E queria agradecer a todos os meus patrocinadores também, a Pena, CT, a DHD, o Zampol. E é isso, estou muito feliz de estar aqui, de ter avançado essa bateria. E vamos com tudo para a próxima.
Congratulations, good luck, Kawan. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu and Kawa. I look forward to seeing more surfing from Costa as well as Ryan Kainalo, both of them on to the round of 64. All the numbers are in now for this heat. 18 minutes and 30 seconds. Jarvis Earl with a 5.27 on his second wave. He's in the lead. Gabriel Klausner, a 4.33 for that well-timed off the top with the backwash. Klausner in second place. Christian Kemerson, he's searching for 4.73. And Daiki Tanaka, our Japanese competitor in the blue jersey, does have priority right now.
Yeah, looking for this interview of Kawan Costa, it was the same as the heat before with Heitor Müller. These guys, they look so confident inside the water, but they are pretty young, and when they get on the glass, they feel like really nervous, and they are trying to get used to all this big stage. So it's interesting to watch how they're improving themselves, even to speak English.
Oh, yeah.
And with interviews and this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're on the glass, you got all the lights on you, the cameras on you. Manu's asking you all kinds of hard questions. It's an intimidating place right there.
Yeah,
but
it is.
We've seen, and especially from Brazil, I've watched the presence, and not that it really matters. I mean, what matters is in the water, but I've watched the interviewing and the presence of surfers evolve over the years as they keep on winning more heats, they keep on having more opportunity to speak to the press. I mean, there's guys who are like really eloquent right now, like Gabe Medina, for example.
Yeah,
when he first came out, was very short, you know, didn't really say a lot, was really quick with his responses, and now Gabe's just like, gives some of the best interviews ever because he's describing what he feels, and he gives you an in-depth view of how the mind of a surfing virtuoso works. And I put Gabe Medina in that surfing virtuoso category because a three-time world champ to me is still one of the best goofy footers of all time.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. That shows how people need to practice things to improve. Gabe was a very nice example. Oh, look.
So that's Daiki Tanaka. He used his priority, so Gabriel had to straighten out And unfortunate for Tanaka, he wasn't able to finish that move. So I'll just put that in the priority error column, because anytime you use your priority and you don't really build upon your score, that would be an error. He just gave up the priority, and he's going to go to the back of the line after he paddles back out.
Yeah, let's look at this replay right there. He used his priority. Tanaka hits the lip very strongly, but yeah, he couldn't hang right there. It was too strong for him. The wave closed pretty fast, and as you said, there's always the backwash right there. It's really hard to hang sometimes.
Well, I guess the DJ got powered up here on the beach, because the volume just went to 10, and people are coming out here even regardless of the rainy weather. This is just day number 1 of the waiting period, and we're going to get through this first round for both men and women. We have all the way till October 21st to finish off this competition, and by that time we will know the 5 women and the 10 men that are moving on to the championship tour. And next thing they're going to have to do after the end of this competition, those 5 women and 10 men, focus on pipeline, because that's where the year starts.
Yeah.
What a Maida. Coming from this, qualifying for the tour, and then your next mission is to go to the world's most famous and deadly wave for the opening competition.
Yeah, quite a challenge right there. I'm pretty looking forward to see Jacob Wilcox surfing pipeline, because
good call.
Yeah,
Good call.
he is in this for quite a long time, trying to qualify, and now he got it. So, and his surfing suits pretty well those kinds of wave pipelines.
Yeah, and we know for Jacob Wilcox, coming originally from Western Australia, I believe now that he's on the Gold Coast, but originally from Western Australia, where there's a lot of heavy waves. We know, if we've seen what Jacob can do, he charges. So I think he's going to be one to look out for at pipe. And also the Challenger Series number 1 seed, Cole Hauschman, the big guy, 6'3", and he's going to have his face against the wall there at pipeline. I think he's actually going to do really well too and surprise some people. So 2 goofy foots, 2 new goofy foots for the championship tour. Can't wait for their debut over at the Bonsai Pipeline.
Yeah, it's nice. As we saw João Shanka when he debuted.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that year, and he went pretty well. Unfortunately, he got the hit with John Florence and couldn't show more, but I remember it was pretty exciting.
It was an excellent scoring heat, though. Both surfers were putting out excellent scores.
Yeah.
And it's just that I encourage people, if you're a surfer, if you're a surf fan, for just at one point in your life to make it your way to pipe, and it'll affect you, because the wave is like nothing else you've seen on earth. It's so close to the beach. It's so heavy. You can feel the rumble on the sand when the big waves crash.
Yeah, and it's pretty shallow as well.
Oh,
isn't
my
it,
goodness.
Kaipo? I went there during the summer, like 10 years ago, and we went snorkeling in Pipeline. And
so you saw the uneven bottom and the big holes in there, and the caves and the pinnacles that are sticking up. And you know, there's many tales of surfers getting stuffed in those caves.
And also with the leash, like stuck in the caves, and yeah, it's pretty heavy. You gotta be like pretty good surfer to surf there, and he's
a pretty good surfer.
Yeah, and the heat leader as well.
Well done there by Jarvis Earl, and we're gonna wait for that score and see if he increases his lead.
Yeah, we also have a way for Gabriel Klausner to come in aboard.
All right, well, let's go down to the beach with Rachel. She's got a guy who's just above the cut line right now, Mateus Herdy.
Exactly, I'm here with Mateus Herdy. Mateus, we can say that you are really close to qualify again. and you're placing number 10th position in the rankings. How is your mindset for this competition? It's the last event of the year.
Yes, I'm so glad it's here in Saquarema. It feels like home, and I keep telling myself that I'm not on 10th because, I have Sammy Pupu, one of my best friends. He only needs to make a heat and to, get on the 10th position. So keep telling myself that I'm not in that position. I need to do well here. So, yeah, just trying to get the pressure off me.
Have you already pictured in your head, like, winning the event here, qualifying for the Challenger, for the city? Imagine how would that feel?
Yeah, I always dream about that, it's one of those events that you want to win, especially you imagine yourself winning, in a sunny day, everyone, the crowd, and, it's one of the dreams. So, yeah, I'm just taking heat by heat before, but it's definitely a dream.
Yeah, we know you can. What about the other Brazilians? All of the young Brazilians are reaping. What can you tell us about the Brazilian?
Yeah, did you see Cauã Costa? Wow, I think that was the best 8 I've seen in a long time. For me, me and Sammy, we gave him a 10 because it was so high. And I told him this morning, Cauã, I said, dude, help me out here. Come on, win. But all those Brazilians, we have Christian now. He's, Gabriel as well. They're both really nerdy competitors. We have a lot of Brazilians, really talented guys. And I hope they help me, and I hope they do well as well. And then, I'm stoked for them. They got to show what they have here and how good they are. And I think the whole world is watching.
Perfect. So we are waiting for seeing you tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Mateus Hurdy and what he has. Gabriel Klausner got a couple turns right there, and he is currently in second place. 9 minutes remaining. There's our heat leader, Jarvis Earl, on another wave. When we talk about Mateus Hurdy, though, a final appearance, either first or second, will guarantee him a slot on the championship tour. But for Mateus Hurdy, 18,815 points if he makes the semifinals. Likely. Here's all of our men's qualification scenarios. Of course, there's a lot of moving parts in this, and we'll keep you updated throughout the competition because these are the guaranteed scenarios, but all of these surfers can qualify with a lower finish depending upon how the rest of the field does.
Yeah, that's why he was saying that he hopes his friends that are competing here can help him, like the Brazilian ones can send some of the opponents
take them
home,
down.
take them down, and help him.
We got some potential spoilers. Just like this guy could be a spoiler. Christian Keimerson floats through there. Has to deal with some of the oncoming ribs. Surfing way away from us down the beach into the rock formation. Keimerson, a 5.17 will take him into second and advancing position. And we'll be waiting for that score for Christian Keimerson. While we're waiting for that score, we're going to step away for a break. We'll be back with that score and more here from Itaúna. It is the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Flying above the beautiful town of Saquarema to our playing field here at the Maracana do Surf, the Surf Stadium, Itaúna Beach here, and the site of the final Challenger Series. The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in the opening round for the men. Heat number 7, Jarvis Earl, our world junior champ, out in the lead right now. Is Kaipagura, along with Maida Pops. And there's the numbers right there. 9.77 two-wave total for Earl. That's enough to put him into the lead. The exciting Brazilian surfing of Gabriel Klausner, who got a wild card into this event. He's currently in second place in advancing position. Here's a replay, though. What happened during the break, Maida?
Yeah, this is Jarvis releasing the tail right there. Another strong movement up in the lip. And yeah, he was done. This was, I think it was, they still own us this score, so he can improve his leaderance. And this is Tanaka, open riding. Very, very nice cutback right there. Another turn. Just setting for the finishing movement. Nice wave for him as well.
Yeah, so last score for Jarvis Earl. We're still waiting for that. Last score for Daiki Tanaka, a 3.73, and that was enough to put the Japanese surfer in second and advancing position. Gabe Klausner now down to third position, needs a 2.93, and Christian Kymerson, he's still in the running, 4.09. Very tight heat. It can go either way. It could actually go many ways right now in this final 4 minutes, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. This heat kept like really close heat. Nobody could find a wave as Kawan Costa did in the previous heat, like 8-point ride or something like that. But this is Gabriel Klausner trying to gain back his position, his second position. Very nice movement right there. Splashed a lot of water. Then release the tail.
Oh, yeah.
And
he's going to go into second with that effort, I can tell you right now, because he just needs a 2.93. That was a definitely a mark above a 2.93 on his performance. We'll wait for the judges to make it official, but the gut feeling is that Gabe did enough on that wave.
Yeah. But the heat is still pretty open because Christian Kimmerson just need a 4.09, and he is with priority right there.
Right.
So it's a very close heat.
3 minutes remaining. Gabe on the paddle back out. Here we go. Kimmerson. Christian. You know he's looking for a ramp right here. Launches. Gets the tail high. Lands on the back of the wave. Unfortunate, but you can see him projecting that air, looking down the line. And we know he's got an air game. Unfortunately, unable to find the landing.
Yeah. Christian Kimmerson, he's from Espírito Santo. It's a state right up here close to Rio de Janeiro. And looks, he threw to the air, but unfortunately landed behind the wave. And this is the replay for Gabriel. Nice turn right there. Another nice snap. Then release the tail. And finished with this slide. There's a little one left there.
Waiting for Klausner's last wave. Again, we told you 2.93. You can see it in the needs column is what Klausner needs to move into second place. The feeling is that he's going to get that number. He's going to get that number and more. But we're waiting for the judges to make it official. Meanwhile, Daiki Tanaka does have priority, and he's in second place. So he wants to hold on to that second place. He's going to have to get some work done.
And
here he goes.
Yeah.
Tanaka has to skip over some ribs. Oh, messy looking wave here. Has to find the spot to put a turn in. Gets that turn, but the wave is battling back on Tanaka. Tapers off to a cutback, and he kicks out. So important scores owed to us by the judges, and we'll be waiting for the scores to tabulate before we can give you the situation. We're down to just a minute.
Yeah. Actually, the fight has been between these both guys, Tanaka and Gabriel Klausner. Now, Gabriel Klausner just got the second spot of this heat with a 4.43.
That means this wave needs to be a 5.03 that we're watching here on the replay from Daiki Tanaka. Think that was a 5.03, Maeda?
Could be. I'm not pretty sure, but can be.
Here's the wave again from above. You can see, though, he really had to fight through all of these chunks and warbles and ribs in that wave. I mean, great control on the rail, but the wave just was a mongrel fighting back at him.
Yeah, the wave didn't stood up pretty. Actually, it was kind of dead in the end.
Yeah, and it wasn't enough. 2.93 for Daiki, so he remains. One more chance for Christian. Tail high, puts it down, has to kind of fight for that landing. Needs a big number, though. Needs a 5.59 as we watch him ride all the way to the shore. Was that enough to steal the heat in the final seconds?
Yeah, I don't think so, Kaipo. I think Jarvis did a pretty good job right there, solidify his leaderance right in the beginning of the heat, and Gabriel Klausner did it well. 4.33 and a 4.43 for him. What do you think?
I think it was a little bit too little, a little bit too late for Kimmerson. But great surfing. You could see the potential that he has there. We'll take another replay look at it. Maybe he got a turn before that air. No, really had to go down the line. So it's just going to be for that air and a little bit of a messy landing. Only a 3.9. Doesn't get the score that he needs. The score just came in as we're watching this replay. So it will be Jarvis Earl. And the wild card, Gabriel Klausner, moving on into the next round. Let's take a look at the numbers as we come out of this replay. And it was a 10.7 two-wave total for Jarvis Earl. Gabriel Klausner moves on. We're going to move on to the next heat. When we return, Sheldon Simkis is going to be in the water, along with Billy Sterdman, Mateus Navarro, and Marcus Correa for the last heat of this men's opening round. Stick around for more surfing action. You feel it? I feel it. We're a couple of weeks away from the start of the big wave season. That means toe surfing at Nazare. That means the Peahi Challenge. And the challenge right now for the last heat of the opening round for the men, Sheldon Simkis, Billy Sterdman, Mateus Navarro, and Marcus Correa out in the water for this final heat of the round of 80. Here we go with Sheldon Simkis, unfortunately catching a rail. I'm Kuiper Guerrero along with Marcos Bocuyuva to talk you through all of the action. Could we see a Brazilian sweep in this heat, Marcos?
For sure. Oh, my God. Thank you for introduction, Kaipo. Marcos Correa is so well-rounded. Mateus Navarro comes from BC, Balneário Camboriú, the same born and bred region from William Cardoso. Nowadays, Miguel Pupo resides over there. He used to reside. He's from Cambori, next to Marizia, reside in Marizia. When the kids change from toddler to a little older, they change to Balneário to better schools.
Yeah, so Mateus, when we talk about him, it seems like he's been a veteran of the qualifying series.
Oh, yeah,
Spent about 10 years on it.
Yeah, he's a grinder.
Let's take a look. What happened here with Sheldon Simkis? Something went wrong.
Yeah. He kind of bogged the one, kind of a heel side of his left rail. He's such a pristine, crispy surfer.
And the guy that likes going left because he grew up on a left and he's from a left, Raglan, the Kiwi. That's the opening ride for Billy Sterdman. Who do we got here? Marcos Correa.
Solid surfer, wide stance, well-trained, versatile. From the south coast of São Paulo. There is a difference from north coast of São Paulo, like Gabriel, Miguel Pupo, and guys like David Silva, Marcos Correa, all from the south part of the coast of São Paulo.
And what about this wave, Marcos? I feel that a lot of Brazilian surf competitions are held here at Itaúna. We have a QS 5000, we have this Challenger Series event, we have a CT event. It seems like most of the Brazilian surfers would have a little bit of an advantage because they've surfed past competitions here.
For sure, Kaipo. It's not an easy wave. As you can tell, you've been here for a while. Right now, it's a lot of backwash, a lot of multi-picks, A-frames. It's kind of hard to know if you're going to be the winner, the left, the winner, the right.
Well, here we go with Billy Sterdman. Live action opened up with a 3.67. The backhand is his strength. The Kiwi, hailing from that left-hand point break, Raglan knows how to put it together on the backhand, and we'll be waiting for second wave for Billy Sterdman, hometown Raglan, New Zealand. While we wait for that second wave score, let's hear from the World Junior Champ and the last heat winner, Jarvis Earl, is with Manu.
I'm here with Jarvis, and we don't have the best conditions right there in the ocean, but you rocked it. Congratulations. How was it for you?
Yeah, thank you. It was like pretty tricky conditions out there, so it's always good to get the ball rolling in the first heat, and yeah, I was stoked. I got a few fun ones.
And one of the reasons of your win is right here. Tell us about your board a little bit.
Yeah, so this is a Channel Islands Fever Roundtail. It's usually my go-to board when the waves are tricky and like all over the shop like this. So yeah, I was feeling good out there, and hopefully I'll keep on this board for the rest of the event.
Great. And how do you feel now for the rest of the competition?
Yeah, it's always good to get that first heat out of the way and get a win and get a bit of momentum going. So hopefully I can keep it going and get a good result here.
Great. Do you want to send a message for someone?
Yeah, thanks to everyone watching at home, probably Mom and my girlfriend and all my friends, but I know the time change is pretty bad, so yeah.
If they're awake, they really love you. Congratulations. Just kidding. Back with you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Yeah, it's 1:46 a.m. at Cronulla, where Jarvis hails from, but I'm sure the family's up there cheering him on. Now everybody, hey, Earl family, you can tuck yourselves in, go to sleep. Jarvis is on to the round of 64. And I like that he talked about his Channel Islands surfboard. He's one of the upcoming stars on the Channel Islands team. And Channel Islands, Marcos, being an international brand. They have Channel Islands Australia that makes this thing. And then when he comes over to the U.S., he gets boards out of Carpinteria. Brett Power, another Australian who manages the team for Channel Islands. How important is it to have good surfboards.
Amazing. We saw what happens with the final 5 with João and Britt Merrick, how hard they work in the gear, how much they train different sleds. So it's amazing. It's a basic, man. You got to work, and now that there's a ranking for shapers, and that's awesome.
Yeah, we have our CT Shaper rankings, and we're looking to bring it back next year. This year, 2023, congratulations again to Matt Violas and the guys that lost.
Can I toss an idea right now, freestyling?
Sure.
Like maybe a coach ranking for next year will be nice.
Now we're going to have all the coaches like taking credit for wins and stuff. But yeah, maybe. I mean, there's some characters out there. We got Richard Dog Marsh over here as a coach. We got Leandro Dora would definitely be in that conversation.
For sure.
We got the rookie coming out. Matty Myers from Myers Surf Academy also has had some success. So I like your point. Maybe we could sell that.
Yeah, and there's guys overlapping, like coaching and still competing, like Keanu Austin.
You know what? Keanu, he has a tough time because sometimes he beats his own team riders, and that's tough for a coach.
What's up, Ra? Shout out to Reno Reyes.
Yeah, really enjoy that. That's a great idea. Let's take a replay and look at Billy Stermo. We know he's got a sharp backhand, Marcos.
Oh, for sure. It's so comfortable for him to surfing his backhand. Hagelin, local. Everything is smooth and power for Billy. He's a grinder for QS. I admire this guy so much.
Yeah,
Keep rocking, man.
Yeah, 33 years old, Billy Sterdman, over a decade on this qualifying series. So that kind of commitment. So we have a couple of veterans in the lineup, Mateus Navarro and Billy Sterdman. I would call them the veterans.
Yeah.
And then some of the kind of newer guys would be like this guy, Sheldon Simkus from the Gold Coast. Here he goes. He's got a double up on the inside here. This is going to give him some opportunity. Simkus throws the tail, lays it back, limbo, tests his flexibility, but incomplete. Unfortunate.
Amazing. Almost like a movie trick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sheldon Simkus, a lot was expected for him in 2022 in the Challenger Series. Was a runner-up at the opener at Snapper Rocks, but then the wheels came off for him for the rest of the season. So he's looking to get on a roll, if you would, Sheldon Simkus. Here he is again in the replay.
Have an amazing flow, upside down. He's so used to like point breaks, kind of maybe it's hard to deal with like messy beach break, like multiple bigs. What a layback there. Charging his core. He's maybe doing some yoga nowadays.
Yeah, doing the limbo. Here we go with Mateus Navarro.
All the way from the same region that bring us William Cardozo, a lot of legends from there. Actually, our head judge, Luli Pereira, is from BC, not British Columbia, it's Balneário Camboriú.
All right. Yeah, great to have. We got announcement. If you haven't read the news, we have a new head judge at the World Surf League, Luli Pereira, who has been a judge for many, many years, a great surfer in his own right.
Man, I surfed with him yesterday with the later sledge. Yeah. Amazing, regular stance, super powerful.
And a really intelligent human being in that Luli also has a law degree here in Brazil. So not only a good surfer, really smart, really book smart, surf smart. I think you add up all those things,
and
Marcos.
beat smart.
And beat smart. I think you add up all those things. That makes for a dream in the head judge category.
Thanks for representing Luli. I dropped law school. Thank you for representing surfers.
19 minutes and 12 seconds on the countdown. Sterdman with a 3.67 and a 4.67. That's enough to put the Kiwi, the New Zealander, out in the lead. Sheldon Simkus, just a couple of small scores. Marcos Correa, same thing. And Mateus Navarro, we're waiting for his last wave score to set the situation here in the final heat for the men. We're going to roll into the women's heats right after this. Here we go, Mateus Navarro. Oh, little rock and roll.
I love it.
Type of off the top there.
Yeah, Potts trick, one of the Potts' favorite trick back in the 80s. The rock and roll floater.
Yeah, miss you, Martin Potter.
We all do.
Talk about coaches in the support squad. There's a row.
Oh, I can see Silvana there.
So we'll see Silvana Lina. She's showing up. She'll be doing a benefit for breast cancer awareness later on this afternoon. We'll have a team surf-off cover that and get that back to you. Marcos Correa with just a kind of a redirection right there. A little lost on that wave.
Yeah, kind of. He's the only goofy on this regular affair. 75% Regulars, it's just 25% representing by Marcus. But he's a solid like surfer, almost like Adriano type of surfer, but goofy, wider stance.
Okay.
Super focused.
Simkis. Easy turn to begin. Hoping for this wave to double up and set up, and it does not. So a little frustration for Sheldon Simkis as he kicks out, still searching for a quality wave.
He put all his coins on the right-hander over there, coming to the point, as we call here, the back door of Itaúna.
And the score came in for Mateus Navarro, 2.23. Combine that with a 4.07, and Mateus is in the second place position, which would advance him out of the heat at this moment.
Back in the day, Mateus was from a pristine team from Oakley, together with Adriano de Souza in the beginning of the career on the CT. Mateus was always tied up with Capitão Nascimento, our captain of Brazilian Storm. So they,
with Adriano de Souza.
Yeah, when the Oakley,
and did that have to do with Pina as well?
Yeah, Pinga. Yeah, Pinga was manager for Mateus, and I still do.
So Pinga, a lot of people maybe don't know about Pinga outside of Brazil, but speak, Marcos, too.
Okay,
how much he contributed to the Brazilian Storm.
Oh, man, you have a space for a podcast, Joe Rogan, right now? Okay.
Right.
6 years traveling with Pinga, I know him so well. He's an amazing, talented scout. He's always searching for new surfers. Arthur Villar, back in the day, Ítalo Ferreira, Adriano de Souza. Oh, my God, so many. Miguel Pupo, he's so tight. Caio Ibelli. In the Oakland team, he was like a sponge for good surfers back in that time.
Yeah, and still supports.
I
feel he has his own brand now, and he still supports a lot of the surfers as well. We'll still see him on tour.
For sure, he's a staple on tour. He still have like the box. He's a management for surfers, like a sports management, office in São Paulo. He's in the Felipe Toledo back-to-back world champion.
Ella McCaffrey, she's going to be up, as well as Evie Wong. When we return, we're going to finish this, and then the women are up next. We are back at Itaúna Beach, the site of Challenger Series event number 6, final event of the Challenger Tour. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, and even though it's rainy and it's windy, the surf fans have come out this opening day. Kuiper Guerrero along with Marcos Bocuyuva, and we have Mateus Navarro, Marcos Correa, Billy Sterdman, and Sheldon Simkis out in the water. Sterdman on top. Here he goes again. Billy with a nice start here. Very patient, but just like clean rail surfing from the New Zealand surfer. And again, we talked about him living on a left-hand point, and you can tell because he has such a polished backhand.
Amazing, like a tutorial. Every time Billy rip a left-hander, it's always like this. He's so calm, so powerful, digging the rail is so so much effort. Always a heavy back footer. And in the almost like 75%, you know, regular affair, Marcos Correa is down there.
Yeah, Correa, the only goofy foot out in here. Talk us through this replay.
Let's see, a little setup snap just to be on the power zone of the wave now. Another one, and then he's preparing for this, the money turn. Whoa, tutorial backhand snap. A little foam climbing, eject over there.
Yeah. So Sterdman already with a 4.67 and a 3.67. Anything over that 3.67 on that last wave, we're waiting for that score, will extend his lead over the rest of the field. Sheldon Simkis trying to hop into that one, unable to drop down the face.
It's kind of a low score affair. Still doors opens for anyone there.
Simkis gets on this one. Long streaking bottom turn, nice top turn, patient on his approach, big snap on the oncoming section, put it together on that one, the Australian.
Yeah, kind of a more deep water in the right-handed than in the left, so he kind of set up two snaps, like almost like a cutty, with the money turn in the end. The hook was super precise. Let's check it out in the replay.
And so Simkis on the paddle back out, waiting for the number. A 4.2 will put him into second place and advancing position in this heat at the 11-minute mark. The goofy foot, Marcos Correa, finds a nice left here, bounces off some troubled water, but has no problem, puts it back down. So a contrast in the left and the right. Marcos, when we talk about Itaúna, do you think the better scoring waves are going to be the lefts or the rights?
It depends, Kaipo. It shifts so fast. It depends. I think people right now, the surfers are kind of nursing the turns, like the rail turns more, and almost like clicking in the closeout. And I think we're going to see this kind of equation all the time over here. It's like in 20 seconds, anything can change over here. But normally, the winner is the left.
And
that's why we call the right-hander the back door.
Oh.
Just rewinding for Iago Dora winning here. So his Yeti cooler came from a laugh.
That's right.
Yeah.
Iago Dora on his way to his maiden CT victory here just this year. Perfect 10-point ride for a big, huge, full rotation air. We moved the CT over here in 2017 from Badejuca, that used to be, and I feel that the move here has been really welcomed by all the surfers because it feels like there gets more swell here than Rio proper.
For sure, better breaks, better swell, but actually we kind of bounced here back in the day with I think was a clash with Taj and Andy. Andy was blasting barrels over here. Was epic that season.
You know what? We talked about Iago Dora. We talked about the lefts. Let's take a look back at earlier this year. And Iago Dora with a 10-point ride. This is what a 10 looks like, gang.
Wow. One turn. So much techniques. Iago's skills on airs. Everybody knows, man. All the grabs, leans, moods, slobs, variations, rotations, alley-oops, fake airs, whatever you want to call.
Yeah, Iago Dora victorious here. And Iago's been working on those airs. We just saw clips on social. He's working on some flips now even.
For sure, yeah. He did a clip with a flip in Boa Vista surf pool. I think in 2025, we're going to have, like, just in the state of São Paulo, 5 surf pools. Oh. So people are going to be training hard.
Count me in.
Yeah.
Marcos Correa with a sharp turn on the backhand, Marcos.
Yeah, nice, amazing. Up and down. snap over there. Like just Manitan was the first. I have a little anecdote from Iago. I have a cliche that because I'm older than the guys, and then say, oh, I know this boy since the diapers.
Yeah.
And actually, Iago, I know before the diapers because I married my wife. I met my wife in Leandro marriage, and I'm now 28 years married with her 2 kids.
Well, congratulations. That deserves a trophy all in itself.
For sure, I can
marriage.
do some TED Talks about marriage.
I'm in the 20-plus club, too.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah. Well, that just means we got 2 fine ladies that put up with us, Marcos. Here we go, Sheldon Simkiss on the replay.
Amazing. Let's see. Nursing the turn again, like too messy over there, but figure out the space, the power to do this hook. Look, whoa, clinch there. I love this hook, man. You can do different, angles of hooks. Sheldon is such a clean surfer, smooth operator. Shout out to Shade.
It looks like Marcos Correa coming up out of underwater. We're waiting for last score for Correa, last score for Simkiss to set the situation. 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the countdown here. And Billy Sterdman, the veteran out of all the surfers, the oldest surfer in this heat at 33 years of age, has been in command since the very get-go. Sometimes the older guys, the old wise men, are the guys that are the most dangerous. Here's a replay, though, Marcos Correa.
Let's see. The first one was a nice snap, connecting. Try to figure out the space to do another one. You're going to float? No space there. So just one turn in the wave. He's trying. He's grinding. The guy is a grinder. And actually, I think Billy Steinman right now, he have the code for this heat. He have the sweet password.
Yeah, he's got the trick code. We can see in the background there an iconic headland with a famous church, the Nossa Senhora de Nazaré, which is just a beautiful, beautiful church.
For sure, man. For a Brazilian that now is residing in Portugal, it's kind of Nazaré here, Nazaré there, so it's amazing. This is the Kiwi going right. Oh, the Navarro, sorry. BC surfer, not British Columbia. It's just Balneário Camboriú, the same place that gave us Panda.
Oh.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. We'll wait for that score for Mateus Navarro. And Marcos Correa just clocks in with a 3.83. Correa goes to second place. Take another look here at Mateus' wave.
Let's see, Mateus. Nice snap. Heavy footer on the first turn. A little setup, preparing for the hook. Kind of a little late there, but 3 moves, man. It's a combo. It's burger, fries, and beverage.
The combination. We'll take another look at this wave from the bird's eye view.
It's always good to watch with the birds.
And a nice finish. And you were talking about William Cardoso.
BC.
Yeah, and BC. Oh, we got another replay here. We got so many waves to replay. Yeah. Surprise, surprise. We're waiting for this score. No, this score is a 4.77 for Sheldon Simkiss. Oh, no, we're actually waiting for the score. The score line just updated.
I think was the first right-hander that Sheldon kind of clicked both 3 turns.
Yeah.
No nursing there.
Finally put it together, right?
Yeah.
So Sheldon Simkiss, a 3.93 will take him to the lead. William Cardoso, last year at this event, retired from World Surf League professional surfing, but he's still competing in Brazil. I want to make that clear to everyone.
For sure, he's still grinding on the national tour as the same, equation as Adriano is still there.
Right.
He's coaching, he's overlapping, he's a serial entrepreneur, have stores, have a mall in Florianópolis with his name, have a Calzone place, a Calzone brand. So he's all around. And Balneário right now, BC, the sessions of training over there is so high level because Miguel Pupo is residing there for Barry School for the kids. So there's a lot of reapers, underground heroes there.
It's great that we're going to see Miguel Pupo back at competition over here. A little warm-up because we'll see him back on the championship tour next year.
He got to warm up, man.
Yeah.
The season's almost there for January and Pipe.
Yeah. Well, we talk about Miguel Pupo and Pipe. I think he's usually able to put a strong start over there at stop number 1 at the Bonsai
There is a
Pipeline.
date going on for Miguel over there since the first start, since the get-go.
Well, yeah, I mean, Miguel Pupo, we talk about his history of Pipeline. He's scored a perfect 10, and that perfect 10 that Miguel scored was just a beauty. It was one of those blue waves that ran all the way through the sandbar, got barreled the whole way. It was looking like a modern-day Jerry Lopez on that wave.
Yeah, we can see some Jerry Lopez like DNA on Miguel Pupo, some Rob Machado on the stands, on how natural and casual he can serve.
Yeah. Again, one of the stories here at Marcos is to see if Samuel, Miguel's younger brother, can qualify at this event, qualify for the championship tour, and join his older brother again on the Dream Tour. We're going to find out this week.
For sure, it's a dynasty.
Yeah.
They want to stick together.
Dad's a ledge too, right? Wagner?
Whoa, Wagner. I used to be a little younger than Wagner, but he was ripping. I remember like Alternativa Pro back in the 90s. There's a big smile of Miguel. I think he won a little man-on-man heat with Louis Egan.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so different styles from Louis and from Wagner.
So when we talk about Samuel Pupo, a semi-final finish here will guarantee his spot. But that doesn't mean that he necessarily, that's a guarantee.
Yeah.
But depending on how the other surfers do, and I'm sure Miguel is going to be coaching his younger brother throughout this entire competition. But to guarantee us placing in that top 10, he's going to need to make it into the semifinals.
And over there in the corner of the image right there, we can see another legacy there, young Gouveia, the son of great Fabio.
Fabio Gouveia.
Yeah.
First Brazilian to win a championship tour event. That was Sunset 1991.
Actually, I think he won Guarujá before in 90.
Yeah.
And he was the amateur champion on the Puerto Rico amateur.
Was Guarujá a CT back then?
Yeah, I think it was before CT because CT was 92.
Yeah.
So it counts as a CT without being a CT.
Right.
It's complex. It's not rock science, but it's complex.
It's not exact science. What is an exact science is scores and numbers. And Sheldon Simkis, Marcos, had a slow start. But then he went back-to-back, a 4.77, a 6.67, and that's enough to put Simkis in the lead. Billy Sterdman, who's been in the lead for the majority of this heat, dropping into second place. Sterdman with priority, so he's got to play this priority really smart to advance out of this heat.
For sure. Right now, Brazilians are against the ropes in their own country.
There we go. All the scores from our 5 judges up in the tower for that 6.67 for Sheldon Simkis. 2 judges went as high as that 7-point ride. Down to 40 seconds. And Billy Sterdman holding court in the blue jersey, protecting his second place and advancing position at the moment. We'll see if Marcos Correa, who needs a 4.87, can sneak away. Sterdman.
Going right.
Yeah, going right this time. A couple of S-turns down the line, doubles up here. Nice lip glide to clear that section. Loads up, taps the finish. We'll see if that increases his 2-wave total.
Maybe he can jump on the driver's seat right now with his score. Let's see.
Horn sounds. There's a number of scores owed to us by the judges. Mateus Navarro probably being the most important one. We know Sheldon Simkis, he's going to move on to the round of 64. It's just a question of who's going to join Simkis advancing out of this heat.
Yeah, it's a question of mathematics and seed later.
So the math is, if Billy Sterdman did not improve upon his 2-wave total, Mateus Navarro needs a 4.61. We're waiting for scores for both Sterdman and Navarro to set the final situation. Clock is off, and the next heat is on the way. Oh, and Sheldon Simkis, is he lipping up?
He's lipping.
Oh, no.
We need a hit in lipping. Let's see Billy again.
Yeah, so this is a 4.07, Marcos.
He was just setting up, finding his spot. Right now, he's going to click right there. Nice kind of lip slide floater. And then a little re-entry hook. Nice effort. Showing some versatility.
Yeah, and Mateus Navarro did not get the score. So here's the final numbers. It's going to be Sheldon Simkis, Billy Sterdman moving on into the round of 64 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Coming up next, after this break, it's going to be the women are going to be in the water. Daniela Rosas, Ella McCaffrey, Eve Leula Wong, and Katlina Zakari coming through when we return. It is the women's term now here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Heat 1 of the round of 48. Daniela Rosas out of Peru, Ella McCaffrey from Encinitas, California, representing Hawaii, Eve Leula Wong, and Katlina Zarike, also representing Peru. We got two Peruvians in this opening heat. I'm Kai Paguro, along with Marcos Bocoyuva, to talk you through all of the action. We'll get caught up with some of the action here, but this is a really young crew out in this heat, so it's going to be very enjoyable to watch kind of the next generation of women's professional surfing, starting here with Eve Wong. What do you think about this, Marcos? And catching back up on wave number 2. That first wave that we saw in the replay, a 5.33. So nice, strong finish for the Hawaiian to start this heat. We'll wait for her wave number 2. She's getting busy early. Eve Wong on the paddle back out. Her full name, Eve Leula Ikalani Ikea Wong. Hawaiian's her first language. Her name translates into the resilience gifted from our kupuna, or our elders in heaven, to herself. So not just a great surfer, but a torchbearer of Hawaiian culture when we talk about Eve Wong.
Amazing, beautiful name, beautiful surfing, almost like 2 waves already, like just with the start, like 5 minutes of the heat. She's already right there leading, and we're still waiting for the second score.
Here we go. We'll turn our attention now to Daniela Rosas, the 21-year-old from Peru. Strong rail surfer in Daniela. So a couple of turns there, combos it up. That's going to be her starting number. We'll wait for that to tabulate. Rosas this year, quarterfinalist at the U.S. Open of Surfing. That was her best finish this year. Hometown of Lima, Peru, just outside of Lima.
Yeah, amazing. 4-year trip, 4-hour trip from Rio de Janeiro. You can be in Lima. I can see some Sofia Mulanovic like DNA there, maybe with the mix of Silvana Lima, and I love the click for the lip slide in the end, in the closeout session.
So waiting for a couple scores to set the situation. Eve Wong already with 2 waves, but let's take another look at the opener for Daniela Rosas.
The first was just a setup, a nice turn, and then click it right there. Check it out. Boom. Throwing the fins out. Nice combo. Snap and a re-entry.
Yeah, Daniela Rosas coming off a equal ninth finish in Portugal. Number 20th on the Challenger Series right now for Daniela Rosas. So she's not going to be able to get into that top 5. But remember, for the women, 6 through 10 will be invited, will already be seeded into next year's Challenger Series. So with a win, Daniela Rosas does have an opportunity to get into that zone right there and not have to deal with any of the regional qualification, go straight to the Challenger.
This is almost like a Willy Wonka ticket. You know, she's safe. She didn't clinch like the first division, but she's going to be there in the second. Nowadays, we have 3 divisions. So QS, CS, and CT.
Yeah. Well, it was a slow start in the last heat, Marcos, for Sheldon Simkus, but he came on in the ending part of the heat and was able to take a win. Sheldon is with Rachel.
That's right, Sheldon Simkus. Wow, it's impossible not to tell about all the Aussie support. You all support each other. That's so nice to watch. Your friends were screaming. How did that affect on your performance today?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think the way we've all kind of banded together and we're kind of traveling together and helping each other out down at the beach, it's super helpful. You know, we're in a foreign country, so we're just all trying to stick together and support each other.
And talk us through that one single wave that was the biggest score of the heat that put you in the first position.
Yeah, when it came, I was just kind of sitting in that rip, and there was so much whitewash and so much wind and rain, and I was like, that was my first serve since I got here, so I've just been I got a bit of an injury, so I'm just taking it easy, and I was just like, oh, please just give me at least one wave while I'm here, and yeah, it was a good wave, and it stood up really nice, and yeah, happy to advance.
Oh, so you didn't practice at all before this?
Nah, I got in last night, so not much time to practice, and but I felt good, so keep it going.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations in the next round. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, Shelly Simkus. That's impressive, and that whole crew of Australians sticking together. They're the Irukandji is the name of the whole crew. That's going to be the name of the Olympic crew also, yeah.
Amazing. And talking about jet lag, man, the guy just dropped from the plane.
Here we go. This is a replay of Eve Leula Wong, and this was a 7-point ride, Marcos.
Whoa, the first snap was huge. Nice entry on the top, like a nice combo there.
So Eve Wong starts off with a 5.33, then a 7-point ride. She is in the driver's seat. Daniela Rosas' first effort was a 4.9. She backed it up with a 2.5. Ella McCaffrey has yet to really get started. The 20-year-old out of Encinitas, California, has a bright career and a world traveler in the way of Ella McCaffrey. She competes not just on the Challenger Series, not just on the qualifying series, but even outside of her region. In 2022, Ella McCaffrey had a runner-up finish at 2 Dream Waves. The Dream left at Kurui and the Dream right at Nias, surfing in that Asian Pacific region, and with some big results there. Some great waves in Indonesia.
She's right there. And talking about the style and the power of Ella Wong, I think you can see like quote unquote like DNA from Malia Manuel on her
I like
her
that.
surfing.
Okay, yeah.
I'm a twin. I'm searching for people's twin.
Well, here we go with Ella McCaffrey sitting in second priority with Eve Wong. So she's got real control of this heat, a big lead and priority. At this point, Eve Wong's will be able to dictate the pace and the personality of this heat.
For sure. And kind of selection-wise, she's going to be more calm. She can select better waves right now because she got to just drop a 5.33, so it's not an easy task.
No, it is not an easy task, but that quick start is beneficial to the Hawaiian surfer.
For sure. I think in Saquarema, this is the key, man. You got to find you. As soon as you find your rhythm, going to be better.
Especially today with this shorter period.
For sure.
Wind swell. This is a wind swell, right?
There is a mixed swell of wind swell.
Okay.
Here is, I think the pristine condition will be like southeast, and for Bahia more southwest.
Yeah. And what are we looking at right now?
It's a mix, maybe a collision, man, of southeast with a little, maybe north a little bit.
And that's really just making the jumbled waves, but also some peaks out here. And it seems pretty consistent throughout the day, too.
For sure. That's why we have like a Staples Center in Brazil, my Maracanã to surf. That's the cliche, man. Like Wembley Arena for surfing in Brazil.
Yeah, for people outside Brazil, Maracanã is a famous football or soccer stadium in Rio.
Yeah.
At one time held, I think, 200,000 seats. I think it's been reduced since then.
I've been there in that time.
Really?
Yeah. It was gigantic, huge.
The bleachers must have been
and we have a piece of, back in the day, we have like a final for World Cup with Uruguay when they got defeated in our own land. So a silence with
that didn't go over well.
100,000 people in silence. I think it was around the 50s.
Okay.
I'm not a soccer commentator.
Okay. Sport moves fast.
Yeah.
So does surfing when the set comes through, but right now we're in a little bit of a lull time out here. And Eve Wong, though, was smart to get a quick start. Taking a look here at Catalina Zarique out of Peru. This is my first time seeing Catalina in competition. Do you know anything about her?
My first time, too. I'm residing the last couple of 4 years in Portugal, so I'm putting some data, my effort in the data. It's more in the European region, so I'm kind of howling in my own country in some sort of way.
Ella McCaffrey, quick snap there, and Ella still searching for a wave that gives her some opportunity. You can see she's on a sharp eye surfboard.
Yeah, I can tell. I see the eye there. I saw Marcio in Ericeira. He's such a cool guy. I love the guy. Since the Danny Melhado, Dean Randazzo team back in the day.
Yeah.
I think there's people that don't know that sharp eye was built and shaped, with no coat-to-coat shape by a Brazilian down in San Diego from Rio de Janeiro. Yeah.
It really made his name there, and now some of the best surfers in the world, including our current world champ, Felipe Toledo, riding those
so
boards.
many, almost countless. Shout out to Yufu Penrose, my boy. He's here from San Clemente.
And so, Yufu, can you tell us what his role is in?
For sure. Yufu was a legend already, like competitor from BC. He resided a little bit in Tamambuca, and he moved himself with his family. He built his family in Orange County, Southern California, San Clemente. Super close from Trestle, so since there he became like being our Brazilian ambassador over there, like a space for Thomas Hermes, a space for William Cardoso, a private room for William over there, Panda, and then he clicked with Marcio, and then hey, I think we can move Felipe for the company over here, and then he clicked with Felipe, everything like exploded from there.
And that's when
in a good way.
Things changed in a good way. Well, I think talking about change, we're going to be looking at some rookies and some veterans on the Women's Championship Tour. 5 from the Challenger Series coming off of this. Let's take a look at some of the scenarios that we're looking at. This is day 1 of the competition. And as this competition plays out, we'll be updating you on the scenarios for the women and qualification. We already have one of those 5 spots locked up with Sally Fitzgibbons, but Indiana Robinson, she makes the quarters. Sawyer Lindblad, if she makes the quarters, they've locked their spots. Alyssa Spencer, Isabella Nichols, Bronte McCauley make a final. and they've locked up that spot. And Luana Silva with a late charge, runner-up finish in Ericeira. She wins this event, and she's guaranteed a spot on the tour.
If she kept like gaining rhythm, maybe she can win here after a runner-up. Makes sense. She's so focused with the protocol with Leandro right now, with Mateus by her back, and João is her boyfriend, so she's a local right here.
Yeah, so it's a big, big event for those women. And we'll keep you updated on the rankings and the situations when we talk about qualification for the 2024 Championship Tour. Again, that 2024 Championship Tour kicking off January 29th at the Bonsai Pipeline, stop number 1.
Amazing. I just can't wait.
Yeah. And we got stuff to fill in.
I know.
We have this event, and then, a couple weeks from now, November 1st, the start of the big wave season. Can't wait to see what Nazare produces this year. It's the El Nino year.
Yeah.
Peahi, Jaws.
I'll be there.
Could be a big, big event, as we're predicting this early winter. Already the systems in the Pacific, when we look at the Hawaiian Islands, we already have some systems coming, and the swells are already starting to hit the North Shore. So it's good signs early in the year.
Yeah. I saw some push during the summer also, Mike.
Well, 14 minutes, 10 seconds. Eve Wong with the lead. Daniela Rosas just gained priority. So Rosas with an opportunity to take that lead. She's going to have first choice of anything coming through. You can see her in the red jersey right there as we zoom down on Itaúna. Broken up peaks here, opening day of competition. We saw waves this morning, and we're not going to walk away from it. So we're going to get through we already got through the entire round of 80 for men, and we'll get through the entire round of 48 for the women to set up round 2 for men and round 2 for women by the end of the day.
Boys and girls got to be fit to compete in Itaúna, man. It's so messy, a lot of current.
A lot of paddle.
Yeah, a lot of paddle. It's a paddle battle constantly.
Now, while we look above here, though, there is a bit of a gutter right next to the rock formation.
Yeah.
And that's where you can get out there pretty fast.
That's the channel there.
So that'll suck you out. So that's the shortcut.
Yeah, for sure. That's the key.
So you think we'll see surfers maybe running up the beach and repositioning themselves later in this?
All the time, I think.
Yeah. If you catch a long left, right?
For sure, yeah. For the winners on the left side of the A-frame.
Well, we saw Daniela Rosas with a priority error, took off on a wave curled, and she's lost that priority.
And Kaipo, this is a long, stretchy beach that goes all the way to the city of Arraial do Cabo. My father used to have a beach house there. And it's amazing. Praia Grande is the corner of the end corner of this stretchy beach over there. It's amazing. Where it's a train ground for Vitor Ribas. He resides in Cabo Frio. So we have a lot of legacy on Brazilian surfing around this region called Costa Verde. Sorry, region of lakes, Região dos Lagos.
Okay, and Vitor or Victor
Ribas.
Yeah. We're going to see him later in competition. There's going to be a legends heat, right, with him and Guilherme Herdy.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I compete so much in the amateur division. He ran through amazing.
2 goofy foots out there.
2 goofy footers, so spread in schools of style. Guilherme used to be called one of the most Australian surfers from Brazil. He used to be from HB, Hot Buttery.
Hot Buttered, yeah.
Hot Butter?
Yeah, Hot Buttered, a label founded by the great Terry Fitzgerald, the Sultan of Speed.
Yeah, I can call Dire Straits for that, the Sultan of Speed, man.
I love that.
Sultan of Speed and Swing.
The Sultan of Speed and Sultan of Swing. Talking story, talking history here with Marcos Bocoyuva. Thank you for joining us. This is the opening heat for the round of 48 for the women. We have 8 heats in this round. There are going to be 4 surfer heats. Top 2 surfers advance out of each of these 4 surfer heats where they'll meet the higher seeds in the round of 32. That'll be day 2 of competition here. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with the conclusion of this heat. We'll see if Eve Leula Wong can hang on. Daniela Rosas in second place. She wants to stay there. Back after these messages. Back at Itauna Beach here, and Eve Leula Wong out in the lead. When we left you for a commercial break, situation's the same. Eve is still in the lead. This is Ella McCaffrey. She's fighting for a second place in advancing position. Ella, at the moment, needs a 4.71 to do so. There's the numbers up on the screen. A 2-wave total for each of your surfers. We're still waiting for a score. Third wave for Eve Wong. It's not going to factor into her top two. The important score that we're waiting for is for Ella McCaffrey. Remember, McCaffrey needs a 4.71 Kaipaguro. Marcos Bukuyuva talking you through the action. First heat of the opening round for the women, Marcos.
Yeah, Kaipo and Itauna, sometimes it's such a hard, wave to read because it's punchy, have power, but sometimes angle-wise, it's kind of fat. So you kind of manage your speed, controlling speed. Pedal to the metal, Mr. Martin Potter.
You know what? I mean, this wave, some of the waves that hit the sandbank, right, just double up and give you a lot of opportunities. But other waves, like you said, Marcos, they look like they're going to be a good wave. And if they hit just a little bit off of that bank, they're just deep and hard to even paddle into, yet surf.
Yeah, in the right-hander, it's more, in your face, how deep the deep water can be. Yeah, so you got to be navigating through the power, pocket.
Yeah, there you can see on your screen, to the left is that rock formation here, and then right next to those rocks, there's a bit of a deep water gutter right there that will take a rip and suck out to sea, and that's why the right goes into basically a channel. So you got to pick the right one on the bank if you want a good right.
Yeah, and it's a break that you can hold like huge swells over here. There is a legacy of big surfing here from Lucas Chumbo, older brother from John Chianca, Marcos Monteiro, my man Mika, underground hero here.
I believe we had some big years when there used to be QSs here. Wiggly Dantas won in 2014. I think it was pretty sizable.
I was a reporter for that event with Peter Mel.
Yeah, and Mitchell Colburn in 2013, Matt Wilkinson 2012, Kai Otten in 2011. Do you have any memorable years?
I have a lot of memories from the huge swell from the Kai Otten, event. And
so 2011 was the big year.
Yeah, and you can see the numbers, the stats. You can see a lot of goofy footers winning here.
That is true. When we look at the QS, we had Kai Otten, goofy foot, Matt Wilkinson, goofy foot, Mitch Colburn, goofy foot, Wiggly Dantas, goofy foot, Alex Ribeiro, goofy foot, Iago Dora, goofy foot, Miguel Tudela, goofy foot, and lastly, Ian Gouveia, goofy foot. So great point with the stats there.
Freestyling, bro.
Yeah. And then the defending champion on the CT level is another goofy foot, Iago Dora.
That's why maybe point us to see that the winner is the left. But you can be a ripper and surf backhand with the right, being a goofy.
Well, and to broaden the conversation, we're going to be waiting for a score for Catalina, the Peruvian. She needs a 6.43. And here's a replay of her wave, Marcos.
Let's see. Controlling the speed, up and down. Look at the size of this thing. Amazing, almost like a setup, but now she click. But she hang up there. That's why I was saying it's so hard to read this wave.
Yeah, hard to read the right.
Speed-wise, is I think the hardest part.
So the score comes in, not yet for Catalina, but we were just talking about the left here, and it's nice to see some lefts on the championship tour.
Oh yeah.
We're adding a left this year. Cloud break.
Everybody's celebrating.
It's a little bit more of an even. It's a little bit more of an even hand.
Oh yeah.
We're only going to have 9. We're only going to have 9 events this year. The year's cut a little bit short because of the Olympics. Yeah. But it's good to see another left on tour in the way of Fiji.
It's a celebration for the goofies.
Yeah. So we got this wave, which is really a lot of in the proper swell. The left's going to be the scoring one.
Yeah.
Pipes the left. That's right, too.
Yeah, yeah.
See, you can't get away from it.
You got a razor blade there in the right, man.
Tahiti's, clearly, there's no way you want to go right there.
Oh, yeah. I remember, I think it was Tom Whitaker surfing in a heat with a backdoor in Tahiti once.
Out of desperation.
Yeah, desperation mode.
gets shallow up there.
Oh, man. I don't want to rip my beer off.
4 minutes, 20 seconds. Still waiting for that score for Catalina. And we saw it was a bigger wave. A 4.43 drops for Catalina. Not enough, though, to get her into second place and advancing position. Now an opportunity for Daniela Rosa, who's in that second place and advancing position, to protect the lineup, because Daniela Rosa's red P by her name means that she has priority, so she can protect the lineup. But 4 minutes is a long time to protect the peak, Marcos.
Yeah. She got the knife and the butter. She just need the bread, because she got to drop this 2.5 over there. And she can protect the zone a little bit, and maybe choosing the right wave to come. And she have a lot of experience. She's young, but she's well-rounded around right now. Kids are jumping on the QS with so much experience nowadays.
Yeah,
with the Pro Junior division, the protocols.
Yeah, Daniela Rosa's just 21 years old. And to your point, when we look at the scope of the World Surf League, it really comes in layers, right? You have the Pro Junior Tour, then you can graduate to the qualifying series, then you graduate to this series, the Challenger Series, with ultimately the goal to qualify for the Championship Tour.
Yeah, you cannot slingshot from one division to the other. You got to pay, the tributes.
It's a trail.
Yeah, it's a trail.
It's
a grind.
It's a grind.
Yeah. To be on top, you got to grind it up.
Same thing for commentary.
Oh, yeah.
3 minutes remaining. Eve, she started strong, and she's still in that lead position. Daniela Rosa's trying to protect the second place position. The Peruvian, her fellow Peruvian, Catalina, wants to take that second place off of her. Catalina in the green jersey just needs a 2.98 at the moment to take that position off of her fellow country surfer.
She's right there. Look at the backup. It's like 0.97. So she just needs like 2.98 to get through to the second position. So let's see how Daniela Rosa is going to.
Heat recap. It all started with some strong surfing from the Hawaiian, Eve Wong, Marcos.
She's the leader of this heat. Nursing those turns, but clicking in the end, in the closeout. Check it out. Whoa, nice hook underneath the leap. Almost a little slow climb there.
And I believe this is her 7-point ride where she really got some work done.
Oh, slingshot in this carve, man. I love this closeout turn.
Rosas fought back here for 4.9 for the Peruvian to get her back in that top two.
Yeah, clicking in the end. The winners right now are the right-handers. There's a little more bow there angle-wise. We don't talk so much about angle. It's so mainly important. Placing your board on the right angle is key.
There's all of our scores just popping up there, along with the top two are highlighted. Here we see just the top two scores for each of our surfers, and the last column giving you what the surfer requires. This happened during the recap. Catalina coming up short on this one. Needed a 2.98. She just earned a 2.33 on this wave, Marcos.
Her style is so fresh. You can see by her surfing, she's super young.
The grommet of the crew.
Yeah.
Coming up just a little bit short, down to 40 seconds on the clock. Rosas clears that first section, eyes up the oncoming section, meets it with a nice snap, and she's going to kick out. She's looking to get rid of a 2.5 that she has in her score line to secure her second place in advancing position.
She reminds me a little bit another OG from the girls here in Brazil, like Tainai Hinkel.
Yeah.
She have a wider stance, super powerful in any turn. How girls surfing evolved last decade. It's amazing.
Most progression's been happening amongst women professional surfing, for sure. I agree with you there. And it's going to be horn sounds. Eve Leula Wong, Daniela Rosas will be moving on into the next round, eliminated from competition. Catalina and Ella, we'll see them next year on the qualifying series and perhaps the Challenger Series.
Back to the drawing board.
Well, That's the action here. We got more action on the way. Heat 2 for the women will be in the water when we return to Itaúna Beach.
And the Cachorrinhos are out this morning over in Saquarema. As you can see, everybody's a visitor here at the beautiful beach of Praia da Itaúna. Live from Saquarema, it's Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, the host of the last stop of the Challenger Series on the WSL Challenger Series Tour. Round of 48, Heat 2 for the women out there. Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal in the red. Kira Pinkerton, former world junior champion, is in the blue from the U.S. Sarah Wakita from Japan in the white. And Zoe Stain from South Africa is in green. Mitchell Salazar here with Marcos Bocayuva. 3 regular footers up against the 1 goofy footer, Zoe Stain in the green. Hopkins has a lot of experience. She loves heavier surf, comes from Portugal. Kira Pinkerton, as good as it gets really when it comes to these kind of conditions. And Sarah Wakita and Zoe Stain, they have a lot more to prove. Wakita, that's a name that you normally associate with Pipeline. Sarah, though, second-generation professional surfer, and she is a great one, Marcos.
Amazing, amazing. Shout out to Miyuki Onozato, my friend from the 90s that I don't see for 30 years. And she saw my brother, and she came along because she was in the corner for Conor O'Leary Down Under. And she came along, you remind me of my dear friend Marcos. And he told her, and I'm his twin. And so shout out Miyuki. Omedetou gozaimasu.
Arigato gozaimasu. Yeah, small world. 27 minutes on the clock. It seems like Hopkins has caught a wave already, a 4.67. As I mentioned before, she relishes competing in these kind of opportunities, loves to be in the heavier stuff, resides in Portugal. Her father originally from Cornwall, I believe, and she is just one of those people that seems to improve her skill set when she's up against the world's best. Marcos.
Yeah, I can recall Peterson Rosa was there, was like a surfer like this type. When the waves are huge, he like excel, and Yo-Yo, as we call her
Yo-Yo.
in Portugal, she's amazing. I think further on, like 10 years from now, one decade from now, she can pursue like the dream of being a charger or heavy wave surfer.
You see her quite often when you're in Portugal?
Yeah, around the QS, regional QS. She's a legend.
Yeah, good amount of surfers coming out of Portugal right now. Vasco Ribeiro was, I think, the one catalyst out of my generation. He was a world junior champion. Next thing you know, Teresa Bombolos winning the Challenger Series event. And Yolanda Hopkins looking to make it to the CT eventually too, Marcos.
Yeah. And maybe it's a comeback for Federico. Let's see.
Yeah, could be. He's in a position to qualify right now.
Go kick us.
He's right there. So let's see if he can make it happen. A 4.67 on that one for Hopkins. Had a look at that wave. Going to let it go. Both Pinkerton and Wakita have been excelling in competition worldwide at the Challenger Series level. Pinkerton, a former World Pro Junior champion herself from San Clemente, California. Her father, a former national champion at the NSSA level, Jim. Great surfer from San Clemente himself. And Zoe Stain, last season at Haleiwa, the last challenger of the year had an excellent score and was still not able to make it out of that one heat that she had over in Haleiwa. Has an excellent backhand. And speaking of it, up and riding, quick one there for Zoe, in and out. 25 minutes on the clock. South Africa also not only a nation that has produced amazing surfers, the quality of the waves they have in that region is substantial, Marco.
Amazing. As a regular stance surfer, I love J-Bay. I still have the dopamine from my last wave there, like 11, carbs in one wave is not for a common wave.
A couple of barrels probably, too, on that one?
Yeah, not such a wise guy on barrels, but I grab a few. And I love the country, the culture, like Afrobeat, the music.
Yeah.
Salma Sakeda is the son of him. He's the son of a legend from the, kind of Afrobeat scene.
24:35 on the clock. Hopkins with a 4.67 and Zoe staying with just a throwaway of an 0.5. Big heat win for Oahu's own Eve Wong. She is downstairs with Rachel.
That's right. Oh, my God, congratulations. You were leading the heat from the beginning, had a 7-point ride. Well, how much do you think this wave fits to your surfing?
I had a lot of fun out there. I think it's definitely similar to some of the beach breaks in Hawaii. So, yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Do you want to say something to your family and friends back home?
Sure. Aloha kako, mahalo ya oko, mahalo nui no ke kako ona ya'u. Ai, mahalo.
Talk us through that wave, that 7.0 that you got.
I caught it on my way back out, and I didn't really expect much, but I just saw a big section and just went for it.
Congratulations and good luck in the next round. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to Eve, one of the big proponents of keeping Hawaiian culture alive. She's a native Hawaiian herself, and she has been, not only a guiding light for a lot of up-and-comers from the state of Hawaii, but also a lot of people that are trying to continue to embody that kind of culture, and we really thank Eve for doing so. Big heat win for her. She's definitely needing it and moves into the next round. Eve Wong, by the way, last year at Haleiwa surfed in the first heat of the event and surfed in the very last heat of the event.
I remember that.
Went all the way from the first round into the final, ended up with the 4th place finish, but still not bad surfing as a local wild card at one of your home breaks.
Yeah, and always with a smile on her face. I think it's key. It's kind of a mental thing, like the flow state. You got to have fun. It's surfing, man.
Yeah.
You're not in the office, locked up.
And she is from inland Oahu, too, by the way. She's not from a coastal part. Has to drive everywhere, around half an hour to each part of the island just to get there. But from Mililani originally, if you recall, Mililani, the home of Kekoa Bam Bam Bakalso, too, a former World Pro Junior champion.
I love Kekoa surfing. I can still see some resemblance. A lot of surfers from Kekoa, man. Bam Bam is amazing.
Yeah, definitely.
And now he's a team manager.
He is for Ripro.
Yeah.
Puts on
mahalo to all my friends in Hawaii, man. I love that place.
Does a lot of good stuff for the kids over there in Hawaii, just like Jason Chibata and Reynos Hayes does.
Another OG's coach. I was tossing an idea here on live, like freestyling for maybe a ranking of coach from next season. Can be like shapers, coach?
We'll have to get Prodan to approve it, but we could, maybe. Well, but that's all dependent.
Mess up.
Some people might have one surfer or less. As a big drop right there from Kira, and she goes down. And speaking of impactful performances, that is a game changer right there. Pinkerton with the late drop, unable to make it, has to ditch the board right there. And Kira loves to charge, but unfortunately for her, a wipeout on that one. Here's Yo-Yo now on the answer back. Late hit right there, and she's going to go down as well. 21:25 on the clock. And some carnage out there right now in the water. Big drop for Sarah. And 3 people in a row go down consecutively, Marco.
3 against 0. Itaúna is scoring right now. But this is the grinding from the CS, man. You got to be able to do the paddle battle. I think, Yo-Yo going to change gear.
Well, it seems like she might be coming in. Or at least might be doing the runner.
I saw her waving.
Maybe. Yeah, she might have dinged her board. Maybe creased it, buckled it. Who knows? But yeah, it seems like something is wrong. She will be changing equipment. This is the wave, Marcos. It happened right here when she went up for the turn.
Look at this guy, so powerful. And from the scene of in the TV, in your computer, anywhere you're watching this, it's way heavier inside there.
Yeah, and if Feve Wong was mentioning that these waves have the same kind of energy as the beach rigs of Hawaii, you know that is for sure. And there's the board change. She just discards that one board and says, give me the next one. I'm here for it.
Whoa, she's going to change like a round tail for a smaller tail.
And here's Sarah Wakita now. So Sarah with just the one carve on the open face. And that's going to be it for her. In the white jersey, it's going to be her best wave so far. Wakita, second-generation professional surfer. Older brother Taichi, also an incredible surfer himself. Good opening ride here for Sarah, though, Marcos.
Amazing snap underneath the lip there. Unfortunately for her, it kind of fades out the wave. So much deep water right there, so much current.
And then Zoe was up and riding behind her, too. Strong backhand turn right there for the South African.
Upside down. I recall a little bit of Bianca Budentag.
Yep. Yeah, Sarah Baum also in the event.
She's solid. She's been surfing in a European region. I've been calling some heat from Sada. Oh, amazing surfer.
Yeah, and definitely has the skill set to make it to the championship tour as well.
It's all there.
Just need to find some consistency with the results. Had a good performance here at this event last year, as we see Kira now behind that one. So Pinkerton just going to have a couple of throwaways on the board right now. Just under 19 minutes to go, and now Sarah again, late drop. And the surfer from Rocky Point in Hawaii, just a quick one for her, still waiting on her second ride, as we are also waiting for the last of Zoe Stain, which seems to be like a significant score at this point of the heat, 18:30 on the clock. Talk about challenging conditions. It's called the Challenger Series for a reason, but adaptability, Marcos, especially from somebody like your generation. You grew up in the 80s, went on to surf professionally, still into the 90s. When it comes to the different locations that we have on the Challenger Series this year, you got a good balance of point breaks, good balance of beach breaks, but without Haleiwa on the schedule now, having a beach break as the final event of the year really changes things for a lot of people.
Versatility is key, Mitch. You're on point with that, comment, because we got to be able to read the waves, different waves, and this wave shifts so fast, the conditions, the tide, the direction of the swell. So you got to be like a jazz musician. You got to be able to freestyle, to have improvisation, and to have this capacity of having the right decision and like snap time.
A lot of people always ask me, non-surfers, what's the most difficult thing about surfing? And I just tell them, hey, it takes a lot of practice, but really it's just getting your hours in the ocean too. You almost need to predict the future in a sense.
Oh, in some sense, for sure, man. It's hard when you talk with a broader sport like skateboarding. Everything is there. The ramp or the
all the time too.
Yeah, the seat is there for street skating, and here we're shifting, we're moving. That's why maybe surfing gonna reach another level with the pools, because you can train effort, one trick at a time. I remember once I was driving for Bob Burnquist in the Mega Ramp in San Diego. I drove for Bob for 3 hours just so he can land a little board trick on the big rail. 3 hours without accomplish. Oh, I'm gonna try next day because there's no more light. It's a grinding, man. Surfing's hard. It's like skate is hard, but surf is moving. The wave is moving. You gotta adapt. Like a jazz musician is the best. Maybe the cliche.
Too many environmental factors.
Yeah.
16:25 remaining in Heat 2 of the round of 48 for the women. Zoe Stain drops a 4.77 on her last wave. That moves her up into first place. Yo-Yo Hopkins down to second. Only needs a 1.51 to retake first, though. Sarah Wakita drops a 2.83 as her best for the one carve. Now needs a 2.68 for second. And Kira Pinkerton, who's up and riding, needs a 5.03 or better. This is a good section for Kira. Under the lip snap. And just a little late to the section right there for the former world junior champion. So Kira's been very close to qualifying a few times. Only turned 21 a few weeks ago. And I'd have to say, out of the United States, she has definitely been one of the best surfers that we've had in a long time on the Challenger Series. Still has not been able to qualify for the championship tour. Will not make it happen this year, but at least looking to make it into the top 10. Remember, 6 all the way to 10, if you're not within the top 5, you do guarantee your requalification to the Challenger Series just by finishing within those slots. So Kira looking for what could be her first win at the CS level, Marco.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a medal. You don't need to grind at the regionals QS. This is a kind of a half ticket to Willy Wonka ticket.
Right. And speaking of grinding.
My God, this wave was a bulldozer, man. Ooh, look.
Just a bit out of position on that one was Kira. And then Yo-Yo right behind her, a quick in and out. But doesn't change anything.
I love the gear on the front foot with the deck. I love like Christian
You like it,
style.
yeah.
I like it because it's style-wise, it's cool for me.
It's just, it's almost like the same thing as wearing booties for me. You can't really shift your feet as much.
Okay, yeah.
I'm one of those people that I need to move my feet quite a bit.
I love to surf in small boards, so you have like a switch stance, kind of narrow switch stance. A switch spot, sorry. So I love to surf with decks on front, but
they're pretty popular now, though.
Yeah, it's a comeback.
Yeah.
Everything is like...
It's going back to the 80s and the 90s, isn't it? We got a paddle here. Kira up and riding again. Nearly was able to pull in right there at the beginning, just a setup turn for Pinkerton. And that seems to be her best wave so far. Won't be a huge score, but at least the requirement will be a little less than the 4.58 that she needs at the moment. 14 minutes on the clock. Party still with the heat leader in the green jersey, Zoe Stain. Yo-Yo Hopkins in second. And Sarah Wakita in third, only needing a 2.68. A lot of people showing up this afternoon to the beach. It's a weekend here in Saquarema, Saturday afternoon, and the sun has finally come out for the first time. It's still a bit overcast, but it hasn't rained in a while. The wind has stopped, and the waves are firing, and you have the world's best surfers out there looking to qualify for the World Championship Tour. Everything's on the line here. Obviously a significant event for the surfers, but for the region, just as important, Marco.
Super important, and we're leaving this week like it's a national holiday 2 days ago, so it's a kids' holiday.
Yeah,
Dia
Kids
da
Day.
Criança, Kids Day.
Here's Kira. That's more like it from Pinkerton. And one more for good measure. Won't be able to ride out of the last one, but had some good work before that. So Pinkerton gets a 1.6 on her previous one, and now only needs a 3.91 to move up into second place. Has a lot of power, relishes the opportunity to compete in heavier surf. I mean, she is definitely one of the few people that is probably bummed that Haleiva's in on the schedule on the women's side anymore, because that was a great event for her. But she charges just in kind of every condition you can think of. A great barrel rider herself, and one of the best surfers to come out of the U.S. in recent years, too. Former World Junior Champion, that was in 2018, and now looking to win her first Challenger Series event.
And I think she's finding the rhythm right now.
Absolutely. Let's see if she can get into a rhythm in this one. Gets a 3.93, so moves up into second place. Zoe Stain still in the lead. Let's see if she can keep it at the end of this one. Be right back with more action from Saquarema. Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Round of 48, Heat 2 in the water for the women. Zoe Stain in the lead in the green jersey. Kira Pinkerton was momentarily in second, but Yo-Yo Hopkins in the red just moves herself back up into second place, just a 1.0. Here's Zoe, the Heat leader. On the back end again, already opened up with a 4.77 on her previous ride. Only looking to improve on a 1.4. Could likely do that with this one turn. 10 minutes to go. Priority with Pinkerton. She's needing just a 1.75 to move back up into second place. And Sarah Wakita in fourth, needing a 2.85. Here's Kira. That's strong. Right there from Pinkerton. Up into the lip again. And some great stuff from Kira if she can hold on. Unfortunately, she cannot. So just the one on the outside. Great effort, though, right there from Kira. And you can see the frustration. Definitely wanted to pull the second one. First one was a quality maneuver, though, Marco.
For sure. Clean turn, like the money turn from this wave was the first one. And it's almost like a surfing triathlon right now. And you got to pedal hard, you got to surf hard, and sometimes you got to run.
Yeah,
so you got to be multitask.
Leave the running to the minimum. Because if you're on the beach, it means that you have either broken a board, broken a leash,
touch base with the coach,
or you're just out of position out there the entire time. But as always, 90% of surfing is pathing.
Yeah.
9 minutes to go. Last up, Pinkerton is her best. It's enough for the lead, Marcos.
Whoa.
A 4.17.
Driving seat for her.
And now Yo-Yo Hopkins down to third place, needs a 3.04 or better. And Sarah Wakita needing a 4.87. So Sarah, with priority at the moment, needs something close to a 5-point ride. It would have to be the best score of the heat. 8:35 on the clock. And there's Kira paddling back out. She is pretty far up the beach. I mean, she took that ride all the way down, but you have a lot of these currents moving you to the other side. This opening turn, though, money, Marcos.
Whoa, on the pocket, super powerful. And she almost landed. She was limbo there.
In her defense, that section was not easy. So riding out of that thing, you know, I would say that maybe half of the field probably could have done it. Half of them not.
Yeah.
But that's just a number that I'm throwing out. But conditions are not easy whatsoever. Here's Yo-Yo now. Needs a 3.04. And not much right there on offer for the Portuguese surfer in the red jersey. 7:40 on the clock. Priority still with Sarah Wakita. Zoe Stain in second place in the green. Needs a 3.33 to retake first place. You know, and the U.S., a couple of people that are very close to qualifying. You have Sori Lindblad, who already won an event this year, the U.S. Open. She's had 2 finals. Runner-up to India Robinson over at Snapper Rocks. Alyssa Spencer is coming off of the victory at Ribeira de Ilhas. She's the defending champion at this event, too. There's a resurgence, not only on the women's side, but obviously on the men's side, too. Cole Hauschman has already qualified. Talk to me about the generational performances that we've seen from surfers from the United States that have been impressive here in Brazil in the past, as we see Nixie Ryan coming up in the next heat. The U.S. has always had good performances here.
For sure. I can recall like Taylor Knox winning in Barra da Tijuca, Rob Machado with a lot of connections. There was a shifting event that we surfed in Prainha in Rio one season, and Rob was ripping. You know, so many guys back in the day. There is a lot of tradition from down under surfers also. Like in the beginning of the 80s, the Mr. Brazil was Dave McCauley, Bronte's father and coach. And after this, in the 90s and 2000 was Taj Burrow. She was Mr. Brazil. Both won like 4 events, if I'm not wrong. And but from the U.S., man, Cole Hauschman, he's surfing so good.
Yeah.
There was a guy here in Brazil from the Quick team back in the beginning of the 90s. And in the season that we put the protocol of QS and CT, Renato Vanderlei from Santos, south coast of Brazil. The DNA of Renato surfer is so close from Cole. And I'm talking to Ricardo Martins, one of the best shapers from Brazil.
RM,
and he used to be he's still a shaper, I think, shapes some board for Renato. And I kind of connect by social with Ricardo and say, hey, man, you saw how close, how, you know, DNA-wise, you know, Cole have from Renato without even notice. And he said, oh, my God, I noticed that too, man. Amazing that you saw this, because I was connecting that with my friends in my daily routine. And Cole is the most impressive guy from San Clemente. And in California, you guys got to be so versatile because you got, like, of course, you got trestles, but even in San Clemente, you got T Street, you got Cottons, you got Needles, you have, like, you know, State Park. So you got to be versatile. And versatility is Saquarema, is key for here.
Yeah, and if you're in San Clemente, don't forget about Riviera either.
Oh, Riviera for sure, man.
Great wave.
Is your favorite place? Which
no, in San Clemente, I'd have to say probably lowers. It's hard to deviate from lowers.
Because of the crowd, I like a lot, you know, uppers.
Yeah, well,
is
no.
That faster?
Uppers is an amazing wave, too. Maybe just as good as lowers, but less
yeah.
crowded.
Yeah.
So just under 5 minutes, we saw Sarah Wakita right there, was needing a 4.87. That's just a small score of a 1.07, though. Kira Pinkerton still in the lead. Zoe stayed in second. Yo-Yo Hopkins in third, needs a 3.04. And here's the heat leader, Pinkerton now, looking to replace the 3.93. And she is just on fire. Her last 3 waves are probably counting waves right now. Little over 4 minutes to go. And, you know, we talk about the Californian presence specifically here. Oh, my goodness. Yo-Yo over the falls.
Ooh.
Had a weird paddle on that one and didn't even stand up.
Sketchy.
So that is considered a paddle. She will lose priority on that one. 4 minutes to go. I mean, just our women's champion at the CT level, Caitlin Simmers.
Whoa.
She's from Oceanside, California.
Yeah. Right there between the San Diego and OC, right there in the border. One of my favorites, man. She's so cool. You know, on the glass and in the water.
Yeah. And well, here's the wipeout. Yep. Had a look
like
at that one.
A holo, a boogie board. El holo.
Yeah. Almost a drop in like that, sideways, side slip. And then Kira has just been on fire. Waiting on this score right here with a little over 3 minutes to go. Now live action, Yo-Yo. She never gives up. Never die kind of attitude from Hopkins and does not need much.
She's right there.
A 3.04 or better is her requirement. Don't know if they're going to deem that second turn complete or not.
I can see some Shane Bastions in Kira style, maybe even Jim Hogan.
Yeah, a little bit of Jim Hogan right there, but some Pancho Sullivan in that first turn right there from Yo-Yo.
She have more DNA for power surfing.
So waiting on 2 scores, this one and the last of blue, the heat leader Pinkerton. What do you think, Marcos? 3.04? Is it going to come down to this being complete or not?
The only thing I'm sure, I don't want to be a judge right now. Heavy to score this because the first turn was on point, but the second one, the wave was fading out.
Yeah, so a tough one to really score for Yo-Yo right there. Waiting on it. 2 minutes and 25. Kira Pinkerton, though, waiting on her last ride as well. She's been very active in this heat. Both Hopkins and Pinkerton with 7 waves, and the last of Pinkerton comes in as a 4.1, so extends her lead. Nobody's broken double digits, but at this point of the heat, that doesn't matter. All that matters is making it through. The last of Hopkins comes through. It's a 2.23, so not enough. Still needs a 3.04. 2 minutes to go. Wakita still in 4th, needing a 4.87. And Zoe Stain, who's been in the top 2 positions the entirety of the heat, she has priority. She's in 2nd, needs a 3.5 to recover first place. The pressure on Hopkins right now, though, doesn't need much. She's in 4th priority, though, Marcos.
Yeah, and you know that as a competitor yourself back in the day, the most, like, mentality-wise, the most, nervous, heat that you have is the first round. After everything clicked from the first round, you gotta get going. You find better your mental state, your state of flow after that first win. Almost like me in the booth here for my requalification here. I was having a pizza in Inicera with Federico, and man, we're going there. We're gonna requalify.
Hey, I like that kind of attitude right there, Marcos. Here's Sarah. Quick one for her. Wasn't able to complete the carve. A little over a minute. Seems like somebody was up and riding on the left, too. Might have been Hopkins. And it was just a quick one for her, so won't be a significant score whatsoever. 50 seconds on the clock. Will both Kira Pinkerton and Zoe Stain be able to hang on to the leads that they've had so far in this heat? 40 seconds.
That's why surfing's so great, guys. Glory and, breakdowns here.
And Kaipo and I had dinner last night at one of the local restaurants here, and we were having a chat with Yo-Yo and her father. They just said they just haven't been able to find the rhythm so far this year in terms of Challenger Series competition. And unfortunately, once again, she's going to be a victim of bad luck and bow out of competition unless she catches a wave in the next 10 seconds. If not, it's going to be Pinkerton and Zoe Stain who will be moving through into the next round. And it seems like it's going to be done and dusted right here. It will be Pinkerton, it will be Stain moving through. Hopkins and Wakita are out of the event. Big win right there and a comeback win for San Clemente's own Kira. And Zoe with the highest score of the heat moves through, a 4.77. Kept her in second the entire time, so a lot more action to come. We have 6 more heats to finish off day number 1 of competition. Zoe McDougall, Nixie Ryan, Silvana Lima, and Carol Ribeiro will be coming up in Heat 3 at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals is the whole year, and you just jam it together.
It's so hard to put in words what did it take for me to be here right now.
And it makes for one of the most exciting days to competitive surfing.
Here we are again.
The best surfers on the planet heading out to one of the world's greatest waves. Let's go!
It's like he's angry at lower trestle. There you go, San Clemente. Let him hear it. Florida, baby!
This is what an entire season has wind down to.
One of the greatest days of competitive surfing you will ever see. WSL presents the Rip Curl WSL Finals. You can watch it all on WorldSurfLeague.com. We're back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Mayra Pops now in Heat 3 of the round of 48 in the water. Hawaii's Zoe McDougall in the red and Nixie Ryan from Australia in the blue. Local legend Silvana Lima is in the white, and Carol Ribeiro from Brazil also in the green jersey out there. So the one regular footer up against one goofy footer up against 3 regular footers out there in the water. Mayra, you've been able to cover surfing for a long time here in Brazil, but the career of Silvana Lima, one of the most significant in the sport of surfing, and she is up and riding. First wave of the heat for her, and of course wants to start off with a bang. Goes down, but she has obviously been a huge proponent of surfing, not only among women surfing here in Brazil, but worldwide.
Yeah, she is. It's always good to see Silvana Lima surfing, you know, because she's been there for such a long time. She was runner-up in the championship tour in 2008 and also in 2009. Look, there she is. This is the replay. She started pretty quick this heat, and it's always good to watch her and to see how long is her career, how it's lasting a lot. And this is the replay for Zoe McDougall, the 4.33.
Yeah, Zoe from Sunset Beach on Oahu loves to surf that area of the North Shore whenever she is home. Travels quite a bit during the regular season. You know, competes on both the regional tour and the Challenger Series. Still looking to make it onto the championship tour. As we see Nixie Ryan from Australia. Her first ride going to be a small score. Young surfer coming out of Australia. Pretty high up in the rankings, though, Maida. She had a good Australian leg, and now looking to consolidate her place in the top 10 if she can, with a victory here in Saquarema.
Yeah, I think she was 5th in Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, wasn't it? Yeah. So looking forward to do well here in Saquarema. Let's see if she can manage this kind of conditions here, because it's not easy, we know that. And Carol Ribeiro, the wild card for this in this heat right now, she's pretty young also. She's from Cabo Frio, very close city here to Saquarema. She's young and very talented girl from this region.
It's maybe, what, an hour away, you would say,
Yeah,
Maida?
an hour away.
Yeah.
An hour and a half. It's a very awesome place. There are beautiful beaches down there, like nice waves to surf. It's where we were talking about those current that comes from Africa. It's a pretty beach, but when you get in the water, it's really cold.
Blue water, pristine, but chilly ones. 25 minutes on the clock. Zoe McDougall opens up with a 4.33. Well, a pair of fours got it done for Kira Pinkerton. She's downstairs with Rachel.
Kira Pinkerton, you were on fire, girl. Talk us through how are the conditions right now, and how did you find your rhythm out there?
I felt like the ocean kind of tried to put me in rhythm because I was so out of whack at the beginning, just eating it on takeoffs, and it was so hard. And there's so much current moving around, so I'm glad I had like a bit bigger of a board because I just felt like I was being pushed around, and I'm so thankful I had a few turns.
It was perfect. And it was a long morning into your heat, right? How was your feeling before the heat? You were too anxious?
I actually haven't been 100%, so I've been kind of just waiting until my heat and put all the energy in there, and then I'll just probably stay out of the water until my next heat. I'm pretty tired.
And except for this cloudy weather, which I was not expecting, do you like being and competing in Brazil?
So far, my favorite place. I just walked up the beach, and everyone has so much love and support. It's really amazing. I really love it here.
Congratulations. Hope you enjoy much more of the contest. Good luck in the next round. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel, and congratulations to Kira moving through into the next round. Big win for her in the last Challenger Series event of 2023. Meanwhile, in the water, nothing has changed. McDougall with the 4.33, Lima with a 1.5, and Nixie Ryan with the 0.57. As you were mentioning, real good start for her over on the Gold Coast. 5th place finish at Snapper Rocks. But you've covered Brazilian surfing for a long time, and you've been multiple different places worldwide. But in Brazil, is Saquarema still one of the most challenging events you see out of the entire calendar year, Maida?
I think so, because this wave can change a lot, you know. We have different swells that can come through this beach right here. So you got to be prepared for everything. You can have like 1 feet wave and still good surfing, and also it holds very big swell and waves, very powerful. So you got to be prepared for everything.
Yeah, even bring a few step-ups. Kira mentioned that she thought her board might have been even a bit small for how the conditions are out there right now. Not 100%, she mentioned, but still looked pretty darn good to me. So did it with a couple of fours. Would you be expecting after seeing Eva's performance in the first heat to somebody at least draw a couple of sevens during one heat out there today, Maida?
Yeah, for sure. We saw Cauã Costa. He did a great job. He took an 8-point ride and a 6-point ride before. I think the conditions changed a little bit since then. It's more mushy, more stormy, but yeah, they are all capable of this.
Well, 22 minutes on the clock. Not much going on out there in the lineup, and as you can see, everybody kind of scattered throughout the beach of Itaúna. Ribeiro still hasn't caught a wave. She has priority, and the only way she will lose priority is if she paddles for a wave, blocks somebody, or actually stands up on her first. She might be looking at this. Seems like she's going to let it go. So a lot of water moving around there. Tides aren't necessarily either super high or super low, Maida, which tends to be quite beneficial here in Saquarema because the backwash is a major issue at this beach.
Yeah, it is. When the tide is too high, the backwash can kill a surfer on the inside. So it's always hard to deal with that, so strong backwash. So today, the tides are not switching a lot, and it's been good. The bad thing is the wind. The wind just picked it up a little bit right now. But we were expecting a little more windy day.
Yeah, it was supposed to be extremely windy. As you can see right there, a straight on shore, but it's not horrible. Very contestable, obviously. And I think perfect run day to get the event going, too. You'd have to say on the faces, 6 to 8 feet on the big sets, 4 to 6 for the most part on, the average set wave. I think when you look at the overall performances, as you mentioned with Kawa Costa, he's obviously been the standout, has the only excellent score of the day so far. But I just feel like as soon as there's scoring opportunity, especially with the wave that has as much push as this one here, Maida, almost every wave that you stand up on is going to have some scoring potential.
Yeah, it's true. And we saw many singular maneuver waves got pretty high scores right there. So the opportunities are there. It's just you have to manage this wave choice. And look, this is Carol Ribeiro up and riding. Yeah, just a little wrap right there.
Yeah, the one setup turn, and it'll be incomplete for Carol. 20 minutes on the clock, so she's just going to open her account with a small score. During the CT event, you were here too, covering the broadcast and also doing some journalism on the side too, Maida. As we look at live action, Silvana Lima on fire on this one. Hits the lip, wraps it back, more of a setup turn, and looking to clean things up on the inside, and unfortunately, a little straight-legged right there at the end. Some single maneuver waves were very critical to the victory that Caitlin Simmers had over Tyler Wright. And if you remember, there was one big day in the afternoon, very much like this, as we look at Silvana's replay here.
Yeah, very nice first movement, but then on this second one, she looked a little, I don't know, without balance. And on this one, she couldn't stand.
Well, it should still be a pretty decent score, though, for Lima. As we don't have anything better than a 4.33 at the moment from McDougall or anybody else in this heat. And speaking of North Shore's McDougall, she's had multiple years on both the Challenger Series and the Qualifying Series. Competed for the first time ever at a CT event at a home break at Sunset Beach earlier this year.
Yeah, she got 9th on this event. She was defeated by Stephanie Gilmore, but it was really nice to see her competing in her own break and surfing well and showing the world what she can do.
Well, no shame in losing to the 8-time world champion either, especially at one of her best breaks, too.
That's true.
Ribeiro with the look right there. They're going to let that wave go.
I really want to see Silvana Lima surfing well because she has been doing so well in the QS here. She won the Layback Pro in Florianopolis and also in the Circuito Banco do Brasil in Stella Maris. So she's doing well, and it would be very great to see her put on a show here in Saquarema.
So speak to me. Earlier you were talking about Circuito Banco do Brasil. That's a local Brazilian circuit, correct?
Yeah, it is. It part of QS.
Okay.
And we had 5 stops, and we still got another one in November.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be in the pool. So in Praia da Grama, the pool on São Paulo's countryside.
Wow.
Wow.
Nixie Ryan right there just hammering that wave down. And she's looking to get her best score so far in this heat. That's no doubt going to be it. Laying it on rail, and then was able to go up into the lip line at least once. 17 minutes on the clock, and this is a massive moment in this heat for the young surfer from Australia. So she is way up the beach, close to the rocks over there. And as you can see, that right on the outside still tapering off. But there's a huge playing field out here. Excellent use of priority on this one, Maida.
Yeah, very nice carve right there. Splashed a lot of water. And they're prepared for another one. Quick movement there. Strong. And it was nice. I was speaking and then I got really distracted with this wave. Very well ridden.
Oh, and I think right over somebody too. Might have been Silvana, where she did that one carve. Some beautiful stuff right there from Ryan in the blue jersey. So she's going to get her best score by a long shot. 16 minutes on the clock. So that last event out of the Circuito Banco do Brasil, that's a QS event at the pool, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. The last one, it was in Marizias. I was there covering for the WSL as well. And it was 1,000 points event. And this other one is going to be, I think, a 3,000 point event.
Oh.
Yeah.
First time ever having a qualifying series event in South America.
In a pool.
Right.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think they're having one in Korea pretty soon too, or in Japan. I might be a little wrong about that, but I know it's in Asia. They're having one at a pool as well. I think the plan is to eventually have another Pro Junior or Longboard Tour event in Australia as well. They have one at Urban Surf already. And I think, grand scheme of things, that ends up happening more and more, especially on the qualification series side. First of all, it's really cool to see people get equal opportunities, because in the ocean, it can be a lot of luck.
That. Yeah.
But seeing a different side of people surfing too is really interesting to see at the surf ranch, or just at a pool in general, because I hadn't caught a wave in a pool until the surf ranch this year. And I thought it was a completely different experience. As we see the score for Nixie, Ryan comes through as a 5-point ride, so the best of the heat, that moves her way up into first place. As we look at Ribeiro now up and riding, decent turn right there on the backhand. Yep, needs to do some more work on the inside though, and just as I say that, has a slip right there, so won't really be looking forward to that wave.
Kind of anxious. That slip was really weird.
A bit awkward.
Yeah, awkward. Yeah. Look. She almost lost the balance right there. Then she tried to find some room, and then, look, she lost her feet.
Well, if she's given a wild card, it's obviously for a reason, right? She has some competitive prowess. She has the talent to do so. When that score comes in, it's just a 1.77. Little under 14 minutes on the clock. Ryan in first, Lima in second, and McDougall now in third place, only needing a 1.24 or better to move up into second place. Meanwhile, Ribeiro in fourth, gets her best ride, but needs a 3.81. And look at those conditions. I mean, it's jumbled, it's chunky. There's a lot of water moving around, but there's definitely scoring opportunities out there. So priority with McDougall from the North Shore. And if you've ever been to that part of Oahu, Maida, you know that there's certain days that you're surfing that look like this quite a bit, especially from that stretch all the way from Pipeline to Sunset Beach.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I've been there. Actually, I lived there for 1.5 years on the North Shore, right in front of Sunset Beach. And for sure, sometimes looks like this. When I was there, I think it was in 2007, we got like 1 month, the whole month, like raining with terrible conditions, looking like this the most part of the time, and with brown water. People were really worried about sharks and everything because the water was completely dirty, and it's not really common. I think it was in March.
Yeah.
It's not really common, this kind of conditions there, but it was like this. And can look like this, like mushy, stormy.
Well, let's see if Zoe McDougall can get it done right here. Still looking for a score, a 1.24 or better to move up into an advancing position. Some big heats coming up in the rest of the round for the women at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By TikTok, download the app. And by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil.
Well, this place is so good that Duran Duran had a song named after it. Rio de Janeiro, the state, is where Saquarema is, and we are very pleased to be here for the last stop of the Challenger Series. Stop number 6, and the last opportunity that a lot of these men and women will have to qualify for the championship tour. 9:45 on the clock. Zoe McDougall takes the lead. Their last ride at 2.6. Nixie Ryan down to second place. Silvana Lima in third only needs a 1.51. And Carol Ribeiro only needs a 3.81 to move up into second place. Some good waves coming through right here. It's going to be a split peak. We're going to stick with Nixie on the right. Quick one in and out. Seems like Lima was up and riding on the left, and here she is. Catching up on the tail end of this wave. Couple of carves right here on the backhand for Silvana. Pioneer of women's surfing worldwide, especially in Brazil, though. Got one more section ahead, and she's going to float the one just to finish that wave off. She loves it. Doesn't need much of a score to move up into the top 2 spots. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops. And Maida, we mentioned, Silvana's influence worldwide, especially in Brazil, though, that she's had over the sport of surfing. She comes from a region of Brazil, though, that is quite underrepresented when it comes to the global conversation of Brazilian surfing from the Northeast.
Yeah, she's from Paracuru. It's a very humble place, and Silvana has very humble beginnings, and she's a fighter, coming from where she comes and doing all she did along her career was such nice, and that's why I love to see her still surfing. She had many injuries along her career as well, so it's pretty good when you see her surfing and doing well, like all these nice movements, nice tricks right there. It's awesome. It's really awesome. I hope to see her like going through this heat and doing well here in Saquarema. Well, she deserves it.
Definitely does. Gets a 3.63, so moves her up into first place. McDougall down to second. Now Nixie Ryan needs a 1.93, and Ribeiro in the green needs a 5.16. Wave comes through. It seems like that wave is just going to close out. Everybody out of position. Yeah, I mean, it all comes down really to getting good results at pivotal points of your career, right? Because you can have all the talent in the world and you can love a person as much as you want. But in the end, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the most successful. And I think that's kind of been the story of Silvana's career so far. She's won huge events. She's had huge moments in her career. But when it really mattered, she was never able to get the world championship at a certain point either. And obviously, you're going up against Stephanie Gilmore most of the time in her career. And beat Stephanie in some major moments in her career, especially in finals. I still remember Bells Beach to this day. She had a perfect 10 there. The heats that a lot of people expected her to make, though, were heats that she weren't. And in here, she's way more relaxed. There's a lot less on the line. All she wants to do is just extend her career as long as she can.
Yeah, it's true. And she's looking for a good result because during the Challenger Series this year, she couldn't manage to have a nice result. I think her best is a 25th spot. So it would be great to have a better result here in Brazil, her hometown.
Yeah, I was at the U.S. Open. I saw the one there that she dropped the 9.33 for the one single maneuver over there at Huntington Beach. And, she still has it. Not saying that she doesn't, but as you mentioned, a 25th. Need some consistency to go into the final day of this event here. And a Challenger Series 1 would be huge for her. I mean, doesn't have a shot at qualifying anymore, but imagine you move up into the top 20, make some extra cash, still have the regional QS, especially at a wave pool like over there in Sao Paulo. That's a wave that she could probably win, especially considering how good her air game is.
Yeah, she was on one of the priors, like during airs. She's pretty good on that. Where she comes from, it's a very windy beach, so that's where she could build this talent, of the air game. And she's a very strong surfer. She surfs very powerful. And, yeah, we would love to see her flying.
How crazy is it that, until Caroline Marks won this year, as we see McDougall with a look right there, 5 minutes to go on the clock, by the way. Until this year when Caroline won her maiden world championship, the female scene on the championship tour had been dominated by 3 people since 2007. Stephanie Gilmore with 8, Carissa Moore,
Tyler Wright.
And Tyler Wright has 2.
Yeah.
And you think to yourself, wow, see all the talent on the field, especially Courtney, Lakey, Tati. And overall, you're thinking to yourself, if these 3 people are so dominant and the consistency that they have over the course of a regular season, how am I going to defeat that? And I think the formatting for the finals this year was a proven point of what it's supposed to be about. Stephanie did it last year. She was the number 5 seed. But Caroline was the number 3 seed and came from behind and won her first world championship too. So I really like the format that we have right now at the WSL finals. As you see the reaction right there. People wanted Ribeiro to be able to get on a wave and get herself an opportunity to get a score. But overall, say Silvana does make it back to the championship tour. She doesn't necessarily have to be the number 1 seed. She could be the 5 seed and still win the world championship at lower trestles.
Yeah, this new format changed a lot surfing. I think, as you said, those girls were so dominant. And the thing, Sally Fitzgibbons also made so many hits with all these girls, and I think she's like the Taj Burrow of women surfing, because she was always there, trying to get there on the championship tour, but she didn't, and now she's already qualified to do this again. So, yeah, let's see how she will work on this new format.
Well, she definitely likes a challenge, that is for sure. I mean, she guaranteed her spot in the first 5 events. Very few people can definitely do that, especially on the women's side where there's only 5 spots available. So Fitzgibbons with a good opportunity to get back on the championship tour and potentially win her first world championship at the CT level. 2 minutes, 55 seconds. Lima in the lead. McDougall in second. Nixie Ryan needs just a 1.93. And Carol Ribeiro needs a 5.16 or better. So speaking of talent emerging from the nation of Brazil, Ribeiro, one of them. She is in a tough position right now, though. Nothing better than just a 1.77 and would be needing the best score of the heat so far, a 5.16.
Yeah, now we can see how difficult is these conditions, because she's from here. She surfs a lot here in Itaúna, Carol Ribeiro, and she couldn't find any good opportunity to surf and to show her surfing. Probably she can be kind of anxious, not so relaxed, but I mean, just 1.77 ride for her.
Seems like McDougall might be having a look at this wave that's popping up. She's going to let it go. Just under 2 minutes to go now. Now on the outside, maybe something forming up. And a huge exchange could be looming right here as Lima having a look. She's going to let it go too. Nixie Ryan, though, needs just under a 2-point ride. And with 90 seconds to go, you'd be expecting her to have a larger amount of movement out there in the lineup right now, but keeping pretty cool. She does not need much, though, Maida, too. I mean, that's right in her wheelhouse.
Yeah, she has the best wave of the heat. And now we see Zoe McDougall again.
This is smart from her. Looking to improve on the 2.6, because anything that improves on that, that means that Ryan needs a little bit of a larger score, and there she is. So,
yeah, she didn't play a smart game on this heat, Nixie. I think because she was with priority, and now she has just 1 minute left with no priority. Do you think she got the 1.93 on this wave?
Well, didn't see the entirety of the ride, but here's the entire replay right here. Just the one turn and then redirected left. So I don't know, even just right there, needing something close to a 2. I think there's been better waves than that throughout the day that have garnered 2 points. And then McDougall also had this on the forehand. Some beautiful work right there. A tough wave, too. So that's up to the judges right now with 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, she was playing some defense because she knew Nixie just was needing a 1.93. She got 3.17.
Yeah, so a huge moment right there from McDougall. And then Lima right here just over the balls. It's a pretty large wave, especially considering how short Silvana is. But either way, she takes the heat win, and it's Zoe McDougall in second place, holding on to second, as Nixie Ryan, unfortunately for her, with the best score of the heat, is not able to move through. But Carol Ribeiro, well, she's going to be a little disappointed with her performance, but has to settle with the fourth place finish here in Saquarema. So another heat done and dusted, heat 3. Silvana Lima taking the win, Zoe McDougall in second. And as you can see, the official results right there, the force have been huge when it comes to making it out of this round for the 3 winners so far, in the first 3 heats of the round of 48. Heat 4 coming up, Leilani McGonigal, Carolina Mendes, Natasha Van Groenen, and Bruna Cardarelli about to hit the lineup here at Praia de Itaúna. Fun day 1 of competition so far. Heat 4 of the round of 48 for the women out there now, as we see Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica. She had a CT opportunity earlier this season at Punta Roca in El Salvador. Carolina Mendes will be in the blue jersey. Natasha Van Groenen from South Africa in the white, and local wildcard Bruna Cardarelli from Brazil is in the green. Mitch and Maida here for heat number 4. Leilani McGonigal, that's a name that we hear quite often. Carolina Mendes has also had huge amount of experience when it comes to Challenger Series and CT surfing as well, as we look at Silvana Lima, pioneer of female surfing worldwide, especially in Brazil, always taking some time for her fans. And as we concentrate on this heat right now, seems like Leilani in position for the first wave of the heat. Up and riding on the backhand now. Deep bottom turn straight up into the lip right there. Holds it on rail for the second time too. McGonigal with a strong start in this one. So she's surfing in the round of 48. We normally get to see her surf way into the event later on. The surfer from Pavones in the southern part of Costa Rica. She's off to a very quick start, Maida.
Yeah, she did. She found a pretty good opportunity right there. I really like the way she put those movements. And she's also an Olympian contender, isn't it, Mitch?
Yeah, she is. She competed in Tokyo in 2020 and looking to qualify for Paris 2024 as well. I'd actually say her chances of winning gold over there in Tahiti would actually be quite high, given that she's a good barrel rider herself. See a couple of paddles right there, no harm, no foul by either of the surfer in the blue or green. But yeah, Leilani comes from a long history of surfers in her family, and you normally see her going left, not right, but opened up quite well right here, Maida.
Yeah, on her backhand, very strong. 2 maneuvers there, couldn't hold it. She almost lost kind of balance in the end of the ride, but was good way for her.
Well, beautiful use of the rail right there. Scores a 6.17. The opening ride of the heat. Leilani McGonigal, her parents Jamie and Sean, great surfers. Sean, royalty in San Clemente, where he grew up, and older brother Noemar, an excellent surfer. I'd have to say maybe one of the best backhand bottom turns you will find worldwide. Meanwhile, though, 6.17 the start for McGonigal, real quick. Just under 26 minutes on the clock, excuse me. And the other 3 surfers in the heat just kind of regaining position out there. Van Groenen had a good performance in her opening round heat over in Portugal. Cardarelli, one of the younger names that we're seeing in the drawing. Carolina Mendes from Portugal has a lot of power too. Surfs a lot of open ocean waves over there in Portugal. There's Leilani, though. Score a 6.17, a couple of 6.5s. One of them is thrown out.
Yeah, the judges like it. Her first wave there, as I did.
So 25 minutes on the clock. McGonigal off to a razor hot start. Let's go downstairs. Manu Callado is with Silvana Lima.
Guys, amazing, Silvana. Congratulations. You did very well. And how is it to surf here in Saquarema with everybody cheering for you? How do you feel? Congratulations again.
Oh, thank you. Oh, well, I feel so great. I travel a lot. I'm so tired. I'm from Ceará. I come from Ceará. So I'm still tired, but the waves is pretty fun, but hard to get like the good one. But, well, I'm good because I passed.
Great. And you came to compete hard. What are your expectations for this Saquarema CS?
Bye-bye heat, and I just come from over here always, and just surfing, having fun.
Okay, let's speak a little bit of Portuguese. Pessoal, Silvana Lima ganhou aqui em Saquarema numa vitória linda. Como é que tá o coração? Manda um recado aí pra galera que tá torcendo muito pra você aqui na areia.
Poxa, fico super feliz, o apoio é imenso aqui da galera na praia. Fico super feliz desse apoio. Muito obrigada a todo mundo. Tô viajando muito, tô cansada, mas deu tudo certo. O mar tá bem difícil ali de encontrar a boa, mas tô feliz de ter passado, é isso que importa. E beijão família, beijão namorada, acredito que todo mundo tá assistindo aí. E é isso. O importante é ter passado e se embora pra próxima.
Ô Silvana, daqui a pouco, às 4h30, a gente vai ter aqui em Saquarema a bateria do Outubro Rosa, com mulheres, algumas que já foram profissionais e algumas como eu, que não são profissionais. O mar tá meio grande, meio difícil, eu queria que você desse algumas dicas aí pra gente.
Eu imaginei que não seria hoje para elas, né? Na real, as meninas aí são da minha geração, né? Claudinha, Michele, a Jaqueline, né? Eu senti falta de uma só, que é a Tita Tavares, que representou muita gente. Senti falta dela aqui, mas ela sempre representou a gente, não sei por que ela está aqui, mas é isso. Feliz de ter visto as meninas aí e vai ser bem complicado, menina. O mar tá bem difícil, se prepara aí que o bicho vai pegar. Mas parabéns pelo projeto, parabéns pelo Outubro Rosa. É isso.
Obrigada, Silvana. Parabéns. Congratulations for Silvana. Guys, I asked her about the Pink October. We're going to have now the heat at 4:30 p.m. And I'm going to compete. I'm a little bit scared, and she was giving us advices. Back to you.
Obrigado, Manu, and congratulations to Silvana Lima moving through. Another huge heat win for her. And, you've been talking about this heat for a while now, Maida. You're excited, you're also nervous, you're anxious. Mitchell and Maida here in the booth for you.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the significance of this heat, not only for yourself, but for the progress of surfing here in Brazil.
Actually, it's all about the breast cancer. We are trying to make awareness around this disease that kills so many women here in Brazil and worldwide. So that's why we are doing this, you know. Actually, I was invited to compete, but for me, this challenge to be here talking in English with you guys, it's enough for the day. So I will be there with them, like cheering for them, helping them. And yeah, but they're going to compete in this ocean. We have like pretty good surfers as Jaqueline Silva, Claudinha Gonçalves, many girls from Brazil. But the main thing about this project is to make awareness about breast cancer.
Speak to us about the significance of this heat that's coming up. Obviously, Jaqueline Silva has been a legend of the sport in Brazilian surfing. Silvana Lima will be joining you, but having the likes of Rachel, Manu in the water too. I know Michelle de Boulogne will also be in there, a big wave rider herself. Having the camaraderie among you women, especially for Brazilian women, it's obviously huge, but a big moment in the sport for you guys.
Yeah, for sure it is. Like, we have also Suelen Naraiza, that is a very good surfer from Ubatuba as well. And I think it's interesting to do something like this, putting like Jaqueline Silva, those girls that are really experienced, with some other girls that are not. So it's all about this, about the show, about like making awareness for breast cancer and putting everybody together and showing the world that everybody can surf.
Like to hear that, Maida. 20 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock as Carolina Mendes from Portugal drops the hammer on that one. Huge re-entry to finish that wave off. Opener for Natasha in the white, just a 1.67, and for Bruna, a 0.5. So Leilani McGonigal still in the lead, but expecting a big score right here as she just drops the hammer on this one, Maida. A lot of speed coming out of this second turn right here.
Yeah, it was pretty good one, and she liked it. I like the first movement too. Look, sprayed a lot of water and then found some speed there and hit the lip. Was nice. Probably she's going to get a pretty decent score.
Well, might even go up into the excellent too. That's a lot of commitment right there at the end for Mendes. It's a 7.0 though, so a great score for Carolina. Meanwhile, this was Leilani's third ride. She's been very active in the first 10 minutes of this heat or so. So looking to back up to 6.17 seems to be a decent number for the Costa Rican McGonigal as well. Meanwhile, though, we talked about, the importance of having breast cancer awareness. Talk to us about the importance of having different generations of surfers in the same heat that will be later on today. Because Jacqueline and Silvana, they obviously come from, mid to late 2000s, I want to say. And then you have somebody like Michelle, who's been on the radar for the last few years. And I think you have a couple of up-and-comers, Manu Callado and Rachel Apollonia, who don't have a lot of competitive experience either.
Yeah, I think they don't. That is really interesting. What I was saying that to mix everybody, and I was with them having lunch, and they were talking, and Jacqueline was giving some advice, security advice as well, because I think they're gonna have the jet skis to pick them up in the insides, and many of the girls they never stepped on a jet ski, on a sled, so it's going to be interesting to watch. I just pulled it out because I've surfed with a longboard, and I was expecting like nice little waves to surf with them, but I think this is too big for me, and with a 9.2 board, I wouldn't be comfortable there, especially because I just have a baby, and I'm thinking about him, so that's the point.
It's all good, Maida. You can be a spectator on the beach just like the rest of us. 18 minutes on the clock. Mendes now down to second place because the last of McGonigal, a decent score for her, a 4.5. That means that Natasha now in third needs a 6.14 for second, and Bruna Cardarelli in the green jersey, she has priority, needs a 7.3. So Cardarelli comes from a young crop of surfers coming out of Brazil. You see Pato Teixeira's daughter, Laura Hopp, also a great surfer. And I think that Bruna is, around that late teens age, where we're just seeing more and more surfers like Sofia Medina come up through the rankings. And next thing you know, she's going to be on the Challenger Series in a few years. Yeah,
she's from Camborizinho. It's a beach right next where I live. It's on São Paulo's coast. And she's been improving a lot. She's been around for a while now. and she's been improving a lot. But I think like this kind of experience here, like in the Challenger Series, yeah, it's huge for her, you know. And those kinds of conditions, this powerful wave. So, yeah, she didn't find herself in this heat yet, but I mean, she's totally capable of doing a great score here.
Well, still has plenty of time. 16 minutes, 40 seconds. You saw Thais Almeida right there on screen. She'll be coming up in the next heat in the green jersey. Round of 48, heat 5. Speaking of Sofia Medina, she will also be in the next heat, as well as Laura Haupt, as we look at Sylvain Lima on screen. And now up and riding Mendez once again. Late drop on the backhand. Gonna opt to go on the left here. Just the one setup turn, and looking to ride out of the second one, she will. Little dirty on the finish, but still.
Yeah,
doesn't need much, or doesn't look to improve on much. A 0.8 is her low score.
Yeah, and she got happy. The other wave, it was a right-hander, but she did pretty well. Now she wants to improve her backup score, and I think she did. It was a nice wave, looking wave there. Nice wrap. And another turn. I almost lost her balance there, but he couldn't manage to find.
Well, recovered well. Score comes in as a 2.33, so not enough for first place, but extends her second place position. As you can see right there, difficult to ride out of the second one. They're doing the run back down the beach, so going to paddle back out over by where the rocks are. It's basically a channel that takes you straight back out to the lineup. Halfway through the heat now, 15 minutes on the clock. McGonigal still in first, Mendez in second. Both Natasha and Bruna needing some big scores out there in the water right now. So correct me if I'm wrong, Maida, but because Bella Nalu, Pato Teixeira's daughter, who competes too, a great surfer, do children take their mother's last name here in Brazil? I feel like that's what happens most of the time, doesn't it? Or how does that work?
Normally we have like the children, they get the mother's name first, and then the father's name in the end of the name, you know? Like, so, but my son got my name as his last name.
Okay. So you can choose almost.
We can choose. But the common, normally, the father gives the last name.
Okay. Yeah, because there's been some confusion so far. I've been here 3 times already.
Yeah.
And some people that I meet have the mother's last name, and some people that I meet have the father's last name. And that's why there's times where I'm like, okay, I don't know if...
Do you remember any example in surfing that you...
Well, that's the one off the top of my head right there. But that's why I always bring it up, because I'm like, I thought somebody had told me that they took the mother's last name here in Brazil, but maybe not.
No,
maybe
I think in Spain they do.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not pretty sure, but I heard about it because I chose to do this. So somebody told me, "Oh, are you Spanish?"
Well, maybe a little bit. 13:30 on the clock. McGonigal still leads over Mendez, Van Groenen, and Cardarelli. Much more to come after the break here at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
it's a miracle, and it's a goal that I've always dreamed since I was a little kid. And I remember this moment looking up to my dad. I was like, Dad, I want to be a professional surfer. I want to be a world champion. I was like 6, 7 years old. I don't know. And then he goes like, Ben, it's a long run, but we're going to make it happen.
It was an emotional day, but a very successful one as Felipe Toledo went back-to-back with his World Championships. You can check out the one-on-one with Felipe Toledo on WorldSurfLeague.com as of now. Great interview right there with Joe Turpel. Congratulations to Shannon Waller and the entire crew. Just editing some awesome stuff, I should say, for you to watch on WorldSurfLeague.com. And you look at all the interviews, all the one-on-ones that we had so far this season. I really like the one that they had with Leo Fioravanti, myself, Maeda. Very personal. He doesn't like certain things on pizza either, which is really interesting. And Joe was talking to me off air about it. And, he had a real deep connection with certain people in his life. A lot of those connections maybe might have been lost before this year started. And guess what? He has his best year on the championship tour so far. Top 10 finish. Now you see Felipe's interview on the one-on-one with Joe Turpel. Just some incredible stuff, and it goes to show you that there's a lot more personal and deep connections with the sport of surfing than what we see on screen. So if you can check it out, you can watch it on WorldSurfLeague.com and many more. 10 minutes on the clock, deep drop and late one for Natasha van Groenen right there. Needs a 7.66 or better to move up into second place. As Mendes still in second, McGonigal with the lead. You can see right there, Cardarelli needs an 8.56 or better for second, just under 10 minutes to go now, Maeda.
Yeah. But Mitch, you were talking about this kind of things, the things that happens to the athletes besides the surfing. I really remember, though, I think it was in 2014, Mick Fanning was competing in pipeline against Gabriel Medina, wasn't it? That he lost his brother, and there was many things were happening with him, and he had to compete. So this is really interesting to watch when they open their heart and talk us about. And now we see Carolina Mendes ripping.
Yeah, has a big section right there and somehow able to pull it off. A great finishing turn from Mendes, and she's only looking to improve on a 2.33 with just under 9 minutes to go. Leilani McGonigal still in first, but more than likely going to change as this last wave only needs to be a 3.67 or better for her to move up into first. And waiting on the score right here, but a good wave, a solid wave of consequence too, Maeda.
Yeah, very nice first turn right there. And then look for the big session, right in the critical part of the wave, and she could hold it. So I'm sure she's going to change this 2.33. What do you think, Mitch?
I think so, by a good amount too. 8 minutes to go on the clock. McGonigal with priority on the lead at the moment. As you can see, the next heat going to pal out soon. Taisha Almeida, the local wildcard, will be in the green, and you can see right there Sofia Medina in the blue jersey. She'll be coming up in heat number 5 of the round of 48 as well. And speaking of also, the one-on-one series, Joao Chianca has one, and it's also quite incredible after his victory in Portugal at Supertubos. I sat down with him over at Bells Beach. Joe had a great conversation with him and was able to dive deep into his feelings about his relationship with the tour, with John, his rivalry with him. As we look at Leilani right here, solid snap on the backhand from McGonigal. Flowing down the line, she's going to kick out though, as that wave doesn't really offer up any scoring potential on the inside section. Just over 7 minutes to go now. As both Natasha and Bruna needing huge scores, a 9 for Van Groenen and a 9.9 for Cardarelli, as the last of Mendes comes through as a 5.43, moves her up into first. Now Leilani up and riding. This is the replay. She's down to second place, looking to improve on a 4.5.
Yeah, the wave stood up in the inside, and then she really managed to put a nice effort there, but then the wave just vanished.
Just died out on her,
Yeah,
unfortunately. And McGonigal, great surfer. Older brother, Noe, also an amazing surfer, but I think who holds it down at Pomones most of the year has to be her mom, Jamie. She's usually working, whether at the place of the place that they run, but when it comes to the biggest swells of the year, she'll usually be on the biggest bombs, the biggest set on the outside at Pavones. And Leilani loves to share the ocean with her family, but specifically with her mother. And I know, Jamie, you're probably watching and very proud of your young daughter right now. And looking at the heat recap right here, Maida, it's been Leilani McGonigal from the start, 6.17 to get things going in this one.
Yeah, she had a pretty quick start on this heat. And then we see Carolina Mendes. She found this nice wave and strong finishing maneuver. Took her like 7-point ride.
Then Mendes backed it up with a 5.43 right here. Real solid backup score for her. And as you can see, she's been just on point with these finishing sections so far at Praia de Itaúna. A little over 5 minutes to go. Seems like both Natasha and Bruna have just been out of position for a lot of the best set waves out there so far in the first 25 minutes of this heat. Talk to me about the development that we've seen so far within the regional QS system here in South America. El Peru has obviously been a huge proponent of professional surfing in the past. They've been one of the superpowers out of the world when it comes to surfing. But the inclusion of more events throughout the entire region, Maida, Peru, Chile, and obviously Brazil still having the largest amount of events. What do you think of the calendar year that we've had so far within the QS region in South America?
Oh, I think it's been awesome, because now we have way more competition here. So that's why we're seeing those girls improving a lot, like Bruna Cardarelli and Laura Haupt. And all these girls of the new generation, they're improving a lot. And this new format, it's good because they can travel just nearby Brazil. So we know that sometimes they don't have a lot of investments in women's surfing. So when you are able to focus on a region, surf these spots here close to Brazil, it's way more cheaper, and they are able to qualify for the Challenger Series next year.
Well, I think the biggest difference is obviously the finance, but more importantly, you get to surf at a lot of locations that you know of, too.
Yeah, it's true.
Before, you used to go to certain places, you didn't know what to expect, you hadn't seen any video of the wave, and especially when you were going to, regions like Japan, certain places, you kind of knew that you were probably going to surf a beach break, but you didn't know how good or bad the beach break was. Nowadays, if you're surfing in Brazil most of the time, you can always call somebody up and be like, hey, what's this wave like? What kind of board should I bring? Next thing you know, you end up winning the event because you prepared way better ahead of the event. And preparation, obviously, a big factor of it. But having the finances, you're obviously saving money on your flights, on your boards, because you have to probably have less boards than before. And I think most importantly, the time span that you have within the QS and then the Challenger Series, because the QS typically tends to be before the Challenger Series starts for most regions worldwide.
Yeah, it's true. They can focus on that, and because, as we said, the Challenger Series, it's really challenging, actually. So it's step by step. You go to the QS, and then you develop yourself. You get used to traveling around, just close where you live, where your home spot, speaking kind of your language, and then when you qualify for the Challenger Series, that the challenge is way more hard. And yeah, I think it's step by step. So it was good to have all these QSs here around in South America.
2 minutes to go on the clock now. Mendes still in the lead. McGonigal in second. Her previous wave comes through at just 2.73. Doesn't improve. Natasha in third, needing a 9-point ride, and Bruna Cardarelli needs a 9.04. Here's Natasha now. Huge moment in the heat for her. And looking for a straight 9. That won't be it with 90 seconds to go, so just hasn't been able to be in the right spot at the right time within these first 28 and a half minutes. You know, and I think especially within North America, a lot of the events in California tend to be so good that, you know, the events on the East Coast, if you're from there, you're usually traveling to those events. But for a lot of Californians, if the event's big enough and you're winning, you don't necessarily have to go to the East Coast to do those events. I feel like a lot of Australians do that too. If you're doing well at the bigger events, no need to go to the smaller ones. So you can almost pick and choose which events you want to go to depending on the quantity of points that you will be getting from a victory, Maida.
Yeah, I think here in Brazil it was the same. Like we had many different opportunities, and I was talking to Gabriel Klausner, and he was saying, oh, he was on this last event, the QS in Maresias, and he said, oh, I'm just competing here because I really know the spot, but I could skip this one. But like the calendar goes until I think March of next year, so they're gonna have another opportunities for scoring and changing the rankings.
So 10 seconds on the clock. This heat is done and dusted, as Mendez will be moving through with Leilani Maganaco, and unfortunately Natasha Van Groningen and Bruna Cardarelli will be bowing out of the round of 48. So a big moment in the career of Mendez, and Leilani Maganaco still searching for her first Challenger Series win. She'll be moving through into the next round. And as you can see, conditions still quite difficult out there, but a lot of scoring opportunities on the line. Mendez Maganaco moving through Heat 5, will be coming up. Ochoa, Medina, Haupt, and Almeida will be hitting the lineup. Don't go anywhere. More action coming from a Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. Fun first day of competition so far, and the women are out there right now for Heat 5 of the round of 48. Ariana Ochoa, Sofia Medina, Laura Haupt, and Thais Almeida in the water at the moment. I'm Mitchell Salazar, that is Maida Pops, and that is a Brazilian surfing legend, Jacqueline Silva. Welcome, bem-vinda, and pleasure to have you here. Talk to us about the heat that you're going to have later on this afternoon.
Yeah, hi guys. Thanks for having me. I'm so proud to invite to be here with you guys. Talking about that heat, the very, very nice heat. 3 Brazilians in the water. Sofia Medina, Thais Almeida, local girl. And Lara Haupt, she's from my hometown, so she's been really good.
Jacqueline, you've obviously been a staple for Brazilian surfing for many years. I would say you're considered retired now, wouldn't you say so? Or do you still think you're making a comeback to the Challenger Series? Could we see you on the CT next year?
No. Yeah, I've been on the tour for so many years, about 17 or 18.
Yeah.
So I retired 7 or 8 years ago. And but I still watching the competitions, like every contest, every single event. I like to watch. I like to see the. So that's nice.
Hey, Jacqueline, I actually saw you in 2016. We had the women's QS at Punta Roca, remember?
Yeah,
Waves were
remember.
firing. You were there with Natalie Martins, and I remember you had a couple of excellent heats. Sofia Milanovic was also in the event. Waves are as good as it gets for a qualifying series event. But would you be interested in maybe getting extra motivation if you were to get a wild card at a certain event if the waves were good like that?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, El Salvador, it's a very nice right-hander point. So why not? You know, like I still surfing, not like before. Now I choose more the days I want to surf. You know, but why not?
It's the beauty of retirement, isn't it?
Yes.
You can surf whenever you want. This is a opening ride for Laura, a 4.5, one of the best junior surfers in the world right here in the white jersey, Maida.
Yeah, she is. And this is Sofia Medina, a replay for her as well. Very nice rep right there. And this is Thais Almeida. All the three Brazilian girls caught good waves right there. This one was a good movement, but she couldn't hang on this. Jacqueline, just tell us, why are you here in Saquarema?
Yeah, WSL Brazil invited me to be here to do a tag team in name of breast cancer. We are in how can I say, like Pink October?
Pink
know?
October, yeah.
So I'm really happy to be here to do this hit later. You know, the tag team system. And so yeah, that's why I'm here.
She is the captain of the heat that I was supposed to be
Maida.
in, Mitch.
Let's go, Maida.
Yeah, you're letting her down now.
Yeah, I'm letting her down. Yeah, but these conditions are not for me, you know. As the only longboard surfer on the draw, you know, I'm going to just skip it and give a chance. I think Thais Almeida is coming. Or
Yeah, Thais Almeida is going to replace you.
Yeah, she
Local
surfs
girl.
way
Yeah,
better than me.
She knows very well that wave.
Okay.
So 24 minutes on the clock just to get the scores in. A 4.5 for Laura Hopp, her opener. A couple of throwaway scores for both Medina and Almeida at the moment. And speaking of great surfers, Ariane Ochoa from the Basque Country. She is in red and up and riding here. So a couple of decent carves right there on the forehand. Ariane, one of the best surfers in Europe at the moment, Jacqueline. And I know that region has been needing some big performances over the last few years. You've had Paulina Du, you have Joanne DeFay on the Women's Championship Tour right now, but there hasn't really been anybody outside of those two from Europe that has really been a top 10 surfer on the women's side lately.
Yeah. But I know Paulina Du very well, and Johan. Yeah, we used to traveling together and competing together, and I'm so happy to see those girls still competing, huh? So yeah.
And what about these girls right there, like Sofia Medina, Laura Haupt, and Thais Almeida? I think you have a relationship with Laura Haupt, maybe.
Yeah, she's from hometown. Yeah, I used to see Laura pretty much every day because she's surfing my beach break. And,
Where is it?
Praia Mole.
Praia
Yeah.
Mole,
She
yeah.
lives in more south, but she surfs Praia Mole. But right now she's traveling a lot, so I used to follow her on Instagram and accompany her on social media, and she's doing really good. She's still young; she's only 16 or 17, but her level of surfing is really good. It's been really good.
What do you think about this new whole generation of girls here from Brazil?
Yeah, we have a few girls. Sofia Medina and Laura. We have Taina Hickel from Santa Catarina as well. She's been on the tour for a few years. Not this event, but I think we have more to come. Right now we just have like Sofia and Laura.
Yeah.
22 minutes on the clock. Laura with a 4.5 as the best score of the heat. Ochoa's score comes in as a 1.9. Meanwhile, Almeida with just a 0.87. So plenty of time on the clock for all four women. Let's go downstairs. Manu Callado is with Carolina Mendez.
Yeah, that's right. I'm here with Carolina. I was telling her that she started with the right foot. You both, Mitch and Maíra, are going to understand. Começando com o pé direito. That's how we speak in Brazil. When you start really good like you did today, congratulations. How was it for you? It's kind of hard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. I mean, Saquarema, it's always like this when the swell is coming. So I'm pretty happy that I couldn't find two waves and made the heat. It was a long year for me. So being home and made the heat, it's a special day for me.
And now it becomes harder and harder. How is your heart? What are your expectations?
For me, I just want to surf. I'm loving being here in Saquarema. It's such a special place for me. I grew up here and I moved to Portugal. So for me, being here is like home. I have a house here. So I just want to enjoy my time, trying to surf and show the judge that I am a good surfer.
You are a good surfer, and Saquarema is awesome. Just send a message to our people in Brazil, your fans from Portugal.
Sim, tô muito feliz. É especial para mim competir em Saquarema e todos os locais estarem aí. Eu cresci aqui, então, e foi um ano difícil esse ano, investindo bastante e tô feliz. Agora eu quero surfar e curtir. Valeu.
Congratulations again. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu, and muito parabéns to Carolina Mendez moving through. So she was raised here for the majority of her life, then eventually moved over to Portugal. Pretty interesting story, and not one that I think a lot of people knew of. She's been surfing for Portugal for the majority of her young career. As we see our attention shift over to Sofia Medina, and she is a great surfer, Jacqueline, still coming up through the rankings. But throughout the 3 years that we've had the Challenger Series, she has been a representative of South America in the region for the full 3 years. She's only 18. So she's been on the Challenger Series. She's 16 years old.
Yeah, she's doing very well. I know Sofia since she was a little kid. I remember one time in Florianópolis, where I live, one day her brother, Gabriel, he went to do some sign stuff. And then I talked to Charles, Sofia's dad, and I said, bring Sofia to my house and let's go surf. You know, let Gabriel did the signing stuff. And then I took my car, I drive to Sofia, and then I pick her, and then we went to surf. She was only 9, and she never forget that. Like a month ago, she won a contest in Florianópolis. She was invited to that event, and then she come to USA. I'll never forget that day. It was very special for me, you know. So
yeah, I can imagine happy for her, like as a child, like 9 years old, surfing with Jacqueline Silva, one of the best of Brazil. So I can imagine that she can remember this since then. Pretty nice story. And she's been surfing pretty well, improving a lot. Last year, remember, she was here with her brother. Gabriel ended up winning this contest, and they were here together. It was interesting to see both of them competing at the same time, wasn't it, Mitch?
It definitely was, and especially with the victory that Gabriel had. First time winning a major event here in Brazil, too, which to me is just mind-blowing. I mean, and he did it in spectacular fashion. He was trailing most of the time against Ramsey in the final, ended up winning. But Jacqueline, as we see the time right now, 17:40 on the clock. Somebody might have a look. Seems like Ochoa going to let that wave go. You've been a 2-time WQS champion. You were runner-up to the World Championship in 1999, I believe. And
2002.
2002.
Yeah.
1999 was your rookie season, was it?
Season,
Rookie of the year,
yes.
that's what I was thinking of. So Rookie of the Year, 2-time QS champion. much like Neco Palerats, I feel like you were kind of the catalyst of the movement of Brazilian surfing, especially on the women's side. I don't think you get enough credit. And you were on tour for around 12, 13 years, maybe? 2011 was your last season on tour?
Yes, 2015.
2015,
was my last year
your last
on tour.
full year.
Last 4 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's incredible. 16 years on the championship tour.
16 years.
And then in
yeah.
2016 was when I saw you doing the QS in El Salvador. How do you maintain a consistency like that, especially when you're looking for new perspectives to keep your motivation?
It's a lot of training. Since when I start doing the world tour, I have like very support behind me. You know, family, sponsor. It's very important right now. You know, if you have a good sponsor, and it just the way I used to watch like contests on TV, like my favorite surfers, and say I want to be there one day, you know. So for that I started training, and results was consequence, you know. So
yeah.
that's why I had a grateful career, you know.
Well, it worked out because your career was
worked
spectacular. 16 minutes on the clock. Lower Hop still in the lead. Sofia Medina in second, but this young surfer in the red, Ariane Ochoa, looking to make a comeback in this heat. Only needs a 3.71. The setup turn into the lip right there. And a strong finish for the surfer from the Basque Country in the red. Might even have one more section, but that's going to be it for Ochoa. 15:25 on the clock. Doesn't need much, Jacqueline. And you look at the conditions right now, it's really one turn that can make a huge difference. As we look at the local girl, Thais Almeida, surfer from Saquarema right here at Praia Itaúna, gets her third ride so far, and it could definitely be her best one. You look at the three surfers out there representing the home nation of Brazil. Different regions out there in the water, too. You have Sao Paulo for Medina. You have Hop from Santa Catarina and Almeida right here from Rio. Has there been one region that you think has grown more than another in the most recent of years?
Maybe Laura, I guess, you know. And she's still young, and she really like the big surf, you know.
Yeah.
I know. I used to follow Laura, and doesn't matter how big are the waves, she's in the water, you know. So she's very complete surfer, you know.
She charges.
Yeah.
We see Ochoa's wave right here. Seems to be like significant one so far in this heat with 14 minutes to go. Here's the replay of Medina's wave on the right, Maida.
Yeah, very nice turn right there, and found some room and strong, hit the lip there, and she liked it.
Not an easy section to deal with, the second one either.
Very strong section.
So 13:50 on the clock. The surfer in the white, Lower Hop, leading over Medina, Almeida, and Ochoa at the moment. Still waiting for some scores, though. And we will see if both Almeida and Ochoa can get the work done afterwards, as Medina having a look here. And she's up and riding one of these alley rights here at Praia Itaúna. It's going to be a quick one, though. So 13:20 on the clock as we see Lower Hop now. Another right-hander. She is our heat leader. The youngest surfer in the heat. And just laying it on rail at the moment. She's going to kick out. So some interesting stuff happening out there in the water right now. Some big scores. And you mentioned the young surfer from Santa Catarina, Laura Hop. She thrives in big conditions, Jacqueline. We saw that at the World Juniors in San Diego, California earlier this year. It was pretty big, and she did extremely well over there at Seaside Reef.
Yeah, she's very good in like a big surf condition, you know. And that's a very good point for a surfer, you know, because she surfs good like small waves and big waves, you know, and she not fear like to get the waves and get maneuvers, you know, on the critical part of the waves, you know.
Santa Catarina isn't known for a big wave surfing scene, though. What is it about that area that produces a lot of people that want to chase bigger waves?
Yeah, we live in a very good like coast. We have very consistent swells. So if you want to be like a big surfer, get some good waves, Santa Catarina, it's
You
very
can find it,
consistent.
yeah.
You can find it, yeah.
And obviously, I'd say the biggest name to come out of that area right now is no doubt Yago Dora, top 10 surfer himself.
Yeah.
He was very close to making the finals. You know, the relationship that you've obviously had with Yago, Leandro, his father, his coach over the course of his career. Do you think that the impact that you had throughout your career motivated not only him, but a couple of other surfers that you see in the region like Laura coming up right now?
Well, I think so. Now I start surfing in a season with no one surfed. You know, I remember I was the only one girl in my neighborhood, like with 9 years old, like start surfing. You know, so it's in a different season. You know, now you have more support, you have more visibility. You know, so that's why I'm glad like to be where I did. You know, because. Was very hard.
Yeah,
you know?
I could only imagine. 11 minutes on the clock. Laura Hopp in the lead over Sofia Medina, Ariane Ochoa, and Thais Almeida. More action to come from Saquarema. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona. This is Living. By Natura Kayak. Feeling the power of freshness. By Vivo, official sponsor of the World Surf League in Brazil. And by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Well, rain or shine, you know that on the Challenger Series, we're going to have the event on if there's waves. And as you can see right now, it is pumping out there on Praia da Itaúna. Laura Hopp leading over Sofia Medina, Ariane Ochoa, and Thais Almeida. My name is Melchor Salazar. I'm joined by Maida Pops and former runner-up to the World Championship, Jacqueline Silva. As we see Laura Hopp in and out of that one, had the one turn at the beginning with just over 8 minutes to go. She is currently in the lead. And Maida, off air, you were mentioning to me that Jacqueline not only won major event, she was a two-time WQS champion, but there was a memory inside your head that you were there attending in 2007. Which event was it?
Yeah, I was there in Margaret River, and Jacqueline won that event, and it was really nice. The waves were pumping. It was huge. I completely remember you on the podium. It was nice. How was it for you?
Oh, it was that year was really nice. Margaret River, it's a very challenge wave. You know, every year when you stop like Margaret River, it's a very challenge to surf now because we ride big boards, you know, so we have a different surf. But I remember that year the wave wasn't that big. I remember on the final day we surfed like 4 foot on shore, very hard condition. But and I won that day, that year in 1997, so it was very nice.
Yeah,
Very
you know
good
what,
memories.
Mitch? That time we didn't have any world champion, Brazilian world champion. And so each event that was won by a Brazilian was huge. So I remember this. It was amazing to see her clinch that title.
Yeah. And the
On
final,
site,
in the final was me and Jessie Malidire. She's today still on the tour. She's very nice, doing a very good job.
Well, that means that every time you can see Jessie, you can tell her, oh,
Yeah.
remember that one time I beat you in Margaret River when it was
Yeah.
pumping?
And then I remember another contest in Peru. She beat me.
Oh.
I got second and she won. Yeah.
So are you tied? Is it 1-1, or do you have more heats after
No,
that?
1-1, I guess.
Yeah?
I remember 1-1. Yeah.
It's a good stat to have, though, against Jessie. It's fine.
Yeah.
You get one over her. It's like having one over Travis Logie. If you get one over Travis Logie, that's a pretty good stat to have. 6 minutes to go, and looking at the replay here of Medina's last, she is in second Maida and looking to improve on a 3.83.
Yeah, and she probably could. And I like the first movement there. The second one, I think they're not considering because I think she lost balance in the end. But the first one was nice. The wave was really good looking. And I think it's pouring rain outside right now.
Yeah, it is. Storming.
Here's Ochoa now on the backhand, and this is usually her strength. She has been a champion at the QS level before, won an event in Israel at one of the beach breaks that they have over there. And Ochoa, no stranger to big competition as the rain is coming down.
Yeah.
We've had all 4 seasons today, as is usually expected this time of the year in Saquarema. The weather is changing. It goes from being very warm to very cold all of a sudden, to raining, to being overcast, all of a sudden being sunny and 80 degrees outside. Not right now, though. It's raining quite a bit. 5 minutes on the clock now, and the last score of Medina comes through. It's not enough to improve her situation. It's a 3.37. She's going to hold on to the 3.83. Ochoa, though, her last, a 2.73, still needing a 4.23 or better. And the local surfer Almeida needing a 5.06 for second place. Jacqueline, at any moment in your career, I mean, you had to go through some big names. 7-time world champion Lane Beachley was one of them. But did you ever consider yourself to be the best surfer at that moment of time, and you could truly say to yourself, okay, I feel like I am the best surfer in the world right now?
I think the year I got second, I finished in runner-up, was the year I told I could be like world champion, you know. I didn't was a world champion for very little details, you know. So, but that the year I
got there.
Yeah, I got there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But surf against like Stephanie, Lynn Beatley was sort of very nice, you know, because they are that time like they were the best, you know, the surfer to beat, you know.
Chelsea Georgeson,
Melanie
Melanie Bartels, who I think a lot of people don't mention enough.
Yeah.
But you were obviously a pinnacle of surfing, not only here in Brazil, but I feel worldwide. And you went through multiple generations of surfers, too. I mean, you went through the mid to late 90s, early 2000s to late 2000s.
Yes.
There's a big jump right there.
Yeah, big jump, yes. Yeah, it was very nice. I surf against like the past generation, like the new and
future. Yeah.
Yeah, was nice. Mm-hmm.
You're like the Kelly of female surfing, basically.
Yeah.
So just under 3 minutes to go right here, having a great conversation with Jacqueline Silva. By the way, appreciate you joining us, Jacqueline. I know your day is probably super busy. I think it's really good to get your insight, and especially when it comes to, you know, we just talked about surfing against multiple different generations, but self-belief and perseverance more than anything. How important do you think it was for your success to be able to be motivated and trust in your process in comparison to what everybody else is telling you from the outside?
Yeah, I think to be on the tour like so many years now, you have to be very focused, like training a lot, that's most important. Feel good with your equipment, like surfing any kind of condition, so that bring you like confidence, to be the best, to do to get good results and stuff.
You said that there was small details that happened that you do you remember any of them that you felt like the trophy coming through your fingers? Like, do you remember any of this? Or do you think it was more general?
Yeah, it's more general. More general. I remember the year I got second. We have just 6 events in a year. And first event I got second and I won the last one. So the fourth event in the middle, I lost my first heat, so that's why the little details make the difference in the final, in the end of the year,
Yeah, well, just ask Taj Bora about it.
Yeah.
He probably knows better than anybody. 55 seconds on the clock. Hop still in the lead. Sofia Medina in second. Ochoa still needing a 4.23. And Taish Almeida is in fourth, needing a 5.06. So stormy conditions out there. Still very clean, considering everything that's happening outside of the water. The rain, the wind. And here's the heat leader, Laura Hop. And she has just been on fire and in sync with these waves out there. Strong hit right there for Laura. And it seems like that's going to be it for her, just using some defense at the end of this one. This is a very important wave right now, though. Ochoa up and riding, only needs a 4.23. Still has at least one more section to go and has to capitalize on this finish. She does. And what a way to finish the heat when you're needing a score. This heat is done and dusted, as you're going to hear the sound of the horn right now. So needs a 4.23. It is not a huge score, but it's not a small score either. Dare I say, Maida, you think she's going to get the score in the last dying seconds of this heat?
Yeah, I think she can. If it's not enough, it's going to be very close. It was a pretty decent wave. And Sofia Medina put herself in a hard spot right there.
What's your initial reaction, Jacqueline? You think yes or no for the 4.23?
I think yes.
Yeah?
She did well.
Yeah.
The conditions are very hard, so she did pretty good. 4 turns. Not big turns, but she did...
Let's look at it again.
Yeah.
Nice carve right there. Nice wrap as well. Another one. Just a setup turn. And she went for this finish.
Yeah, the last one.
The last one was the best one, wasn't it, Mitch?
That was really the only turn of consequence on the wave, and unfortunately for her, does not come in as the score necessary. It's a 3.3 for Ochoa. That means that Laura Hop and Sofia Medina will be moving through. Jacqueline Silva, we really appreciate your time. Best of luck in your future endeavors, and have fun this afternoon out there at Praia de Itaúna.
Yeah, soon we're going to get in the water. Okay, thanks for having me.
Pioneer of female surfing worldwide, former runner-up to the world champion Jacqueline Silva. Don't forget that name. We'll be right back with more action. We got a couple more heats to go for the rest of the day, and waves are pumping out there, so let's see some more women's action after the break. Heat 6 coming up. Nanao Suzuki, Tessa Thyssen, Jessie Van Niekerk, and Camila Kemp from Germany will be jumping in the water. Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We'll be right back with more action after the break. Heat 6 of the round of 48 out there for the women at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. A beautiful shot of the cathedral in the background, one of the more iconic shots you will see out here in Saquarema. Nanao Suzuki in the red, Tessa Tyson, last year's runner-up at this event in the blue, Jessie Van Niekerk in the white, and Camila Kemp from Germany is in green. Mitchell Salazar here, now joined by Marcos Bocayo. Welcome back, Marcos, to another big heat out there in the water. Some big names. Tessa Tyson in the blue. She was a runner-up here at this event last year. Looking to do one better in 2023.
Oh, yeah, and there's Camila Kemp from Germany. She was residing in Ericeira, so I'm pretty familiar with her. She ended up a relationship with Semente Surfboard from Niki Rushu just this week, and I hope for the best for her. She's representing super well, the German country.
And this is Tessa's opening ride. Seems to be a pretty decent one for the surfer from the French Caribbean. And she is just as dangerous on the rights as she is on the lefts, Marcos.
I love her snap over there with the backhand. Amazing fan there. She's so powerful. She reminds me a little like a female version of Owen Wright.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
From St.
Thank
Bartholomew originally in the French Caribbean. And Tessa opening up with what seems to be a decent score right now, as both hers and Camila Kemp's going to come through as some mid-rangers. A 4.83 for Tyson, a 4.67 for Camila Kemp. As we saw Jessie right there, just a quick one in and out for her. A lot of the South African surfers, as you can see, Jessie from Cape Town, riding Smith's shape. So good to see Graham Smith getting a lot of love and a lot of trust by his surfers too.
I love Graham Smith, man. Once in Hurley Pro, he was kind of blocked to get into the surfing compound, and the security blocked him. Hey, do you know this guy is just George Smith's father? And was in the Danny Reynolds, George Smith era.
Yeah.
So, thank you, man. The guys, Pirate Mike, shout out to Pirate Mike. One of the good, security guards in the Hurley Pro back in the day.
I think that, Graham is very underrated when it comes to surfing incredible boards and high-performance short boards. Obviously, his son, one of the greatest surfers of all time, too, so you have an amazing test pilot. But the kids that are coming up nowadays, you had Natasha a couple heats ago, you have Jessie right now. That's just on the women's side. Connor Slipen riding those boards, too. So some great surfers out of South Africa riding boards that are made and shaped right there in South Africa, too.
Amazing. If we think about it, you connect the data with South Africa, it's from back in the day. Sean Thompson, 77 world champion, just after Peter Town won the first one. So after that was like Great Britain for Martin Potter, but originally from South Africa. George Smith, another good fella from there, still competing. And still Travis Loggy, he represents so good.
Yeah, he does. Davey Weir, also former CT surfer. Ricky Basnet. I could go on and on. A lot of them. Warwick Wright, used to love the way he surfed. Steven Sawyer, men's longboard world champion. Man. Also a great shortboarder, too. Yeah, South Africa has always had a plethora of talent.
Bianca Budentag, for sure.
Yeah, and in this heat so far, it's been all about Tessa Tyson and Camila Kemp throughout the first 5.5 minutes. Here's Suzuki, though, having a look at this one. She's going to let it go. Don't know if that was red or green. Seems like it was Camila Kemp, so priority will switch.
Mitch, with the Jessie fan, maybe indicates she have a heritage from, Holland. Because the fans, they have those connections in South Africa for sure. There's why they are so high, so big over there. It's kind of part of the Holland DNA.
There's Sofia Medina getting Some congratulations by Sol Aguirre, who will be coming up in the next heat. Big shaka right there from Sofia. Great young surfer coming through the ranks from Maresias herself. And here's Tessa now having a look at this wave. Won't be able to get into it.
I think it's so cool how Sofia is building herself as a competitor. So, respecting the layers, the QS, then the CS. She have the best, blueprint any girl can have.
Well,
Gabs as an older brother.
Dedicated to all three,
she's
too.
Focused. Like, he's in the DNA of the family, man.
Definitely wants to be there on the championship tour as well to join her older brother in the very elite of the ranks. 23 minutes on the clock. Tessa opened up with a 4.83. Camila Kemp with a 4.67. Suzuki just a couple of small scores, and Jessie with a throwaway of a 0.5. Laura Hopp had an outstanding heat in the last one, and she is downstairs with Manu Callado.
Yeah, guys, I'm talking here to Laura about the conditions of the waves right now. How was it for you to win this heat? Congratulations. How was it there?
Yeah, thank you. It was pretty hard out there. I was trying to find the good ones. I opened the heat with a 4.5, so this made me a little comfort. But I knew the girls could catch the best wave and made the note every time. So yeah, it was pretty hard, and in the channel I got stuck a couple times, and the waves break into my head. I almost break my board. But yeah, I'm super happy to make to the next round.
And you were competing with Sofia. You and Sofia and Bella, for example, you compete together on the QS here, and you also are friends. How is that for you?
Yeah, me and Sofia are pretty close friends, so we are both stoked to be on the next round and on the same heat. When she got out, I was like, oh, I'm super happy we both made it. So, yeah.
Congratulations, Laura. Do you want to send a message in Portuguese for your fans?
Obrigada a todo mundo que estava torcendo por mim. Tô aqui com os meus pais, então é isso. Beijo para minha irmã que está em casa também. E bora com tudo pro próximo round. Yeah.
That's it. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu, and muito parabéns to Laura. Traveling here with her parents, and why not come to Saquarema in the company of your parents to one of the most beautiful places in
a
Brazil?
holiday? Amazing. Best script that she can have. We cannot script this.
Wait, does she get to celebrate Kids Day too? Does she still count as a kid?
I think she can, by her voice, man.
Okay.
She's so naive still. And she have a connection to the eyewear company that sponsored her. The sponsor Iago, sponsor Pedro Barros, a company from Brazil that represent a lot in skateboarding and surfing.
Yeah, and speaking of skate influences, Pedro Barros, I'd have to say one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Bob Burnquist is obviously up there too. In Brazil, they've been outstanding when it comes to board sports just throughout the entirety of the existence of both surfing and skateboarding.
Yeah.
As we look at Jessie up and riding now, setup turn right there for Van Niekerk, and just going to be a throwaway score for her as she comes incomplete on the second one. 20 minutes on the clock. Priority still with Camila Kemp in the green jersey. Opened up with a 4.67. Talk to me about the development of, obviously, skateboarding. I think we're seeing a lot more snowboarders from Brazil come through right now. But you have wake surfers, you have kite surfers,
you have skateboarding. Lucas Fink, triple, back-to-back world champion the last seasons. And skateboarding, man, it starts with Bob in Canada in 1996, and then Sandro Diaz. Before that, we got Lincoln Weda, now in the street scene. My boy Felipe Gustavo just won the street SLS stop in Down Under, Sydney. For the first time, smooth operator, super technical. So I think it's about maybe soccer. You guys play with the hands, football. Maybe capoeira, the jinga, the mojo. There's some explanations from there. I think that the key is over there. Capoeira and maybe soccer.
I just think it might be in your guys' blood. I mean, you're good at
water.
Everything. Every kind of competition you try to excel at, you tend to be good at. Mixed martial arts.
Yeah.
Judo usually is something that is dominated by Brazil in the Olympics, especially in certain weight classes.
Sure, not the heavy ones.
Archery is something that is also very, very great for Brazil in terms of Olympic competition.
And how about soccer? It's a tradition.
Let's not get into that because Mexico lost to Brazil in the World Cup in 2018. And that's a sore spot for me.
Okay.
Now, getting back to the action right here,
Okay.
Tessa Tyson looking for her backup score. No, I'm just kidding, Marcos. I already know what to expect from Mexico anyways.
I got a son-in-law from Germany, and they have 7 against
7 to 1,
man.
yeah.
He's still joking with me. Oh, I love this free fall, man. A little more effort on the back foot just to like landing, kind of stall the landing. But I love her surfing, man. It's so solid.
Seems like a little bit too much weight on the front foot right there from
Yeah.
Tessa Tyson. Still no harm, no foul. Makes it out of that turn, and she probably extends her lead by a significant margin, as we see Suzuki right here. Kind of a quick wave. That one didn't really pan out the way she was thinking of, with just under 18 minutes on the clock now. You mentioned that you see Camila Kemp quite a bit. Half German, half Portuguese, so spends most of her time in Portugal. Competes in real good waves throughout the European region. She's been a standout on the QS regionally for a number of years, but so far in the Challenger Series has not been able to make it to finals day so far. What do you think that she needs to maybe either change or improve on just to be able to do that little extra step to get the one result that has been eluding her so
Maybe
far?
you're going to have to split hairs over here, but I think it's a matter of maybe being more successful in like wonky serves, like bad waves, because she's so well-rounded in like point break, solid waves, and maybe, train more like in places like Huntington Beach, do the Huntington hop, be more versatile with small waves, because she's a solid surfer by DNA and by school of surfing.
Well, speaking of solid surfing, Suzuki right there with a great opening snap. Wasn't able to complete the second one. Still some strong stuff right there from the Japanese surfer in the red. Should be her best score at around the 13-minute mark in this heat. Japan also a country that has had incredible surfers. Masatoshi Ono, I think, on the men's side, besides Kanoe Igarashi, has been the most successful one. Hiroto Ohara as well. Kaito Ohashi.
From my generation, we have Takao Kuga, who was an amazing surfer. A friend of mine was a sushi chef, and she asked me, "Oh, you got amazing ideas. Do you have any idea for a name of a brand of a restaurant, a sushi place? Why don't you put a Takao in honor to a former 4 times national Japan champion?" And she put it, but she closed the restaurant. At least was an honor to a Japanese surfer in a restaurant in Garopaba.
Hey, you might have to reopen the restaurant
Yeah.
with his name too, just to honor your friend.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And Suzuki now, one of the younger surfers in the event, and she is looking to make Japan proud and get herself her best result so far in the 2023 Challenger Series year. Mahina Maeda, Amuro Suzuki, Shino Matsuda, some of the premier surfers that you normally think of, Anon Matsuoka. And I think that Suzuki has a lot of talent. She just hasn't had the consistency of results so far in 2023 to move up into the top 10 and potentially qualify for the Championship Tour. We still haven't had a CT surfer on the women's side qualify for Japan, which, given their history, they haven't been the strongest when it comes to women's surfing. But I feel like with the names of Maeda, Suzuki, Matsuda, you'd be thinking that it probably has to come within the next 5 years, wouldn't it,
For
Marcos?
sure, it's a matter of time. It's a matter of when, and because the skills over there, the training, they are so focused. We were talking back in the beginning of the heat about skateboarding, and my God, my favorite skaters besides Brazil are coming from Japan.
Well, there's 2 Japanese surfers coming up in the next heat. Speaking of Amuro Suzuki, she'll be in blue. And you also saw Minami Nonaka right there. She'll be in the white jersey. Yeah, Japanese surfer have deceptively good styles.
Yeah.
Very relaxed, polished, tend to ride some very interesting equipment too. Some incredible longboarders, by the way. And I just feel like they've always been one of the quieter nations when it comes to developing overall in terms of their skills. They have a very successful tour themselves, though, when it comes to professional surfing. So a lot of them don't like to travel out of the country because they don't need to.
Yeah. I remember you used to have a tradition to broadcasting just for the Pipeline Masters for Japan in Japanese language.
Well, Wakita used to be part of that.
Yeah. I remember in the title for Medina, the groundbreaking title for 2014. We have a booth inside of the house in Hawaii for Japanese broadcasting, and this is amazing. Shout out to my favorite skater nowadays is Jin Woo, a little boy from 13 years old from the Nike team. He can do like double flips like like taking a coffee.
Is he a bowl skater? Is he
No,
a
it's
vert?
a street skating.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're more of a street guy, I feel.
Actually, when I was skating hard, I was more a downhill skater.
Oh.
Because didn't have so many ramps in my generation. But I'm super attached nowadays. My friends comes more, Costa Mesa friends comes all from street skating.
So you like going fast, huh?
Yeah,
That's
back
your
in the
thing.
day. Nowadays, just flat, ocean view, bike lane, stuff like this.
But I kind of felt that when you mentioned Jeffrey's Bay being your favorite wave and you getting multiple amount of turns, I was like, he just likes to go down the line.
Yeah,
and
I
on a
like to
certain
surf
speed.
with fishes.
Yeah, that's
Horizontal but fast.
So 13 minutes on the clock. Camila Kemp in the lead with a 4.67 and a 3.67. Tessa Tyson in second place. Her low score just a 1. She's looking to replace that. Meanwhile, Suzuki in third, needing a 3.74. And Jessie Van Niekerk needing a 4.54 or better for second place. Tessa Tyson with priority. She was the runner-up at this event last season to Alyssa Spencer. Had a great run to the final. Was able to make it all the way there, and unfortunately was just not able to get the victory, but she's looking for it this year. Let's see if she can do one better in 2023. She's currently in second in this heat, while Camila Kemp still in the lead in Saquarema.
E olha só, quem é o som nesse momento? É a francesa Tessa. Sul-africana, a Jessie Van Niekerk. Ela tem 21 anos de idade, ela vem de Cape Town, na África do Sul. Nasceu em 12 de dezembro de 2001. Correu todas as etapas do Challenger Series e teve melhor resultado lá na sua terra, em Paris, ficando na 25ª colocação. Jessie Van Niekerk.
Puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
Able to navigate that tube into the barrel.
Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, drains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Bongia. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
Coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals. This is what it's all about, winner take all. This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
Take my money right now. I'm excited. I'm pumped up for 2024. We got our schedule out, and we are obviously starting at the Bonsai Pipeline once again, and we are as excited as we could possibly be for the 2024 World Championship Tour. Mitchell Salazar here with Marcos Bocayuva. It's Heat 6 of the round of 48 for the women. Tessa Tyson in the lead now. She drops a 5.83 on her last try. That moves her way up into first place. Meanwhile, Camila Kemp now down to second. Naho Suzuki needing a 6.24 in third. And Jessie Van Niekerk, the surfer from South Africa. In the white, needing a 7.04 for second. Marcos, under 9 minutes now. It's been very consistent. It has been difficult to find anything above a 6-point ride out there, though. But in the end, you're hitting double digits. Your chances of making this round is significantly better than if you're in the 8-7 point
You're
range.
almost safe if you hit like the double digit. And I think for Thyssen, I know she's from the French Caribbean, but if she train a little bit in Hossegor, she can find the same atmosphere, the same weather, the same kind of conditions, kind of punchy, like beach break scene. So, and for Camila Kemp also, it can be like a rough day in Ericeira for sure.
Yeah, speaking of how well prepared the French are, I had the chance to compete against a couple of different guys. I mean, Marc Lacomars here, Joan Duru, Maxime Housseau, former CT surfer who actually had a great result at this event last year. But there's these two brothers called Cloarex, Nelson and Tom, and they were fantastic too. And I just remember seeing them at a lot of the amateur events worldwide, and just always see them in the lineup, and I'd be like, dang, I have to surf against these guys again. They're always those two guys that you just be seeing in the heat run. You'd be like, I hope I don't match up against them early, because I know they're strategic, they're very smart, and more importantly, they are just so well organized too. You always see that with surfers coming out of France, and one of them being Tessa, up and riding. Great opening turn right there. A second one just for good measure too. And she is on point in this heat with 7 minutes to go, looking to improve on a 4.83, Marcos.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now that I reside in Europe, I can understand better. They so focus on coaching, strategy, protocol, training. So many good coaches in Portugal, France, like Alain Hugh, guys, Frederic Robin, they used to compete in high level. They're now amazing coaches. I saw Alain Hugh in the compound just yesterday. And I can say now as a resident, we in Portugal, in Europe, we have a lot of amazing coaches and guys that used to be there, you know, surfing and competing, putting the legacy to the new generation.
As this is the replay of Tessa, she's looking to improve on a 4.83. Great combo right there with just over 6 minutes to go now. And this is her previous ride, Marcos. Came in as a 5.83.
I love this neck, pristine, crispy. Let's see what she can put in the closeout. Little re-entry there. She's going to connect the dots. No flown climbing.
And her last score comes in as a 5.77, so extends her lead. Here's the surfer currently in second, Camila Kemp, looking to better a 3.67. Decent finish right there for Camila, so she is likely to improve on her low score as well, with 5:45 on the clock.
Let's see in the replay the invisible slide after the cutty there. I love those invisible turns, like the fading. Fading is amazing. It's nothing, but it's something.
Yeah, it matters in the end,
it matters
doesn't it?
for popping in the air, to connect the power source of a wave, to do a carving. That was the cutty right now. The cutty, slow, like nursing, and then a little slide there.
But it set her up for the flat section very well.
Put her in the right position to smack the lip in the end.
5 minutes on the clock now as Tessa Thyssen extends her lead. The last of Kemp doesn't improve by a slight margin. It's a 3.43. She's still going to keep her 3.67 as her low score. Suzuki in third needs a 6.24. And Jessie in the white in fourth, needing a 7.04 or better for second place. You know, you mentioned the likes of Alain Rioux. Hira Terina Tufa is part of that coaching staff, too, for France, who, I mean, the guy's an incredible surfer. He surfed multiple times at the CT event at Chopes.
Oh, yeah.
This home break. As we look at Jessie up and riding now, she's going to go left. Just set up turn right there. A lot of froth on the face on this one. Fits in a second one, though. Did extremely well just to be able to fit in that second one. And rides out cleanly. So that should help. It'll diminish the requirement of what she needs for second place. Before this wave was needing a 7.04 or better. So with just over 4 minutes to go, expect some changes right here for the South African surfer in terms of the requirements, Marcos.
Check it out, people. She was so the wave was so froth. I thought she was like snowboarding. So
a lot of white water.
Yeah, a lot. That means we're hitting the low tide or coming from a low tide. A little like set up zigzag, and then she clicked this snap underneath the leap. She managed to survive after that.
Yeah, and fit in 2 in a real tough section right there, too. A 2.6 for Jessie, so now needs a 5.74. That's an attainable score with 3.5 on the clock right now, especially given how consistent the waves are, too. Suzuki with priority in 4th, needs a 6.24. Camila Kemp still in 2nd, and the heat leader in control. This one, Tessa Tyson, has a couple of 5s in her score line, as it seems like Tessa was up and riding there real quick. Doesn't seem like it'll change anything for her, though. She's way out in front. 3 minutes on the clock now.
Mitch, I think that is one of those type of heats, like 3 layers of surfers. The leader, like 2 and 3 kind of colliding, and the 4th right there, like looking for opportunity to score like something above 6.24.
I like that analysis. You get somebody who is clearly the dominant surfer in the heat, somebody who's been chasing the entire time, and the 2 people that are just never in rhythm with the ocean, right?
For sure. And with just one girl like clinching like double digits, the door is still open for 2nd place, for sure.
Yeah, story of my QS career right there, Marcos.
Yeah.
Some either great heats or horrible ones, but you know, that's life on the road, and that was a very good thing about traveling early on. You know, you go out there, you explore different cultures, different locations, different waves, but either early on in your career or later on in life, you're going to get a rude awakening.
For sure.
And you're just going to have one of those heats that just tells you, hey, you might feel like the worst surfer in the world at the moment, but you're going to have a shining star eventually. And that could come in one heat, or it could come in a few years afterwards.
For me, it was a few years.
It eventually comes, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I start writing for magazines and I say, oh, okay, so I can stick around in the scene, not competing anymore because this is not for me, maybe.
Yeah, you can't get down on yourself. That's something that everybody learns.
Yeah.
Surfing is just like that. It's the nature of the sport. Subjective, first of all, and you have to deal with so many factors
and you
that
can
are out of
surf
your
for
control.
the love of surfing also, like Brad Gerlach, Wave Keyman, for the love of surfing.
I actually feel like Brad Gerlach even got better once he retired,
for
too.
sure, man. One of my favorites, my dear pal nowadays. Man, I emulate so much Brad.
Don't know how that happened because he's gotten older, but it seems like he's gotten
It's
younger
like a wine,
somehow,
man.
too.
It's like wine. It's biohacking.
So 60 seconds on the clock now. Tessa Tyson in the lead. Kemp in 2nd. Jessie in the white jersey needing a 5.74. And Naho Suzuki in red needing a 6.24 or better. 45 seconds on the clock. Let's see if somebody can get to their feet before the heat's over. Definitely waves out there.
Guys, if you're hearing us right now and you're just a surf fan, jump on the water. You can do like reverse aging like Benjamin Button.
Definitely can. Surfing nourishes your soul.
For sure, man.
It's relaxing.
Like Peter Pan's all over.
Yeah? You could be one of the lost boys. Definitely. 20 seconds on the clock. You saw Paulina Du right there on screen. She'll be coming up in Heat 8 of the round of 48. Here's Suzuki. Last-ditch effort. That's a great start for her. Needs at least one more hit, though. A 6.24 is the requirement for her. As Camila Kemp now up and riding. Deep bottom turn. Really loved the late bottom turn right there from the German surfer. And a great performance on her last ride in heat number 6. That is some great stuff right there from both Camila Kemp and Naho Suzuki. Unfortunately for Suzuki, if she were to get the 6.24, Camila Kemp will very likely improve her situation too. Great way for her.
Setting up for the score, the many turn right now, man. A nice snap, and then she click in a re-entry with so much power on the back foot. And click a little phone climbing, the damage was done.
Excellent timing right there.
Amazing, pristine timing. Look at this tutorial.
Yeah, that is checking the boxes on how to do a turn at the right time on a wave. Meanwhile, Suzuki, though, she had an explosive one as well, Marcos.
Yeah, she moved all the way to the high line. If she stick around for the low line, I think she will bouncing back.
Get the second one in, maybe make it a bit more
a
consequential.
Rebound. Yeah.
Riding a Timmy Patterson, that's the IF-15 model. under the arm of Camila Kemp.
Yeah, she just dropped the company from Ericeira base and created by Nicky from California, East Coaster, actually from Connecticut. He was the first big talent shaper that stick around in Europe and back in the late 70s, and it kind of structured the shaping in Portugal with the legacy from California.
Well, it seems like these boards are working. It's a 5.8 for Camila Kemp, the last of Suzuki, 3.93. So it's Tessa Thyssen with the win, and Camila Kemp moving through in second place. Suzuki and Jessie Van Niekerk will have to settle with third and fourth, respectively. Still waiting for the last score of Jessie just to make it official, and it's a 3-point ride, so not enough for second place. A very happy and celebrated Tessa Thyssen, last year's runner-up here in Saquarema, will be moving through into the next round, and a huge performance by her, looking to keep her hopes alive of at least finishing within the top 10 on the Challenger Series before year's end. More action to come. Last two heats of day one of competition, Heat 7 and Heat 8, after the break here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
Antônio Granada, quem vem na onda é a camiseta verde, Ariana Rodrigues Vargas, a vencedora da etapa do circuito Banco do Brasil, lá na praia de Maresias, aplicando uma boa manobra na junção.
Lembrando a todos os presentes na praia que hoje, logo após o término das baterias, teremos o Jack Wave Show com o vice-campeão mundial Jack Wave, que está vindo de 3 vitórias consecutivas na Espanha e na França, o baiano Bruno Jacobi. Vamos acompanhar a Muro Suzuki, do Japão, abrindo sua contagem, mandou sua primeira manobra.
Epic little marathon of surfing here. We're gonna have an amazing heat. I'm Marcus Bocayupa alongside with Maíra Pabic. I got right now Sawagiri from Peru, Mamoru Suzuki from Japan, Miami Nonaka from Japan, also Arena Rodriguez Vargas from Peru. So it's almost like a ceviche against sushi right now, Maíra. Welcome back.
Thank you, Marcos. Yeah, you said it well. Ceviche against sushi.
I like to be more loose.
And Arena Rodriguez Vargas started pretty quick right there. She got this wave. She hits the lip right there, and she got 2.5 on this ride.
And it's amazing, Maíra, because you can see by the stance, by the style that she's from, the new generation. Let's see the Japanese girl. Oh, nice combo for Amuro Chizuki, one of the OGs from the new crop of Japan. She have the flow, she have the power. I want to see her in the CT, in the Prime League.
Yeah, this one was a better wave for her. She got 4.83 to open her chart right there. It was a good one. So the heat started pretty quick.
For sure, and there's a lot of opportunities around for the girls, so it's not a matter of no opportunities. They got to just figure out which one's going to like peel all the way down to the break, and it's kind of hard to do that with like beach break conditions. It's kind of easy to do those things, those strategic things, those wise movements in a point break situation. But right here, things are shifting so fast, so it's kind of hard. So they have to adapt. Like it's like a jazz player. You got to be on point, like improvising all the time.
Yeah, and Amuro, she knows the path here in Saquarema, because last year she was third. She was defeated by Alyssa Spencer, the winner of the competition, and she also already competed on the championship tour in 2021. So she's trying to find her way back. I'm not pretty sure she can this year. I think no, but she knows how to deal with these conditions here in Saquarema and looking for a good result.
For sure, and there is like a consolation prize for the girls and the boys. If you don't clinch like a result to be in the CT, you got a space maybe to not needing to go to the QS and then stay along in the CS for the next season. So it's kind of a half ticket for the Willy Wonka factor. Still 25 minutes to go. Messy conditions, but a lot of opportunities all around. A-frames. Like, it's kind of hard, Maíra, to deal with the current here. Like, it's a pedal battle, continuous. And one thing is kind of hard to find. It's which one is going to open, but not going to be fat.
Yeah, it's true. Silvana Lima was talking about this, that the conditions are pretty tough right there. And, yeah, this wave is really powerful. When you get in the ocean here, there's a lot of water moving around, and sometimes looks easier than it is.
Yeah, I got a message to the newcomers, new fans of surfing. It's way harder out there.
Yeah,
it's
that's why I pulled
harder.
out my heat, you know.
No, you're safe over here, girl.
Yeah,
I'm going to lock the door. You're not going to go out.
All right, and on this heat, we have also Sawa Aguirre. She's from Peru, a very smart surfer.
Yeah, she has all the IQ for competitions. Right now, I think I have Manu Caiado in the sidelines with the last winner. So Manu is with you, girl.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Tessa, and you're talking in the studio that the conditions now, they're kind of scary. They're tough, and I think they're pretty scary too. But I was asking Tessa, what do you think about the ocean right now?
Like I was saying, I think it's really fun conditions. It's obviously hard to compete in because there's a part of like luck and reading the ocean that needs to be taken aware of. But I really like the fact that it has a big push into the waves. It's kind of hard to time it with the backwash, but I feel like it was still fun to surf in.
Do you think that's like the recipe for you to win? Like to think it's fun and to have fun while you're doing it, surfing that you love?
I mean, there's always part of saying you have to work hard, but also have fun. So I've been working hard and I've been trying to have fun. It's not always that easy since in surfing you lose a lot. So your self-confidence sometimes is really fragile. So having fun makes you feel like you have more confidence, I feel like. So I'm working on that.
Great. And last year you were second here in the Challenger Series. How do you come for this year? How's your mind?
Last year was really fun. I have some great memories, and I'm just trying to start from zero again because I don't want to have that pressure about last year or what did I do, what someone else did. I really want to focus on the present, which means now, and we'll see how the waves are tomorrow and focus in the present.
Perfect. Have fun. Good luck. Thank you, Tessa. Back with you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Kudos to Tessa. Oh, my God. Be like water. You got to improvise. You got to adapt. You got to live the moment. And this is the recipe for success.
Yeah, and I really like what she said. She was really true on her what she was saying, that she's trying to have fun. It's not easy to do this because sometimes all the interviews, the athletes just say, "Oh, I'm having fun," and sometimes it's not like that. Actually.
Yeah, it's tough up there, guys. It's tension there. There's a lot of glory, but a lot of drama also.
Yeah, we just saw Sawa Aguirre surfing that wave. She got a 4-point right there, and Sawa Aguirre, she also knows this wave pretty well. She surfs here a lot. This year she was a wild card during the championship tour, and she got 9th. So
amazing.
Yeah, she was defeated by Carissa Moore.
For a wild card, amazing.
Yeah,
I remember like Iago Dora in 2017, he came as a wild card. He took like a lot of scalps from Meek, from Parco, even John, and he ended up like just losing for ADS in the semifinals. So wild cards are lose. They have nothing to lose. So they are like, well, super like in tune with the conditions. They don't care, just don't care.
We just saw Minami Nonaka catching a decent wave. Unfortunately, she didn't have much room for many maneuvers. Look that.
Check it out, like double head high. Nice snap underneath the leap. She kind of protect herself to not going so late for the second one.
Yeah, but then the wave didn't offer that much. But the first one was pretty nice, decent. She's going to put on her score, trying to build some momentum in this heat. With 20 minutes left, she has plenty of room to increase her scores.
Yeah, right now I think the person that is a better situation right now is Amoroti Suzuki. She's in second place, have the best score, 4.83, and she still have the priority, so she can like manage to take it out this back up the 0.17. So I think right now the second place is in the better situation of the heat right now.
Yeah, she's more experienced than the other girls, and she knows how to compete pretty well, Amoroti Suzuki. And look, there is the number for Minami Nonaka, 3.13 for her second effort of the heat.
Okay, so now the cards are all on the table. Let's figure out the leader. She have just 2 scores above 3 points, so maybe she's gonna have to protect herself right now.
Whoa, we saw Arena Rodrigues Vargas just falling from the sky right there.
Maíra, I think we can have like a whole clip of, wipeouts today.
Yeah,
it's gonna be
true.
viral.
But
look at this
Suzuki.
hook. Whoa! Foam climbing over there. Let's see if he's going to go for the reform. No. Okay, nice hook on the first turn. And that was the money turn. The other one is just like a little cherry on top.
Yeah. She wasn't looking for a wipeout. She
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
want
for
to
sure.
be on this video.
Oh, yeah, she's going to be out of the viral thing. Let's see in the tail, Maria.
Look, a nice carve right there, and then hits the lip. Very strong, very fast, and it was a nice one. I think she's going to be well rewarded for that.
Now look at the tail of the hook. She put the right foot like an angle of a layback. I think Aki was the first guy in the 80s that did that turn with a lot of power. And I love John Jones, amazing that type of turn also.
Yeah, and that's it. There is the number 4.73. Almost the same score as she had before, the 4.83.
I should call twin scores?
Yeah, almost the same, but not the same.
Yeah, like myself.
Yeah, and just put her in the leader of this heat. Arena Rodrigues Vargas in second, chasing 6.69. And Sol Aguirre from Peru with priority. She has a 4-point ride and looking for 1.37 to get the second spot.
And Amor is out there. She don't like to play the cards not so close from her chest. So I think she's out there surfing with expression, with happiness. Come on, guys, it's surfing. It's not bureaucracy. You got to be here with the smile. I recall the interview with the Pupils, Ohana Pupil, with the whole family, with the dynasty, and they were all smiling. And that smile.
They're always smiling.
Always smiling, but you can protocol your life to be more happy if you smile more. Maybe sometimes even force a smile to be happy. I always tell my kids, hey, you can have a happy life protocol. And for my wife, I say happy wife, happy life.
Oh, it's true.
You know that about. You're a mama now.
I am. Now, it's true. Whenever you're trying to be happy, like trying to enjoy the moments, I think it's better because you're going to create a vibe around you that probably you actually will do.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And happy protocol can be like sleep well, eat well, being nice to people. It's not just smiling. You got to have a whole life protocol.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, it's a wellness podcast right now.
Who is doing this pretty well? It's Amuro Suzuki right now in first position of the heat with more than 15 minutes left. Yeah, and Sawaguiri, she just caught one wave, a four-point ride, and she needs a backup score. And it's Amuro again.
She's the owner of this heat so far. So far, so good for the Japanese surfer. Another hook with the layback move. Wow, lip slide on the end. Whoa. No, don't need no cherry on top of this cake.
Yeah, she was so stylish in this wave. I really like the second movement there with the layback. It wasn't like too... not many consequence movements, but it was pretty stylish, and it was nice.
I think the best thing of that way was like the connection, connecting the dots, connecting the moves. Let's figure out right now. Let's see, Maíra.
Yeah, bottom turn right there, nice wrap, spraying a lot of water around, and this one was very stylish with the hand in the water. Another one.
Maíra, and how about the variation, angles of movements, snaps, you know, carving, like layback carvings, and in the end, a little lip slide, Felipe Toledo mood.
And this is going to be interesting to see how the judges will reward her. I think she's going to get in the good score range, like something is coming out, and it's her best score right there, 6.83. Now she stands her lead.
We can tell that 6.83 right now is almost like a high score.
Yeah,
you can
it's true.
Cut the slack for the girls. My God, the conditions are so tough.
We didn't see that many waves scored so well.
Yeah, so clean, like connecting. Like as I say, it's a cliche, but it's a combo. It's a burger, fries, and beverage. She got it all.
Yeah, it's true.
And on demand, she's charging, she's putting the effort, she's there, she's pedaling hard, she's trying to figure out which one's going to peel all the way down.
Yeah, and what admires me is Sawaguiri. She's being very picky, she's with priority, and she has already a 4-point ride, and she just served one wave. And Arena Rodrigues Vargas actually in second position, but I mean, Sawaguiri just needing 1.37. But she still have plenty of time, like 13 minutes left. And here we go, Arena Rodrigues Vargas trying to play some defense. Couldn't finish this movement, just a throwaway score.
Back to the drawing board outside. Pauline, we're going to go for a break when we're going to be right back, so stick around.
Suzuki dominando a situação nessa bateria, conseguiu 6,83 na última onda, ela que soma ainda 4,83, deixou a Arena Rodrigues precisando de 8,79. Sawaguiri tem apenas uma onda. Amuro, you have 6.83 and 4.83. You are the leader. Time check, 11 minutes and 30 seconds to go. 11 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Please to the lead. Green second. Green is leading 8.79 to get the lead. Surfing red, Saudi was third. You need 1.37 to be second. Surfing white, Binani, was fourth. You need.
Welcome back to Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Myself, I'm Marcos Bocaiuva, alongside with Maíra Pavich, to make all the effort to put a lot of drama and glory in the seventh heat of this first round of competition from the ladies. Was a kind of a short marathon for today. Amazing surfing all around. So far, so good.
Yeah, it's true, Marcos. We had plenty of opportunities. We saw nice numbers, nice surfers scoring huge numbers, as Cohen Costa did, an 8-point ride and a 6-point ride in the same heat. It was amazing to see. And all the girls are ripping as well. And now, on this heat, we just saw Amuro Suzuki put on a show.
Yeah, for sure. This is almost like a solo show in a concert before the lead band coming.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to see Soagui catch another wave. I think maybe she made a mistake right there because she's not with priority anymore and she didn't serve any wave.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
Yeah, probably she paddled for a wave, couldn't get in. I think we didn't see because we were on break, but I mean, now she's with second priority. Amuro with priority, play some defense on this, and Arena Rodrigues Vargas with 2 low scores.
She's still out there?
She's still out there in second position.
Amazing, but Amuro Suzuki is putting a show right now. Oh my God. Maybe she's gonna try to figure out one slot in our post-show top 5 moments.
Yeah, it's true.
Still 9 minutes to go, guys. This is the 7 heats for the first round of the ladies. Let's figure out. This is this is Arena Rodrigues. Nice over the top, re-entry. Another one like a foam climbing floater. No extra points there now.
Yeah, and Arena Rodrigues Vargas, she just won the QS in Maresias last month, and she was surfing pretty well in Maresias, and she really loves Brazil. I spoke to her right after her win there, and she said, "Oh, I love Brazil. I really like to surf here, and look what she did." Now I think she's going to improve her
For
score.
sure. She's surfing the pocket, and she have, pretty Brazilian family names. Rodrigues from Michael Rodrigues, and there was a family back in the 80s, a surfer back in the 80s from Rio. My town is Valdir Vargas. They have 2 sons that used to
Geronimo?
Geronimo
Yeah.
is the son of Valdir, reside I think in North Shore nowadays. Amazing tube rider from the same generation of Gordo, Gabriel Pastori, a little younger than Marcelo Tranquinho, a lot of underground heroes from Brazil.
Yeah. It's a nice generation. Geronimo is still
ripping. Yeah,
ripping the
he used to compete with
hollow
Léo
waves
Neves. He's the same DNA of Léo Neves, of raw power.
Yeah.
I just have a chat with Valentin Neves, and of course he kind of makes confusion with me and Bruno. Oh, let's see the recap right now, and I'm gonna be back in the podcast later.
And this is Amuro Suzuki in her first ride right there. Very nice wave.
The money turn was the second one.
Yeah, it was the
Let's
second
be clear.
one. She's been so stylish during this whole heat. And this is Arena Rodrigues Vargas.
Nice re-entry.
A single maneuver wave. And this we're looking from above.
Oh, that was the Dix. This is the 683. Just variation, raw power, speed, power, and flow, all there.
Yeah, surfing loose, relaxed,
Yeah.
and putting on a show.
And
for
I love
sure.
how, because sometimes it's hard those conditions to manage to variate your turns, placing the different angles in the same wave is kind of hard, and she put it out like different, one snap carving, like nursing the carving, the other one like more like on the top, the other one like lip sliding. Let's see.
Now live, Minami Nonaka find a good opportunity there to back up score. Nice first turn, but she couldn't manage to finish this one.
There's one thing from Itaúna wave, Maíra, that you got to figure out. You got to always surf kind of fading through the bowl, not going all the way down the line. So if you're going to go down the line and high line, you're going to kind of get lost from the track, the power source of the wave. So you got to figure out always one turn, fade it in. One turn, fade it in again. If it's not a peeling wave from the set, you got to always fade in to reconnect with the power source.
Yeah, very interesting. And now we saw Sawagui making an effort right there. Oh, this is the replay for Minami Nonaka.
Check it out what I was saying. You got to come here, fading in, not fading out.
Yeah, because otherwise you're
going to be kind of far away in the mushy part of the wave.
Yeah.
And not connect.
At the point, like
in the pocket.
The pocket.
You got to be in the pocket. And the solution to be surfing the pocket is fading all the time, like constantly fading.
Yeah. But I was talking about Sawagui. She just caught a wave. It was a 1.5 ride, but she took so long to catch this backup score. Now she has only 4 minutes and 30 left.
Those type of conditions, like multitask beach break, messy beach break, you got to surf whatever comes to your face and try to figure out one way to, put up some expressions, some crazy good turns. Because if you sit around, you're going to be cold, you're going to lose connection with the peak.
Yeah, and we saw like many athletes doing exactly what you said, like surfing everything that comes in their ways. And sometimes it really pays off.
Yeah.
You got to try to build some momentum for you.
Yeah.
Just
rhythm. You got to find the rhythm. It's like a jazz concert. You got improvising and finding the rhythm all the time. Sometimes pay attention on your peers, how they are, they're going with the scores. You're not going to be there free surfing. Just more 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, and who did this pretty well was Aburo Suzuki, and she's with priority with 3 minutes.
Oh my
30.
God, she got it all.
Yeah.
Check it out. This is Minami Nonaka. Nice snap, a little floater kind of coming late. Couldn't pull.
Yeah, she's looking for a 3.28. I'm not pretty sure she's gonna get it with this wave, but she still have plenty time to try another turn right there.
I'm still mesmerized about Mamoru Suzuki tactics, skills. She looks like there's 2 Mamoru Suzukis right now.
Yeah, look the replay for Minami Nonaka.
Nice snap, a little kind of short hook there.
Yeah, but I don't think it will count. She
fell
in the end. Yeah, she fell in the end. So, yeah, she got 2.57 for that wave. It wasn't enough. So Arena Rodrigues Vargas is still in second position. Sawagui needing 2.4 to go to second position and advance in this heat. Minami Nonaka is needing a 3.28. So everything can happen in this 2 minutes left.
For sure, for the second slot, because the first one, I think, Mamoru Suzuki got the locker. She got the password. She didn't share the password. She's there. And she's still with the priority. Maybe she's going to finish this heat with the priority, with the win, solid. I think she's reaching the top 5 for the post show.
And now we saw Sawagui. Yeah, she couldn't find anything better until now. Almost 1 minute and 30 left. She caught this pretty decent wave right in the beginning, a 4-point ride, but then suddenly
she kind of
got
shut down.
completely lost
Yeah.
outside.
And it's hard, you know. We're never gonna be overcredited over here. We're like super dry here in the studio. The girls are having like the time of their life, but it's tough.
Yeah,
it's
for
fun,
sure
but
it
it's tough.
is.
There's pressure, there's drama.
Yeah, she's 20 years old.
And she's still so
She's
young.
still so young.
Yeah.
Very experienced, but still so young. And Arena Rodriguez Vargas in second position, advancing in this heat right after Muru Suzuki that put on a show. Look, now it's Minami Nonaka.
Nice jam there for the first turn, but she couldn't pull.
She's trying hard.
Yeah, and I can see the swell still pushing. Let's see the owner of this heat flying with the floater there. I think she's done. She can go out, rest, figure out the plane, drawing board for the second round.
Yeah, Marcos. Who's gonna put on a show? I think are the girls on the Dubain heat that is
amazing.
coming next. After this last heat that we have Erin Brooks. Erin Brooks, it's an
Erin
amazing
Brooks
surfer.
gonna be the
yeah,
heat.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God, I love her. She competes for Canada. She's one of the most progressive surfers that you know you can see around competition nowadays. She have the full rotation. She have all the tricks. She surf the pools. She can surf big waves. She's a charger.
Yeah.
It's funny how the girls are so young, can be already like, oh geez, have a legacy like in their teens.
It's true. And Amura Suzuki just won this heat, and Arena Rodriguez Vargas, she's in second position, advancing. What a heat.
Yeah, best of luck next season from Minami, for Sol, and good luck still here in the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Kudos to Amuro e to Arena. Arigato gozaimasu. Now it's time for going to the break, guys, but stick around. We're going to come back with the last heat of the day. See you soon.
Okay, let's go. System countdown starting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. So that's me at the day. The team, Erin Brooks, Korea Blue, Amanda Suoka, in Thailand. A Brooks promete essa última batida do dia, valendo 2 vagas para o próximo round. As atletas que passam nesse round avançam para o round das 33 melhores.
The bang, the wave of good. Good luck to Barbara Miller, to Sueli Naraiza, Claudia Gonçalves, and our girl from our team, Raquel. Raquel gonna rip whatever it takes. You're gonna do, and for the most, it's for the love of surfing. It's for a good cause. The girls are rocking there. Look at Barbara, how am she is. Sueli Naraiza, if you guys don't know, she's the sister of Wiggly Dunton and Wesley Dunton. It's a whole dynasty here of surfing. There's so many dynasties of surfing nowadays in Brazil. And right now, you're watching Erin Brooks, Paulina Du, Anon, Matsuka, and Taina Hiko. So Canada, France, and Japan and Brazil. So super well-rounded. A lot of flags. Maíra what's your expectation for this heat, multi-flag heat?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm really excited to watch Erin Brooks surfing here in Brazil. Such a talented girl. And also Pauliniado. Pauliniado is a very experienced surfer. She's 32 years old, and she has a lot of experience in Brazil and all over the world and championship tour. So it's going to be an exciting heat. And also we have Taina Hinkel from Brazil, and that she's ripping on the Circuito Banco do Brasil. She's the leader there, so yeah, it's going to be fun.
And she's the daughter of an amazing surfer called Carlos Cachotti from Guarda do Embaú, Santa Catarina. Let's check it out, Taina Hinkel.
Yeah, we saw
almost a battle there, Maria.
Yeah, battle there, and then, but the wave didn't offer much. She was trying to find some room there, but she was really aggressive on that paddle.
Yeah, I remember the first time I went to Guarda do Embaú back in the mid-'80s. Dada Figueiredo, Picuruta Salazar, and Carlos Cachotti was the best, the three best guys on the water back in the mid-'80s. Amazing progressive surfing from back in that time. Shout out to Cachotti if you listen to the broadcasting right now, man. Kudos to you, man. And Pauline, I've been calling a lot of hits from Pauline in the QS down in Europe, in the TV there. And she's an amazing.
Yeah, she's very experienced. Her last season in the championship tour was in 2018. She really wants to come back.
For sure. She's in the grind again.
Yeah.
And with, around the, almost like mid-30s, to still be in the grind for containing a slot in the CT. All the kudos for you, girl. Ça va bien, Pauline. Votre surf, c'est super.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now we got the girl that provides the solo show from the last heat with Manu Caiado. I'm going to toss it to you, Manu. Let's go.
Guys, I'm here with Amuru. That is from Japan, the other side of the world. We're in Brazil right now. And the waves there are very different from here. How was it for you to surf here in Saquarema? Congratulations.
Thank you. It was really tough condition. So much paddling. I was just tired, but yeah, I'm happy to win. Yes.
Okay, even though you won, so now send a message in Japanese for your supporters, please.
夜中の中応援ありがとうございます。次も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Arigato. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Omedetou, arigato, Manu. Omedetou, Amoro. Amazing show. Thank you for all the high performance that you provide to us right now. So in the lead right now already with a 6-point wave, Erin Brooks with all the progressive that you can see. She's the new pack.
Yeah, she is. I think we saw her wave right before we went to the interview. And what was amazing is our team, everybody can speak a little bit of
everything.
Of every language.
Yeah.
Manu was speaking a little bit of Japanese. You were speaking French here.
Je n'ai pas Marco, je n'ai pas Bitario.
And look, this is the replay for Erin Brooks. Very strong.
Look at the size of the, double head high for her, almost triple head high. Check it out.
Yeah, very strong turn right there. Right under the lip, a thick lip right there, and she could stomps it. Amazing ride for her.
There's some honors there to the brush, design brush for the boards in the 80s there with the flame, with the fire there in the Erin Brooks surfboards, kind of a pot surfboards or gear lock.
It's true. I love to see her surfing. I follow her on Instagram and to watch her surfing around the world, those hollow waves in Indonesia and whatever. She's a very good tube rider. And this is Anon.
Solid heat there.
This whole generation of Japanese surfers, they're doing pretty well. I'm always questioning myself if the Olympics has something on that, all the effort that the country puts on the surfers and in the sport, you know.
I got you.
You got me?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's when you have Olympic protocols in your country, everything from sports-wise is going to develop more and faster.
Yeah, it's true. Surfing has been pretty something that Japanese are into it for so long. But I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that we see all this, especially in skateboarding. When you watch skateboarding,
they're closing the gap right now.
Yeah.
Yuto Origami, all the boys, Sora Shihai. My boy Felipe Gustavo from Brazil just won the last SLS contest in Sydney for the first time. It's amazing technical street skater. Kudos to Felipe Gustavo.
Yeah.
He won back in the day.
I know you love skateboarding, Marcos, that's why I brought this.
Sport. Yeah, my second sport. By the love of surfing, everything comes along because it's a broader sport.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't need to tell like podcasts about like doggy town stuff, but one comes from the other.
And that last effort for Anon, she got 3.17 for that. Put her on the board. But Erin Brooks in the lead with a 6-point ride with priority, but plenty time left. 22 minutes left. Still many things can happen.
Yeah, and check it out. First position for Erin Brooks, second position for Paulina Du. It's a newcomer, a girl that represents the progressive surfing from the new crop of female surfing. In the second position, there is an OG, almost in the mid-30s. And surfing is so amazing because you don't have like weight categories. Everybody, you know, if you are small, you're going to compete with a giant. If you're a giant in the small waves, you're going to compete with the small surfers. So it's such a unique sport.
Yeah, it is.
There's so many layers, Maida.
It's true. If we think about Kelly Slater, he's like 52 years old.
Yeah.
And still like competing with those guys that wasn't born when he won his first title.
He won a pipeline master at 49 years old.
Yeah,
I think
it's amazing.
Those records never going to be break. I think 11 more titles. Oh, my sweet
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's true. But this is the unique thing about surfing. Look, and this is Anon again on her backhand.
Amazing heat off the top. A little crack there with the jam, with the snap. Another jam, little jam there. No connecting. It's kind of deep waters there. It's kind of hard to figure out. One small wave, almost never going to connect there with the end, like peeling all the way down. You got to figure out maybe that one that looks that going to close out, that maybe going to be the ones that are going to peel all the way down to the point.
Yeah. On the last heat, we saw Amuro choose pretty well her waves. On this one, only Erin Brooks could find a jam right there until now, but still 20 minutes left.
Got plenty of time for girls to turn it around those type of heats.
Yeah. And the conditions now look pretty tough. Let's look this replay for Anon. Very nice snap right there. Another nice turn, splashing some water.
That angle shows better. I thought it was a nice wave right now.
You thought it was nicer now?
Yeah.
With this,
this angle kind of provide a better vision for the wave.
Yeah.
And the first turn was on point, and then the second and the third snap was kind of a cherry on top.
Yeah, and you know what? She got 4.17, and this score puts her in the lead of the heat. With priority, Erin Brooks looking for a 1.34 to regain the leadership of this heat. So it was a nice effort for Anon.
For sure. But for Erin Brooks right now, for sure she's not like targeting the 1.34. She's gonna target like another 6 right there just to jump on the double digits. She can be more safe there.
Yeah, for sure, but she cannot be so picky as Sol Aguirre was last heat.
In Saquarema, you never can be super picky with the wave selection. If you see a ramp, put all your manifestation over there and go for it.
It's true, Bruno.
Marcus.
I'm sorry, Marcus.
I was waiting for that. It was almost in a slow motion, my response. It's
Yeah.
normal, man. Girl,
Guys,
come on.
you were so similar, but the voice.
Yeah, the voice
is
is the
main
thing.
You
Yeah.
know, for you guys that are at home.
I got a twin brother, guys.
Yeah, it sounds like completely the same.
He got a little Aussie accent. I'm way more Californian, but we are twins. And I reside in Ericeira, no longer Brazil.
Yeah.
So I'm a citizen
Both of
of the globe.
Yeah, both of you were really good, and I love to see your memory. You can remember like everything. I'm trying to improve my memory. Like I'm really bad on that sometimes.
Memory is a muscle. You can, gotta work
train.
for it. Don't
Yeah.
jump on the Google thing and ask stuff. You gotta force your memory. You gotta force your brain to, treat your brain as a computer.
Whoa!
And I have a Sterno HD, Bruno. If I don't know one thing, maybe I can call him.
That's
is our
good
joke.
thing.
Yeah.
And here is Tainá Hinkel up and riding.
Whoa! What a jam there, Tainá. Let's see the reform. She's connecting right now. Let's see. Oh, now she got a combo, guys. She's gonna turn around this heat. At least she's gonna jump maybe in one position. Amazing off the top, like crack there.
Yeah, Tainá is an amazing surfer. She's pretty young, but she already has a lot of experience. And this was unknown, trying to play some defense.
I love the first snap, but the wave didn't offer much.
Yeah, and Erin Brooks with priority, being patient. And this is the replay.
She shows a lot of board control. Sometimes she don't score points, but show at least the board is up there connecting with her body. And this, man, off the top, Maeda.
Yeah, this was really aggressive and smooth at the same time. And this one was a nice finishing movement. And she got already 3.77 to try to build some scores right there. She's in third position right now. Tainá Hinkel looking for a 2.24 to take second position of this heat in advance. But Erin Brooks, she's being patient, isn't it?
For sure. You're going to see more. Okay, guys. It's a nice pause, a nice buffer zone to go for a break, but stick around. We're going to have plenty of action coming back, okay? Guys, yeah, we are back with Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil with the last efforts from the last heat of the day. We're going to have an amazing post-show with a lot of action to show you. Right now, we still have a few dices to roll here. We have a Japanese surfer on the front. We have a Canadian on the back. We have a Brazilian trident fighting back. We have the charm of a French lady trying to pull back another slot for her in the CT level. So stick around. We have plenty of action to come.
Yeah, we just saw Taina Hinkle trying to improve her scores right there. I don't think she's gonna it's gonna count like very high score, but I mean, she is an experienced girl here in Saquarema. She made the 2 appearances here during the championship tour as a wild card, one in 2017 and the other in 2019. She got 9th. She was defeated by Carissa Moore. And yeah, it's looking... Oh, now Erin Brooks making an effort here. She was really patient and she chose this wave. What did you think?
Amazing. What a drive in this backside attack. Almost the same script as the first wave, but I think she was more crispy, but the wave was smaller. So maybe things going to be even out. Let's figure it out. I don't want to be a judge right now. I never want to be a judge. It's so tough. Yeah. I think I was born to talk.
I think so.
Yeah. Since I jump off my mom's belly.
Yeah, for sure she's going to put this score on the board because she just served 1 wave until now. But, I mean, I don't know how she's going to be rewarded. And this one is Pauline Adot.
Fighting back the French lady with all the legacy, with a lot of seasons in the CT level. Let's figure out the level of this jam. Whoa, underneath the leap. The Canadian girl.
He hit it pretty hard right there. The leap was pretty strong.
I like how she like twists her like core body there. She
pretty
almost
fast.
Like and she almost pulled like the fins out, almost like a blow tail, but was more under the leap snap.
Yeah, we are waiting on scores, and this is Anon. Looking for a good opportunity, but unfortunately...
None of the girls like reach double digits, so the doors are still open, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. If you look the board, Erin Brooks needing 1.34 to overtake the lead, and Taina Hinkle looking for a 2. Oh, everything changed right now.
Yeah.
Paulino Adot just got 3.77.
And change it again.
Yeah, you said Erin Brooks just got 4.57, and now she's in the lead of the heat. So her patience pays off, isn't it?
For sure, patience, like effort, technique. No, it's a new crop. It's almost like a changing guard right now, with all due respect to the like more mature ladies competing, but Erin Brooks are putting like a tutorial how to hit the lip in her backhand.
Yeah. And in second position still is the Japanese surfer Anon. Now she's chasing 6.4 to overtake the lead.
She's over there. She's kind of building scores, and Erin Brooks is almost like free surfing inside of a heat. And it's almost like a nice strategy to go, you know, freedom, go there and do the best. Don't make too much mathematics, you know.
Yeah, but with 9:30 minutes left, this heat is still very open.
Yeah,
Don't you
I think well, for sure the second slot is still open. The first one for Erin Brooks kind of safe right now. She got the locker code there, but the second place is still open for Pauline, for Taina. Let's see. Whoa, another hammer there.
Yeah, she got a little late under the leap.
That was the trouble there.
Yeah, I think she lost kind of lost a little bit of balance.
The timing,
the timing, and went late for this snap right there. And this is Taina Hinkle chasing 3.58.
Let's figure out what she did in the first part of the wave. And I think my theory is Erin Brooks is over there just free surfing. That's why she's so loose.
Yeah, she's a pretty good free surfer.
Oh, yeah, she's an amazing, she's a trickster.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's bringing the new crop legacy here.
And
Let's
this is
see
Taina Hickel.
This is major.
Nice bottom turn. Nice turn right there, a lot of water.
Oh, I love this hook.
Yeah, I think this wave can put her in a better spot.
Let's check the
in a better
numbers.
situation.
Oh, it's the matter of maybe so, maybe no. Let's figure it out.
She needs 3.58. We're still waiting for scores.
She's out there. Once again, I don't want to be a judge because the judges are like splitting hairs right now.
Yeah, they got to watch the replays and compare the waves. But I would say that she probably will get the score.
Yeah, I don't want to put my heart on the judgment right now, so I'm going to
I think
out
maybe
of this.
I am.
Yeah, you're putting, so I'd be more neutral here right now.
I'm a woman.
Yeah,
we're always putting our heart
Mine is
on
out
things.
there, but I got to be,
I think I can be right.
Yeah,
on
you
this.
can be right for sure. She's out there. Oh.
Look.
One in, one out. Let's see. I think she's out there. Yeah.
Yeah, she
over there. That was a goal.
Yeah.
Like in soccer.
Now she's in second position with 7 minutes left. Very nice effort for Taina Hinkle. She's a tougher competitor. And again, Erin Brooks.
Free surfing, guys. Look at this jam there. That was brutal.
It was. It looked like she's training this movement right there.
And that's one thing that I wanted you to digest with me. She's just going for one move in each and every wave. That's why she's just free surfing, doing the best effort to do just one money turn.
Yeah, and very strong, right in the critical part of the wave, right in the pocket.
Maíra, I got a new theory. The 4.57 will be in Bahia sooner or later. She's going to drop the second score. She's going to go close or even above the 6 point. I don't think she's going to go above because the wave was smaller.
Yeah, the wave
was smaller. But the effort,
smaller.
the power, and how committed she was, oh my sweet Jesus.
I really thought that she wouldn't pull this movement
but
off.
She's a charger.
Yeah, she is. It was really strong. The lip was strong and the wave was closing. Yeah. And she managed to stomp it.
Yeah, stomp hard. Like Mike Tyson close out.
She nails it.
Yeah. Right there. Oh, there you go. 5.73. So I was kind of right. Didn't go above.
You were right. Yeah.
But right there.
Right there. So now she extended her lead. Yeah, I was right when I was talking about Taina Hinkle's wave, and you were pretty right.
Yeah.
Talking about this Erin Brooks.
I have family in Canada.
Oh yeah, you do. Look.
Just a cousin.
Who was paddling there? It was Pauliniado with priority.
Yeah, and Paulini have a
probably
little
lost
test
priority,
to go.
huh?
She have a 3.9 to achieve. Let's figure out she have priority. I think right now she can be in a Zen mode to figure out the one they're going to break, going to peel all over.
Yeah.
She's been to this situation so many times back in the day.
Oh, I think it wasn't her.
No, she's still with the priority.
Yeah, maybe it was Taina Hinkle that pedal. Sometimes this blue and green shirt
I can be
makes
colorblind from here with the marathon and the end of the day. It's hard.
Sometimes
I'm going to cut you some slack. It's time for a little recap right now, and we can put a clip from this heat right now. Check it out. Free surfing of Erin Brooks.
Yeah, very nice looking wave with a hammer right there, just under the lip. And now again, Anon. Very nice turn.
I love this combo. Look at this snap. A lot of ball control there.
Yeah, no. And here is Erin Brooks again. Another one, just pretty similar to the first one.
So solid.
So solid, just free surfing, as you said, Marcos. Putting on a show, Erin
Yeah,
Brooks.
and that's the theory of double digits. She's right there with the locker. Now it's fighting for the second slot, and right now Tainá have the second slot. So it's good for the Brazilian, people here. The crowd is supporting Tainá, and I saw in a little side, image, Léo Casal and his Tainá father, Carlos Cachotti, shaper, coach, amazing surfer, pioneer from the air game in Brazil in the late 80s.
Yeah, and Anon is waving her arm right there, trying to figure out how much does she needs. And Tainá Hinkel making an effort right there, hits the lip, trying to play some defense.
Yeah, for sure. It's time for defense, for dropping the 3.77 to kind of block her, the Japanese and the French surfer. So Tainá is playing the tactics.
Yeah, she knows that anything can happen in 2 minutes and 21 left.
Oh, for sure. No poker face for her.
Yeah.
She's right there playing defense.
It was a nice snap,
yeah.
But the wave didn't offer that much, and it wasn't enough. She got 2.43 on this wave.
She need more open face to have a canvas to put her powerful raw surfing.
Yeah, but at this point of the heat, she wasn't with priority, so...
Oh, it's good. It's the thing that she got to do. She got to grind. Yeah.
She got to try to increase her scores.
Yeah, grind on, girl.
Yeah, and now Anon has to choose a good opportunity for her, because she wouldn't have time for another one. She has 1 minute and 30 left, so she's with priority. She's looking for a 3.5. So
it's timing for the silver bullet. She just have one chance.
Yeah, it's true. She cannot be so picky. There's nothing. There's not too many time left.
Yeah, not too many special sets coming. She got to figure out one small wave that connect the dots all the way to the point, to the inside.
But everything is in her hands.
Yeah, it's a matter of timing right now.
Yeah.
She got the skills, but it's a matter of timing.
And a little bit of luck.
Yeah. As Pinga used to say, lucky is effort. Lucky, you got to put effort. It's like no pain, no gain. Used to say in Portuguese, sorte é competência. It's commitment. Lucky is commitment, it's drive, it's focus.
Yeah.
Shout out to Pinga.
But sometimes just feels as lucky,
Oh, for
if
sure.
the wave
Yeah.
is
The
coming
impression
or
that
not.
you got is something, and if you got God on your side, it will be better, maybe.
Yeah. And now, she couldn't get in the wave. Probably her last chance. And this is Erin Brooks.
First time going four-handed. She was free surfing. Just that. Like a clip.
Yeah, very nice hit for Erin Brooks. I was really excited to watch her surfing here in Itaúna. She won the heat, and right after her, Tainá Hinkel advanced in second
Good
place.
for the new crop, good for Brazil. Kudos and best effort. Nice season for Anon and Paulina Du. Ça va, Pauline? Bonne chance à la prochaine.
Yeah. It's the last heat of the day, Marcos.
Whoa, what a marathon.
What
nice
a marathon.
one.
We're
Was
going to
excited.
have our post-show soon.
Corona post-show is coming, guys, so stick around. We're going to have a lot of things to digest over here. So this is the call. We'll be right back. Stick around. We're going to go back to the post-show in a few seconds. See you guys.
Já estão em segurança, vamos ficar de olho, a galera tá chegando, pode chegar que o bicho vai pegar agora dentro da água, show de jet waves. Já tem 2 jet skis fazendo a segurança. Eu sei que a galera gosta do rock and roll, tá na hora de botar um som. Aumenta o som, DJ, foi o rock pra galera. Da bota de laranja, o André está de preto. Vocês vão ver o que esses caras são capazes de fazer. Você pensa que é fácil andar de jet ski? Pode ser dar um passeio na lagoa agora. Pegar as suas ondas, o bicho vai pegar, hein? Tá guardando ok? Vamos nessa! Vamos lá então! Minutos, hein? É agora, galera, o show de jet wave nas ondas de Corona Saquarema. Dentro do Corona Saquarema Pro.
What an amazing first day of competition here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. It's the Corona Post Show, and waves were awesome. Competition delivered. More importantly, we got people to move through into the second round of the men and the second round of the women. And I'm not the only one that was surprised about a couple of performances today, but we did see some excellent ones. As we do welcome you to the Corona Post Show here in beautiful Saquarema, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I'm Mitchell Salazar, joined with Maida Pops and Marcos Bocaiúva. Maida, we'll start with you. Thing that stood out the most today on day one of competition?
Well, a marathon day here in Saquarema, but there have been a lot of opportunities right there. We saw Cauã Costa surfing pretty well. We're going to talk about this soon. And also the ladies, we have some very nice performances. We just saw Erin Brooks surfing pretty well, ripping, and it was amazing.
Marco, 16 heats, 8 for the men, 8 for the women. Anything that stood out?
Amazing, man. Versatility. If I can resume things today, versatility. Girls and boys got to be able to improvise.
And the waves were on offer, too. And speaking of people that improvised during their heat, Erin Brooks, a big heat win for her in the last of the day. Erin, first of all, big congratulations to yourself. You were able to overcome the challenging conditions out there. Talk to us about your first complete year on the Challenger Series. What's it been like so far for you as a teenager on the CS?
My
first year that I'm really putting time into doing competitions, and it's really been fun getting to learn how to surf heats.
And what about traveling worldwide for different parts of the world there, and obviously being in Brazil for your first Challenger Series level ever? It's the first time we're finishing the Challenger Series here in Brazil, too. What's the experience like being in Saquarema?
I love it here in Brazil. I love the waves here. It reminds me a lot of some of the beach breaks in Hawaii. And all of the people are super nice, and the food is so good.
And I bet your parents are watching back home, Aaron. Anything you got to say for them?
I want to say hi to my mom. I miss you, and I love you so much. And happy 4th birthday to my little friend Liam.
Appreciate your time, Aaron. Congratulations, and best of luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
So Erin Brooks with a big heat win right there. The final heat of the day, and she comes up clutch, guys. I mean, we talk about big performances, adaptability. She overcame every kind of condition that she saw out there, as well as many different women in the draw too. Laura Hopp, Sofia Medina, they had an incredible heat out there. It wasn't very high scoring, but when we talk about prodigal talents from Brazil coming through the rankings, these are two of them that we're seeing a lot more throughout bigger events and future events that we're probably going to see on the Challenger Series side. It was Laura Hopp who advanced over Sofia Medina, even though Medina moved through in second place. Ariane Ochoa and Thais Almeida, the local surfer, were eventually bowing out as we see the local surfer right there being preparing to move outside. But Laura Hopp, Maida, with an excellent performance earlier today, and she looked comfortable out there in the challenging conditions in Saquarema.
Yeah, she does. She surfs pretty well. She likes to surf like challenging conditions like this. She's always surfing around Maresias, that it's a very heavy wave as well as Saquarema is. And she put on a show right there because she surfed pretty well.
Marcos, she was in control the entire heat, but Sofia Medina was able to make a comeback. She moved through in second place, but it just seemed like the comfort level of having been here a couple of times before and winning at the QS level definitely seemed to add into her fruition during the heat.
She have the IQ from the Medina family. It's on the DNA, so she's proved she have the consistency. And you don't need to win each and every heat. You just need to win the final.
Yeah.
Maybe she can go by the side.
Definitely can, and as we look at the results right there, Ariane Ochoa and Thais Almeida bowing out of the event, so unfortunate results for them. But for the two regular footers out of Brazil, I mean, a huge performance for them, especially for Laura, who's been a staple on the Challenger Series so far this year. Meanwhile, on the men's side, some excellent heats too. But I really want to talk about the first heat that we saw all morning long. Surfer from Haleiwa, Hawaii, Shion Crawford, guns blazing, came out with a statement to make, and he was here in the dark. He was out there practicing, but then the surfer in second, Vitor Ferreira, was able to move through. But it was all Shion Crawford from the beginning of this one, Maida.
Yeah, he surfed pretty well. Look, this nice turn right there, splashing a lot of water, and on this one, again, very strong and at the same time smooth. Very nice surfing from him.
And Shion with a strong heat total, 12.07. He was actually tied with Vitor at the end of the heat, but since Shion had the best score out of the two surfers, Marcos, he was able to take the victory. But if you're Ferreira, you were an alternate on the beach, ready to get into the event. Next thing you know, he's in the next round because of this performance.
Like a UFC situation, you by the sidelines, and hey, you want to compete right now? You want to join in the competition? And he go there, he make it, the homework, and Shion, amazing. Not so different the Haleiwa toilet bowl. We don't have the reef over here, but the inside over there is like a bulldozer.
Yeah, and a huge performance by him. Moves through with Shion Crawford, knocks out Marlon Harrison and Josh Burke in the very first heat of the last Challenger Series event of the year. Look at the performances, though. Ferreira literally coming off of the beach into a heat, grabs his jersey as an alternate, and surfs in his first ever Challenger Series heat and is able to make it through, knocking out the 19-year-old Harrison and the experienced competitor from Barbados, Josh Burke. So looking at the best wave that we saw all day long, an incredible one. You mentioned Kawa Costa. The kid made it to the round of 16 last year in his first ever CS event. As we're seeing the ski show happening right now, guys, this is some crazy stuff that we're probably going to see, as I think the longest jump recorded in history has been more than 400 feet by one of these gentlemen out there on the skis right now. Marcos, you like sports?
For
this
sure,
is definitely an action sport right
this
here.
This is dirty bike inside of the water, man. This is amazing. One of those guys have a huge record of 90 feet above the wave. So it's improvising like the surfers, Mitch.
That's for sure.
And who wants to watch this live after here? You can watch on TikTok.
Oh.
Whoa, double flip.
Yeah.
Iago attempt.
We got a wipeout. Seems like he's underwater. He might be cool. Come on, rev that thing, rev that thing. Seems like everything's okay. So speaking of being okay, that was a cool flip right there.
Yeah.
But the Natura Kayak wave of the day goes to Kawa Costa for an 8.0. We mentioned him getting into the round of 16 last year. He drops the highest heat total of the day so far, and here it is, the Natura Kayak wave of the day. Marcos, some impressive stuff from the kid, originally from the northern part of the country, now resides in Rio. Seems comfortable here in Saquarema.
Yeah, original from my mom's place, all the way from northeast of Brazil, Ceará, Cauã Costa. You remember? You answer. You make a question for me. Which one, the surfer from Brazil, that you think the international audience didn't know about so much? I pointed Cauã Costa. It's because of that.
So that is our Natura Kayak wave of the day. Feel the power of freshness. So huge performance for him. The only excellent score that we saw all day long, and the highest heat total, a 14-point heat total for Kawa Costa. And as we have seen before, Saquarema, no stranger to beautiful places. We've seen waterfalls, we've seen different locations for tourism. It seems like a couple of our surfers were able to digest that days before the event started.
Natural beauty of Saquarema as magical, somewhere that you can get lost and really experience the true benefits of nature.
I feel super welcome in Saquarema since I arrived. Like everyone is being super nice, kind to me.
Saquarema's been very welcoming for us surfers abroad. You know, we're checking out some beautiful spots here in Saquarema, and I'm really enjoying my time here. And the waves are pretty fun, the people are really nice, the food's pretty good. So yeah, I love it here.
Foi privilégio, né, receber essa galera aqui na minha cidade, ver que eles estão interessados em conhecer além do campeonato, além das praias, uma cachoeira aqui perto, ou um lugar diferente, ou a história da igreja, e passando meu conhecimento local é realmente privilégio e uma honra.
It was so incredible to learn about what the city of Saquarema is doing for the kids and to progress their surfing facilities are incredible. It's giving many kids like an incredible opportunity.
Thanks to Saquarema. Thank you very much for having us and showing us around.
So that was leading up to the event. A couple of these CS surfers were able to see some of the natural beauties that Saquarema has to offer rather than just the beaches right here. How's the jet ski moves right here, Maida? Pretty impressed. Don't know if I could do that myself, but you know what I can do is segue into the top 5 because that's my favorite moment of day number 1. And guess who's going to get started off on the top 5 moments of the Corona Saquarema Pro on day number 1. It's Heitor Mueller, the local wild card with a strong showing, 11.4 heat total, Maida.
Yeah, he's from South Brazil, and he surfed pretty well right in the beginning of the day. As a wild card, look, he threw to the air, and he could manage to stunt it, and another good wave for him right there. Just releasing the tail, surfing so smooth, so relaxed, and very good surfer.
Yeah, and he looked in form, dropped a 6.23 and a 5.17 en route to his victory in the opening round. And then Kira Pinkerton with a huge bounce back, dropped a couple of 4s in the last few minutes of the heat. She moved through into the next round, Marcos.
What a grinder. Amazing performance in one of the gnarliest part of the day, consistent-wise. Waves were tough in that time of the heat. So, Kira, amazing. Kudos for you.
And our number 3 performance, one that we've already seen so far today, but had to do it in the first few minutes of the first heat, of the opening round. Vitor Ferreira, he moved through with a huge performance as an alternate. Gets to start here, Maida, and is able to move through into round 2.
Yeah, it's so amazing to see these young guys just come and surf well. Surf well, put on a show, and live this experience on a Challenger Series. It was his first time, so.
Speaking of experience,
Marcos Silvana Lima, the veteran, well represented here in Saquarema. She moves through into the second round of the women.
Surfing with this backhand is not her best thing. She's always going ballistic with the forehand. She's amazing, man. She's an OG. I was a script writer for a documentary about her life, and she's the biggest OG of Brazilian surfing for sure.
At least one of them, that is
one of them.
No doubt. So veteran representation well on in the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And our number one performer of day one has to be the highest heat total, the highest single wave of the event so far. 8 points for Kawa Costa. He's taken flight in Saquarema, Maida.
Yeah, he threw everything to the air, like every single wave. He was trying to improve his airs. Look how high he went and almost landed on the flat and then finished with this movement. It was pretty amazing to see how he could do this. And this is the second effort for him. Very nice rep right there. Second good one as well. And then through to the air again.
Wow, I mean, the impressive thing about it is that he's still a junior, by the way.
Yeah.
He still has a couple of years left in the junior ranking, so all those kids still have to deal with him for a few years, and then he will eventually make his transition just into the Challenger Series. Couple of great jet ski rides this afternoon here with troubling conditions, and look at the height this guy just got out there in Saquarema at Praia de Itaúna. Well, Maida, Marcos, excellent first day of competition. 8 heats for the men, 8 heats for the women. Why don't we say we meet here at 7:45 tomorrow, see if we get the call on?
Let's do it.
And if we do, we'll see you for day 2 tomorrow. Tune in for the highlights. We'll see you mañana.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.